Realty Plus is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange for Media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi and Bangalore, making it a powerhouse of information and knowledge sharing. Exchange for Media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange for Media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, NBAR are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters and opinion makers. They are the perfect networking platform for the entire media and advertising industry. No wonder Exchange for Media Group publications and events have high credibility and reach and are the destination of choice for agency, brand and media professionals across the industry. Exchange for Media.
At the start of the millennium, a vision to publish niche, relevant and quality content for the marketing, advertising and media professionals was realized with Impact magazine. From publishing investigative pieces to asking tough questions to the industry leaders, recognizing the big trends in the advertising ecosystem and bringing in a global perspective.
A brand new and unique global creative network called Dentsu Creative.
How do you creatively solve a problem or push something, a conversation forward? So I love that a lot.
I just know that's very representative still. I think we have some really strong storytelling.
Impact has been the industry's voice for the past 2 decades. The magazine launched industry-first properties like 50 most influential women in media, marketing and advertising. Impact Person of the Year.
I am deeply touched by the recognition and the honor.
I accept this wonderful award with a lot of pride and happiness.
Top 30 under 30, which have over time become benchmarks for industry professionals. 22 years of keeping the readers hooked on to its in-depth coverage and analysis. Impact magazine.
Well, a very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Before we begin the event, may I request you all to give yourselves a big, big round of applause for, of course, being on time. And also the fact that you're going to get a chance to network with the leaders and get to know one another better. Well, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to the E4M Confluence, the Media Investment Summit 2023. My name is Bhavna Bhatia, in the industry for over a decade, and it's my honor to associate with the group and be your host for this wonderful and an exciting day ahead. Today at the Media Investment Summit 2023, we're talking about the industry veterans. We'll discuss how media agencies need to evolve, adapt, and be agile in the rapidly evolving media landscape. Also driving the theme, media services, unlocking returns, recall, and tech revolution. Experts from the dynamic world of media and entertainment will share insights with us on the future of media agencies. The summit today will be serving as a nexus where the expertise of top leaders, cutting-edge trends, and emerging technologies will blend seamlessly through a series of insightful sessions. So stay tuned for a great day ahead. Get to network, get the power in your hands, and of course, learn from one another. But before we start the day, it's my honor to thank all our partners. First up, all our gold partners, Dangal Ads, which is the global leader in driving 360-degree digital excellence. Double Verify, which is a leading software platform for digital media measurement and analytics, working with Fortune 500 advertisers globally to make digital advertising ecosystems stronger, safer, and more secure. And Web Engage, simplifying retention for over 800 plus brands globally. With that being said, let's have a look at the partner AVs.
At 7 hours 50 minutes per day, people now spend more time on digital devices than they do sleeping. More time spent on devices means more attention for advertisers, right? The answer is not so simple. Capturing consumer attention can be challenging. To win over audience attention, advertisers need to know if their messaging is resonating. This is where attention metrics come in. One of the biggest advantages digital advertising offers is the ability to precisely quantify attention. Using DV Authentic Attention, advertisers are able to measure key exposure and engagement metrics, including time in view, page real estate, hovers, quartile completions, interactions like volume adjustment, and more, all within a privacy-friendly environment. And with this information, advertisers can optimize intelligently and quickly. So while attention is harder to get today, for the first time, it's something we can measure. And the ability to know if your messaging is resonating, well, it's changing the advertising world all over again.
So, well, could we have a big round of applause for all our partners for associating with us? So, ladies and gentlemen, I know all of us in today's generation are on social media, and how do we converse better with one another? We've got a hashtag for the event, which is hashtag E4M Confluence. All you got to do is keep hashtagging, and of course, we've got a social media contest, which I will tell you shortly about, but in lieu, interest of time, we're going to be going ahead. So ensure that you keep hashtagging and tweeting with hashtag E4M Confluence. So to kickstart the event, we've got the Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World, and Founder, Exchange for Media Group, Dr. Anurag Batra, who sent in a powerful message. Let's have a look at the same.
Good morning, welcome to Media Aces. Tonight we celebrate the excellence in the media agency ecosystem. Today we have a day-long conference which looks at what's happening in the media investment domain. Today we have the leaders of the media agencies, brand owners who will talk about where the advertising dollar is going, where the media dollar is going, how digital is growing, how programmatic is growing, how our agencies looking at ROI. More importantly, how are media agencies transforming themselves to be consultants, to be able to become partners in digital transformation of brands, how to be able to partner in the e-commerce journey of brands. So really, media agencies have become larger than just media buyers and planners. The media agencies have become strategic partners to growth for businesses and brands and have reinvented themselves over the last decade or so. I look forward to all the deliberations, watching them on exchangeformedia.com, and really I congratulate all the winners of the Media Aces that we'll award in the evening. We also have 2 Lifetime Achievement Awards in the evening, and I have a personal dedication to both the gentlemen who will be awarded with the Lifetime Achievement Awards. Wish you luck. This is true media confluence where media owners, agencies and clients are coming together to discuss the future of media agencies, media planning, buying. And the future is bright because media agencies over the last 2 decades have reinvented themselves every 5-7 years in spite of the pressure on their margins. And I'm sure as they go forward, media agencies will keep themselves relevant. With this hope and promise, I look forward to welcoming you to Exchange for Media's Media Confluence, Media Investment Summit, and the Media Aces Awards, which are in the evening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anurag Batra. Well, as you rightly said, the deliberations could be found on exchangeformedia.com, and of course, the fact that this summit is live on LinkedIn, so if you'd like to share it forward, please do so right away. Well, on that note, it's indeed my honor to now call upon the co-founder of Exchange for Media Group, none other than, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Naval Ahuja.
Thank you, Bhavna, and a warm good afternoon to all of you. Thank you for being here at the second edition of the E4M Confluence Summit. As Anurag mentioned, Media Ace is now actually 8 years old. As I have mentioned to many people who are sitting in the room and outside, Media Aces was launched to kind of recognize the companies and people behind the media services businesses. Typically, if you see, the recognition-based initiatives are all about brand campaign, the work we do for clients. But there are very few initiatives that really recognize the people behind those campaigns, behind the work that is happening, behind the spectacular growth that we deliver for our brands. So Media Ace, when it was launched, that was in our mind. And to add to that, we created this summit last year called the E4M Confluence. Before I get into the session with Sam, our first keynote session, I thought I'll just, from what I have picked up, I'm not an expert, I'm an observer of what's happening in the media agency ecosystem. I thought I'll just, put up a few slides, a couple of points on, what I've gathered is happening in the media services ecosystem. So, a few trends which, we all know of. I've naturally picked up the recent ones and, the challenges they create for the media agencies ecosystem. First and foremost, is obviously, growth of digital. It started 15 years back. In the last 4-5 years, it has really accelerated. Of course, we've all experienced it. What it has done is concentrated power in the hands of a few companies, and that has really changed the relationship between the media agency ecosystem and the other side, which is the media companies, as well as the relationship between the media agencies as well as their clients. So I think this is one of the key trends that has happened. And as a result, or one of the other things that has happened is the control of first-party data, which all of these digital platforms have, and how media services companies are looking at sort of creating knowledge, creating wealth of information to kind of come up to the same level. How do you compete with Facebook, which owns, controls data for billions of users across the world? So that's of course the first one, as I mentioned. Then if you look at the media services ecosystem itself, mushrooming of digital startups. Many of the companies, I bumped into Prashad Shijale, the founder of LS Digital, while walking into the room, and we were talking about how many of these independent agencies that started a few years back are now large and becoming larger, and also acquiring other companies, though they might not be part of large global network. But the fact is that mushrooming of a lot of digital startups is also posing a significant challenge to media services businesses. You have newer domains like influencer marketing, content marketing, programmatic advertising, and so many companies have kind of started in these spaces in the last few years. I recall recently we did a 5-city initiative across Ahmedabad, Calcutta, and some of the other tier 1 cities, where in each of the city we must have met at least 70 to 80 new digital advertising startups, right? Each one of them working with 1-2 marquee clients. And obviously, the advent of digital has also meant that the era of exclusive AR is gone. Clients now work with multiple partners, and this is, I think, a significant challenge on the table for large media services companies. Client side, we all know what's been happening. The collapse of funding in the D2C ecosystem has led to obviously money sort of getting sucked out of the ecosystem, and that has also led to a large number of legacy companies reducing spend. Naturally, there are it's a complex and layered conversation, but money supply reduction has led to lesser demand, hence more challenge on what you do on the advertising bit. I was going through the PMR report, which we curate with Medicine, and 2 data points struck out. One is that last year, 8 out of the top 25 advertisers dropped out of the list. That's a 30% churn in such a small list. The other more significant data point is in 2022, 11 or 12 top 50 advertisers were digital first companies, majority of them gaming, and we can all guess sitting in this room that most of these companies will be out of the list. So what is also happening is the churn of the advertisers who are spending money on media is accelerating for reasons related to economy, reasons related to policy issues, and that's also kind of becoming challenging every year for media services companies, not just to go and find clients who will spend on advertising, but also shift your focus from a sector to go to another sector and deliver better there. This is kind of related to the mushroom of digital advertising startups. Again, we launched an initiative 2 years back called Pride of India about Indian brands. Sam would know this better than me. If you were to look at a list of number of advertisers who are active on print, the list would run into lakhs. I remember LV once telling me 6 lakh advertisers spend on print in India still. If you look at large digital platforms like Google and Facebook, the number still runs into dozens of thousands. The other thing that has been happening in the last few years is many of these clients are now graduating to spending meaningful money on either digital or on TV, which means that the expansion of clients is happening outside of metro in tier 1, tier 2 cities. I'm sure you all encountered a brand called Wakaru, right? They're based out of Coimbatore and have become a significant spender in the last couple of years. And there are thousands, or if not thousands, hundreds of such new clients that are coming up, which require attention, where business is growing, and that's another area where media services companies perhaps can look at getting more business from. Impact of technology, digital kind of it goes along with digital, but impact of technology is also AI and automation and what it's doing. What it is also doing is kind of in for brands and clients, it is kind of undervaluing the human talent that agencies own, which is the key asset. So this is a very large challenge. I think all agencies are right now grappling with how do you counter technology when it can create a 30-second ad for you, right, without too much of human intervention. Last but not the least, media pricing. It's not an elephant in the room. We keep talking about it. How to bring in clients who want to spend budget. This year we've seen examples of IPL and World Cup where both properties have kind of under-delivered on expectations. At least IPL has degrown from where it was last year, and that really hits at the core of what media services companies do. So these are some of the things I thought I'll put up. We have a eclectic list of speakers today who are experts in the domain, who will talk about what's happening in the space, and I look forward to the deliberations and the knowledge we will all gain out of that. And I look forward to starting the session with Sam. Thank you. Thank you for being here.
So, ladies and gentlemen, as Mr. Ahuja rightly said, it's going to be time for us to start with the fireside chat. We're talking about our next guest, somebody who brings a wealth of experience and a depth of knowledge that only a few can match. With a career marked by being the 5th most influential person in the Indian advertising industry and a Lifetime Achievement Award, this person stands as a testament to the power of dedication, innovation, and an unyielding commitment to excellence. We're talking about none other than the chairman and MD of Madison World. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause to Sam Balsara. Of course, in conversation with the co-founder E4M Naval Ahuja for a one-on-one fireside chat on the topic, future-proofing the media agency. Over to you.
Thank you, Bhavna. Thank you, Sam, for doing this. We couldn't find anybody better than you to talk about what's happening in the media services business. 40 years now, close to 40 years?
50 years crossed.
50 years crossed. Working life, but in the media kind of...
35 years
35
of Madison.
Yes, 35 years of Madison.
Media alone in India started in 95.
Right.
When Madison first won the PNG Media AOR.
That's right.
And just a few months later, then Lever announced, then I think, a combination of HTA and Ogilvy.
HTA Media was born. Yeah. And Pepsi used to be.
That's
right. That was sometime 1997 or 98.
Yeah,
must be around that
later,
time.
That's right.
That's right. That's right. So, Sam, let me just get straight into it. Last 2 decades have been kind of pretty good for the media agency ecosystem, right? I think when HT Media was created, Madison was already there, as you spoke. 2001 onwards, the growth started, and last 22 years have been really good. They've delivered for the holding companies. What has, what have media agencies done in the last 20 years that has contributed to this, fantastic growth? And how do you kind of make sure that it continues for the next few years?
So, my worldview on this subject is that necessity is the mother of invention. And I've also always felt that big ideas work better than big budgets. I think the media agency idea as such was a big idea according to me. And it was an obvious one. The obvious one being, let's take, for example, Procter and Gamble. I'm going back to the 90s. They had 4 agencies, and each agency was buying their own media for the brands they handle. So it didn't take too much, genius to say, shouldn't one agency buy all? Now, having done that, obviously the client also wanted to protect the income of the creative agency. So, based on some established norms prevalent in the US, where the market was billions of dollars, and in India then I think it was maybe 10,000-15,000 crores. The same percentages that prevailed in the US market were made applicable to the Indian market. And the requirement imposed on the media agency was probably 5 times more than what the erstwhile full service agency delivered in media. To make the thing come real to you, in those days, we used to earn 10% for media alone, and we had, if I may use a crude word, cornered more than 60-70% of P&G's business. Then, hurrah, one fine day, which made global news, an Indian agency wins the P&G Media AOR, something unthinkable. And, my excitement soon blew away, because I think till that time we had about 5-6 people on P&G for media. They said, now you have to have 26 people, and your earning is going to come down because you're going to earn now 2.5% of our total spend. We were already earning 10% of 70% of their spend. The point I'm making is, that is where, the added necessity, the mother of invention comes in. So we had to think innovatively. We were under pressure of resources, unlike the creative agencies, which had both the luxury of time and resources and highly paid people. We hired a lot of junior people from management institutes. I remember hiring 2 flats in distant New Bombay, housed them there, and we put together a tight team that was reasonably low cost, started thinking and investing in software. India's first fully automated operational system for a media agency was created in-house by us, by our own people. So you were forced to innovate like this, because there's no other way that we could, release lakhs and lakhs of spots on television, and within the meager resources that were available to us.
Let me add a small nugget to this. In 2001, when Exchange Media started, the name was coined to create a e-commerce exchange for buying and selling TV and print time and space on the internet, which is what, is now known as programmatic advertising on digital. Sam in 2001 had launched a company called Ad Nova to do programmatic advertising in 2001. Of course, there was no digital then, but to buy and sell TV and print space.
So
and I remember
the whole idea at that time was that, since the industry was nascent, there were sort of tremendous tensions and operating issues between the media agency and the channels, which were also relatively new, and there were all kinds of arguments on drop spots, not getting release orders on time, bills not coming on time, bills not being paid on time. So what was conceptualized was one master system that would start with the plan and end with billing, and everything being online.
That's right. I mean, this is like 22 years back. Who would have thought of that?
And we God bless them, we got a private equity investor at that time who, unfortunately, I would say unfortunately, invested about 20 crores in the project and lost all of it. Because unfortunately at that time, no media agency or even the media owner could see the importance of something like this, which would further bring in efficiency into the media operation.
Yeah.
So it taught me a very important lesson, that, you know, it's always not always a very good idea to be first.
Yeah. Let me, ask you a question about the kind of, so to say, other side of the, business. Media agencies, the commissions they earned was actually commission supposed to come out of media companies' revenue. That was the original theoretical model, right? And media services agencies and, media companies are joined at the hip. Tell us, structurally, what changes have you seen in the media business? And in your view, what ails the media business today?
So yeah, you're very right. Originally, the concept of a agency, advertising agency, forget media agency, came about because, you know, newspapers began to appear on the scene, and in order to recover their costs, they discovered that they could sell some space to manufacturers and make some money from them. Now the problem came that some manufacturers were also ready to utilize the space, but what is going to appear in that space? Neither the manufacturer nor the newspaper had the ability to fill that space with what we call today as advertising. So therefore the newspapers actually encouraged a bunch of young people with creative ideas to come together and work out creative ads and take those ads to prospective manufacturers and advertisers so that the newspaper could fill the space. And it was a service that was offered by the newspaper to the advertiser, for which the newspaper paid the agency 15% commission of what the advertiser paid the newspaper. And that is why, I mean, many of you young people may not even know this, that is why the concept of gross commission came about. So, you know, which is now unfortunately dying, that agencies always charge 15%, not on what is the cost of advertising, but what the advertiser had to pay to the media. So it was grossed up. So if you look at it on a net basis, we used to earn 16.67% of what the advertiser paid. Of course, over the years, what happened is that competition increased, the agencies' services became extremely popular, the demand for agency services became very high, and advertisers realized that, you know, instead of just using an agent that was fostered on them by the media owner, they had a better ability to evaluate which agency would be good for them, which agency has a good track record, and stuff like that. And that is when actually the tables kind of shifted, and clients began to appoint advertising agencies. You'll be surprised to know that even when I entered my working life in 1972, concept of an agency pitch was not really prevalent. It was an old boys gentlemen's club, and depending on who you knew, you know, the marketing manager or the managing director of the advertiser would call up the agency head and say, hey, look, you know, why don't you handle my advertising? Yeah. And that is how it kind of turned till today what has happened is that, there is so much focus on cost cutting that unfortunately, advertising agencies who are known to have one major weakness, and that weakness is to get new business. And my friend Karthi sitting here knows it, and he exploits it to the hilt, or he has exploited it to the hilt. Put 3 agencies together in a pitch, and he can save 50% of his service fees in about 2-3 days. So I think since you asked about the ails, one of the biggest things is advertising agencies have, the first lesson that they have to learn is how to say no to a client. If we as agencies learn this one simple thing, I believe genuinely we will be doing a service to the advertiser before we are doing a service to us. What is the honest reality? If I look at my agency, in the first 5 years of the agency, Madison, which was probably 1/100th the size it is today, used to hire from Bajaj Institute, used to hire from, then in subsequent years, from Mica. Mica was created by Mudra when I was in Mudra in order to provide talent for the advertising media industry. That is why Mica was created. Today, not just today, 10 years ago, for the last 10 years, there is, I believe, not a single student from Mica that an advertising agency is able to afford. This is the state of affairs. Now, there were days when I was brand manager of Cadbury, one of the questions for a brand manager was, are you compensating your advertising agency adequately so that it can be adequately resourced to provide you the right talent? Compare that to today, when the brand manager and the media manager are incentivized, and that is their KRA, how to bring agency fees down. And they've taken it to such a ridiculous extent that I think over the last 10 years, the quality of talent has really come down. I mean, today agencies are not able to hire even from second-grade management institutes. And I think that is the reason why I at least strongly felt, I don't think we can expect advertisers to solve our problem. To solve the agency problem, agencies have to put their heads together.
That's right.
And decide for themselves their own future. That is why you will note that in the last 3-4 months, we've all put our heads together, and now we've developed a guideline which we've issued to at least members of 3 Years of I, saying that, look, for our own survival and for our clients also survival and for growth of the advertising, marketing and media industry, let's have a set of guidelines on remuneration. Never mind the mistakes we have made in the past, but let's try and reverse it. And I believe it should work.
You think the agency ecosystem is together enough to be able to follow the guidelines?
So. I think so, and I hope that we will be together. There may be few exceptions and stuff like that. We have a lot of issues. After all, there are non-3 Years of I member agencies. There are. It's a very vast ecosystem. But I do believe, and also to be fair to clients and advertisers, I have heard some advertisers tell me that, Sam, we are willing to pay you fair compensation, but please understand that we are also a public listed company and it is part of our DNA to do some benchmarking. So if your competitor is offering me a substantially lower remuneration system, then I'm afraid my system will not allow you to pay you more, however justified that cost may be.
Absolutely. I think, you also kind of hit at the heart of the issue when you say media agencies need to learn to say no, right? And that cuts across when whether it comes to dealing with the advertiser on, pricing or the work that you do. In fact, that's kind of, I had a follow-up question on, if you look at all these consultancies, right? Many of them are kind of, consultancy is a similar business to advertising. You're consulting with clients, helping them build brands. Whereas consultants are able to charge significant amount of premium for what they do, advertising agencies are unable to do the same. And perhaps the difference is stark in the sense that consultants maybe say more no than they say yes, whereas it's the other way around with agencies.
You're absolutely right. Let me add to what you're saying. I think it was in today's paper or yesterday's paper, they said at the Indian Institute of Management, BCG has made some 6 offers, and I think 75% of the offers came from management consultancies and financial companies and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Look at it. Look at it. What's happening on the financial side? Let's take Accenture. And take all the 6 global networks. The revenue extraction of these 6 global networks is possibly half that of Accenture. Growth rates of Accenture are much higher.
Sure, yeah.
And because of that, Accenture has a P multiple of 25, whereas the 6 agency networks have a multiple of between some 8 and 13, 14. So, and according to me, they are in the knowledge business, we are in the knowledge business. But they are able to hire from IIM the cream of talent, and they're able to command a price. Very often, people with 1 year experience working with them are appointed to hire a media agency.
Absolutely. I mean, it hits at the heart of the entire business model of agencies, the money availability to hire talent and then invest in the work you do. Let me, ask you a little bit of, global question. We've seen what's happening in the creative industry and how much, angst was kind of displayed by ex-JWTNs about the agency being merged and the name being kind of finally given a quiet burial. What do you see as the future of the media agency business, right? Is it kind of, on shaky ground that, it kind of needs to be fully dismantled and rebuilt?
No,
like it's happening with creative
I don't think so. I think media agencies have done an admirable job in the last 20 years, even if I say so myself, by constantly updating themselves, by constantly being alert and responsive to clients' needs. And I think by and large, the response of the media agencies has been far more, they've been far more responsive than many other sort of agencies, especially the creative agency or the direct marketing agency and stuff like that. I think if we continue to be responsive, alert. I think, to my mind, the future is good, strong, and will continue to play a useful role. To do that, however, I think there has to be some intervention. One intervention is on the remuneration side. I think the other, and once we have good resources, I think in addition to better quality talent, why is it that IIM produces a better student? I think 90% of the reason is because the input is better. When I joined Bajaj Institute, I was one of 30 students selected from 10,000. Same thing is happening today at IIM. So we need to make sure that the quality of talent that comes into the media agency is of a high order, then a lot of things fall in place. And then we need to use those resources wisely, put those into technology, software, get into new areas that you very rightly spoke about, keep investing in those areas. Then I think clients will also respect us a lot more than what they do today.
Fantastic. But I think the most important thing is all the media agencies, services, companies in the ecosystem recognize there is a serious issue.
I think
and
so.
They have got together to resolve it. And a year like this actually kind of provides extra attention to the issues at hand, because you realize that what you're facing are very fundamental life or death issues.
I may just add one more point. I just learned this morning there is a reasonably large client on pitch, and 2 media agencies have said they will not pitch. So things are changing. Things are changing. I think we're beginning to understand that if we don't help ourselves, nobody else is going to help us.
Absolutely. And I think medicine has been known in the past to walk away from pitches where the remuneration has not been adequate. So with that, allow me to thank Sam, Mr. Balsara. Thank you so much. We have a long agenda. I'm told time is up. I can do this conversation with Sam and it can last 2-3 hours, as many as possible. If you have any questions, you can take it up with Sam offline. We are around. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause, and maybe request Mr. Ahuja to help us with felicitating. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, you can be much more better with that round of applause. What an iconic discussion it is. Always an honor having Mr. Balsara join us. Well, on that note, before we go ahead with the first panel discussion, I'd like to bring to your notice a social media contest. So I did talk about the hashtag, which is E4M Confluence, and what we're going to do is, it's your chance to win a gift hamper. Our social media team is going to be tracking it live for us and declaring the winners shortly. All you got to do is follow E4M on LinkedIn. So if you can see, there's a QR code on your table, which will allow you to do so. Also, you can just simply put Exchange for Media, and you can find us on LinkedIn. Any major key takeaways from today, be it on LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram, you can put it with a hashtag E4M. The most innovative post, we encourage photos and videos, of course, but the most innovative post, we're going to be declaring the winner of the same. So we encourage you to get as many tweets and as many learnings across on social media. Well, on that note, it is time for us to now move ahead to our next discussion. Well, we're talking about our panel 1 being the era of independent agencies. Well, in the era which is marked by unprecedented technological advancements, we find ourselves in midst of a transformative shift in how agencies operate and deliver value. Independent agencies, often nimble and fiercely innovative, have emerged as the vanguards of this evolution. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, the panel discussion on the subject that has captured the imagination of industries worldwide. To explore this topic further, I would like to invite our esteemed panelists on the stage. Prasad Chidale, founder and CEO, LS Digital. Let's give Prasad a warm round of applause. Chaya Bharadwaj, founder and MD, BC Webwise. Thank you so much, Chaya. Siddharth Devnani, co-founder and director, So Cheers. Shraddha Agarwal, co-founder and CEO of Grapes. And our session chair is Ahmed Aftab Naqvi, the global CEO and co-founder of GoZoop. Well, with that, Ahmed, over to you to take forth with your discussion with the panel.
Thank you very much. In the past decade, there's been a tectonic shift in the way advertising is being done. And a lot of independent agencies have been at the forefront of this change, driving it. From being the first to adopt to new technologies, to winning global and Indian mandates, very large global and Indian mandates. From being the first to finding opportunities in Bharat and leveraging that, to creating cultures which has attracted some of the best talent. Mr. Sam Balsara also spoke about the challenges around remuneration and talent, and we'll deep dive into that as well. But let me begin on a winning note. A lot of independent agencies have been winning very large mandates, which traditionally have been parked with network agencies. And I would like to bring in Chaya into this discussion and ask her, what is that USP? What is that secret sauce that independent agencies are able to offer and win such large mandates today?
Hi everyone, and thanks Aftab for starting with me. That was a surprise. Okay, I think one key thing is that, you know, we independent agencies are able to provide more personalized attention, and for us, see, our accounts are bread and butter, and we want to scale. There is a hunger for growth. I think the service levels that we offer to some of these accounts are definitely far superior. The personalized attention, the accountability that we have, and you know, including, you know, the involvement of, you know, people like me, the founder themselves, we get involved. And on the other hand, there is the why would they move? I think there is a dissatisfaction, definitely. You know, we do hear did not deliver, you know, was not up to the mark. And I think that is a primary reason why, you know, today we are well poised. On the other aspect, from what are our strengths? You know, I think all independent agencies have sort of come of age, mature enough, are able to handle strategically accounts, you know, moving from just probably being executing, you know, something, or taking hand-me-downs. You know, okay, here is a plan and we want to spend 10% of this on digital. Digital has become the main medium for the brand's performance. Yeah. So I think that's one of the key, you know, reasons.
Great. So digital born, strategic in insight now. Prasad, would you like to add something to that?
Yeah, thanks. I think I resonate with what Chaya talked about, but first and foremost, I think I have to really accept here, it is not as easy that we think, right? You know, let's understand it is not easy, you know, like maybe there are a few cases where probably, and I think the definition of when you are saying independent, those who are not part of the big network ones is the definition, right? I mean, yeah. That's the definition that we are talking about, right? So they have advantage of being big, but at the same time, along with the big, the agility gets a bit compromised. Okay, so I think agile is something you also talk about. Another one, what Sam was talking about, independent agencies. The founder being so close to the action, I think his or her ability to track changes and probably add the tadka of strategic consulting on top of it at a free cost, okay, sort of becomes very critical, and that is where it really works onto it, right? And I'm quite sure when the price games get played, the tendency of having sets of B2B services, one should never work where there is no profit at the at the bottom line. But nevertheless, we all of us try to get into a space wherein if you are getting a big brand, then we agree to a price. We sort of cut down on our price also. You like it, you don't like it, but this is what it happens. So these are a few things: strategic consulting brains, personalized attention, and all of those have their own negatives also. Okay, but that is where I think the brands get a great value. Okay, with the independent agencies, that's what I see.
Okay. Prasad mentioned about big is better, and I'll let you add to it.
Big is better.
We'll come to that, especially from a media perspective, because a lot of independent agencies have challenges on the media front and also on the remuneration front. But Shaya, would you add?
Yeah, I just wanted to add one thing basis what he just said. We should all note that they don't move because we are cheaper. They'll never move because we give a price advantage. In fact, I think we would have all increased the pricing, and I have been very surprised that this is the pricing at which they were working. I have myself told at this price, you would have never got results in any case.
Correct. So great message there that undercutting is not the way for independent agencies. It's about the value that you're providing. Siddharth, would you like to add something to it?
I think Chaya absolutely bang on. Like, I don't think we've won any recent pitch, from a network agency merely on price, right? It's about the delta and the value creation. Of course, it starts with personalized, there's a face to it and so on, but also the sheer amount of hunger independent agencies have, and throughout the hierarchy, independent agencies have far more hunger, and that makes us able to probably, customize and make it very specific to the client's use case, the brand's use case, in case of things like fee model or team structures. Whereas I think the networks have to comply by some mandates and some internal policies, and we are much easier internally to bend those rules and be able to deliver wherever it needs.
So not being cookie cutter in a lot of things that we do. Shraddha, would you like to add something to that?
So I think I completely agree with you guys. It's the passion of the owner who's driving it a lot of times. So I call myself generally the chote, not the chotu. The chote who basically will get the job done, right? You tell him the job and the job is done. Apart from that, I think also the sheer agility that we have, right? For example, I was speaking to a lot of my team members as well as my clients, and I asked them how much time do we spend on approving a topical post in a year? And we are doing some hundreds of topical posts. And every morning 6 a.m. we are not celebrating Diwali, the entire world is celebrating Diwali because we are approving the post or getting the changes done, right? What is the topical strategy? How much do you spend in terms of effort, time, money in a year on topical strategy? Which one should you choose? Which one should you not choose? What should be your creative budget? What should be your media budget? What should be the KPI for that? We don't have answers to that. In Grapes, we are able to create such models, and that's where I think independent agency also have that agility and dynamism to create newer models which are not there in the market to offer to their clients, which client gets attracted to at the point also. So that's another piece.
Okay, fair. With all these good secret sauces that independent agencies have, there are some challenges, and challenges also when it comes to remuneration, which Mr. Balsara also spoke about. Chaya would like to give some perspective on that in terms of how, undercutting you mentioned is not the way, and how possibly agencies could unite, independent agencies could put a more united front to ensure that pricing is fair.
Thanks, Aftab, really, and even backstage when we were discussing, and Mr. Balsara also spoke about, agencies coming together is one key answer for us to thrive, survive and thrive. And I think over here we all know the kind of pricing we do, and it would be great when more and more agencies sort of collect together and we can form forums and not drop pricing. And like Mr. Balsara said, I was just thinking that we were just discussing that, and he is talking about the same thing. Instead of increasing your retainer, for example, year on year, your cost is increased, you're giving appraisals, brands start negotiating, okay? And or they say we are doing cost cutting. Okay, of course everybody is doing cost cutting, but there is a cost you have to pay for. I think we need to, like he said, learn to walk out, learn to say no, and also, we should operate as as a team. We should not take away business from each other on pricing. Do it on other aspects, but not on pricing. And if we are together, like all those stories we've heard when we were small, you know, once pencil will break, but together we stand. I think that will really help. And, you know, I would urge, you know, even other independent agencies sitting over here to come forward and we form a group and we have certain, you know, norms on, you know, what we will stick together to.
Correct. Prasad, when it comes to media, it's a lot challenging for emerging independent agencies to maybe offer those kind of commission structures to brands, and brands have a way of dealing with networks which cannot be possibly replicated easily. So what is the model? How do you navigate that at LS?
See, I think first and foremost, I think I have a contrary view to what you have said, right? Okay. First and foremost, I think big is beautiful, right? Okay. That I keep saying, in a way. This is how probably I see the world. What happens is that the one person that I'm going to hire, the cost to us, right? Okay, the salary cost is sort of same to, you know, a consulting firm or any one of the bigger one. Okay, what matters is that the per person revenue, okay, which we get and probably someone else gets it, right? Okay. So what happens from a typical Michael Porter's strategy of industry strategies? I think the game is the rules have been set by the biggies, and all of us are playing that rules, okay, and we are not going to win that rule under that one, okay. What I mean by is that if the rule is that my pricing is the percentage of fee managed, okay, if someone is managing 1,000 crore and, you know, asking 1% or 0.5% or whatever percent is that, okay, and if I'm managing 10 crore, can go with the same talented people is not going to work. So I think you know, coming everyone together, you'll always find one person who would cut it. It's a different thing in whether how it works, what benefit client will get, not get, whatever it is, right? But I think we have to work somehow what probably consulting firm and McKinsey's are working on to it. You know, can we change the rules? We can't beat biggies with the rules that they have set for years. Okay, that's what, and how to change those rules. You know, what is it that, you know, we are talking about the value adds. Okay, how do I get those into it with a different pricing structure? It's a very early time, but what we're saying, those consulting firms get, I don't know how many P/E ratios of 30, 40, 50, whatever they get it, and, you know, the media agencies get sub 10. Okay, the difference is many other times people can't even tell, okay, what's going to be my predictability of the revenue next quarter, and how would I be able to get valued. Forget about the external investors also, to my board members also, okay. So there is something fundamentally that we need to change on, right? Okay, we can have a wishful thinking, everyone coming together, but ultimately the samne wala jo hai, okay, he will say, tu nahi to dusra koi, nahi to whoever does it, right? Okay. So we can come together and die together by not picking up accounts, right? Or we can come together and try to change the structures somehow.
So changing the rules by possibly adding more value.
You can't play the rules which biggies have put together. It's in their advantage. Or you become a big and play the same rule.
So how is LS Digital approaching that?
See, that's our story. You know, we are around now 1,300 odd people, right? Okay, we have sort of got 3 companies on board, okay? And so my revenue now, I'm on record, okay, but my media revenue is now less than 50%, okay, right? While it is growing from the CAGR of 70-75%, you know, for last 7 odd years, right? So the whole thing is that how do I put a consulting approach on top of it and split the services and, you know, and present it. So that is something that we are working on, okay? And that is where the second question that you asked, right? It's the rule is also you know, sort of set up by the publishers. Right, and sometimes the VDs that you get, okay, if you're not big, you're not going to get those. No matter how much you cry, no matter how much presentation that you know, that is the rule that they have set, right? Okay, and that rule, okay, we have to all of us have it. Now, what can we come together and have one more kitty and say that my kitty is bigger and that's the reason? That's a good one. I think we should discuss on that. Okay,
that's
so
a good thought,
excellent one. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
This block represents the remaining block, which is bigger than the block that you are interacting with, right?
Fair. So that's a good thought. Yeah.
It's a very interesting
very
thought.
Powerful thought.
Very, very interesting
and
thought.
Siddharth, what is your perspective? How do, you know, independent agencies navigate some of these challenges, and what challenges possibly you have faced?
I think one of the challenge which we repetitively face is, you know, the might and the brand value of the network agencies, right? So when you think of it from a brand manager who's about to take a call, it turns out to be a very safe decision to go with a network, and it feels from his perspective or her perspective that it's a riskier proposition to go with an independent one. But on the flip side, I think another trend, which is when there is an agency, there's an AOR, and the brands are still open to doing one-off campaigns with independent agencies like us. That gives us an edge. So the kind of advantage which they have in terms of being a safe choice because of the ability of them to do one-off campaigns with independent agencies or smaller agencies, that gives us a bit of foot in the door and a way to show them our value proposition. And in fact, in our history, a lot of our wins have actually come because of this model.
Okay, great. Shraddha, would you like to add to that?
I think while Sam touched upon, how media agencies are being compromised on the media commissions that they're making as an overall thing, I think there is a larger challenge also with digital agencies. I remember I was speaking to a very large group and they said, while offline agencies will enjoy 10, 15 lakh rupees of retainer, or let's say whatever, 15 to 20 lakh rupees of retainer, digital should come from 50,000 rupees to 4 lakh rupees, right? What are you doing? You're just adding two another bachas to the team and they're going to execute what the offline team is going to give you. So, whereas if the print ad falls sad on the offline agency, the brief will come to the digital agency. If the TVC script was not great, it will still come to the digital agency. Both the agencies are working on the brief, but the money will go to the one who's gets selected. And we are already paying for the salaries of those resources, right? So somewhere, some remuneration benchmarking should definitely come for digital retainers. And digital is the larger pie which is coming up, which is a huge problem today from the overall perspective. Second, like we said, that if you want the right output, you need the right talent. And getting resources at 25,000 rupees, 35,000 rupees, where you have to pay seat cost also, and then you have to make some revenue. So I remember sitting with a commercial team, and unka KRA hota hai. They want to reduce the cost by 30% flat. Single KRA, any commercial team you talk to, right? Now when you sit with them and you say that, boss, I want to operate at I'm a L1, technically I'm T1, let's say, but I'm at L2, which is the price point. They'll be like, you have to reduce the cost by 30%. What do? So you showcase, this is the SAW, this is the resource cost. Even if you play very fair, this is the salary I'm paying, this is my seat cost, this is the profit that I want to make, they don't want to hear that. They want to further reduce your 15% to 8%. They want to reduce your seat cost. They're saying the seat cost is too high. Dude, you're not running my office. You can't tell me my seat cost, right? And they are also not okay with the benchmarking of CTC. I get people at less CTC and I pay 4% appraisals. How are you paying 25% appraisals? So there's a huge challenge when it comes to execution of things like this. Somewhere people need to understand that it's your job to reduce cost, but not kill the cost that you won't get the results.
Correct. Shraddha, I think that is exactly what I'm coming from. None of the parameters that you have talked about are under our control. Even if, Sam, you also talked about, the benchmarks, right? Even if we decide, there'll be some Accenture or some private equity will pick up those brilliant people. Or if not those, some Cadbury or some Unilever will pick those one, okay? So these are the constraints, right? These are the constraints that we have, okay? There are, and if you're going to earn, we have to have some different structures, and that is where probably what consulting firms are doing, okay? But at the same time, why would a procurement guy give me higher money? That's the problem that I think we should be concentrating how we solve. Everyone is going to solve that problem in different way. Right. Someone is going to have, better value, okay, or better service. But better service is also has to be measurable. You can't just say I am better service because I have got some 10 awards or something like that, okay? Correct. Someone will say I have 13 awards and I can do half the price.
Correct.
So that somewhere is a structure that we'll have to work on, and I think that is where I think we are also working on. And how do I
speaking on structures, a lot of independent agencies today are wishing to stay independent and not being acquired or partnering with networks as much as we saw some years prior to this. Siddharth, you mentioned about cookie cutter, and that is something that comes to mind in terms of how the network model of acquisition is. So would you like to share if, Sochias or in general about the network model of acquisition, or what growth possibilities are there for independent agencies going forward?
So yeah, definitely, it's a cookie cutter approach, and as a founder, right, my agency brand name is very, very close to me, and the sheer thought that getting acquired and the brand will get killed in a couple of years gives me shudders, right? And all the more, it's been just a week, 10 days that we heard the news about, the most legacy brands in advertising being killed, right? So I think that would be one, definitely a very, an emotional reason to stay independent. Sure. But again, beyond that, from a business perspective, like I was talking about, you spoke about the agility, right? The agility is really our advantage by nature of us being independent, right? It has to be, the value proposition for the brand has to come from that agility and from the flexibility. And that is why we continue to be picked over network agencies in a lot of the business that we win. So yeah, I think that would be the reason to largely stay independent.
Chaya, what about you, in terms of future growth prospects and scaling up? What models today? There are many more models in just partnering with the network.
Right. I think, one is consolidation, like what he's actually doing. He's himself acquiring. LS Digital is acquiring agencies. I think that is one great thing. Other, I do not know, but I feel maybe, there is a future where digital agencies are going to merge. I do not know if any one of us are already talking, but I think mergers could happen because there is a definite desire to be independent, and also for whatever reason, I think also mergers and acquisitions might, especially global agencies buying out independent agencies, there's going to be a pause because I think they've all built their own skills and they've acquired whom they want to, So since that is going to happen and digital is growing and we need muscle power ultimately, I think mergers could be the reason for, scaling up.
A lot of mergers. I'll come to Prasad in a bit on the LS model, but Shraddha, your perspectives on scaling up for independent agencies, founders, with networks or without networks, what are your thoughts on that?
I think both of them are great. You need to understand your own personal goals as an entrepreneur, right? I follow a lifestyle law, okay, which I created myself in my head. Now, what I did was basically I got a financial guy who came to me and said, okay, let me see how much money or resources do you need by 2050. So he asked me how much do I spend on a monthly basis in my household stuff, how much jewelry do I buy, how much trips do you want, daughters, what money do you want to spend on their education, their wedding, and stuff like that. And it came to a lump sum amount. Now let's understand on a monthly basis, what I think as a lifestyle of me, you don't need more than 4-5 lakhs. After that, what will happen if you're buying Tommy Hilfiger and Zara and Pramod, it will move to Ted Baker. Then it will move to, let's say, a Burberry and a Louis Vuitton. It will move to a Hermes and a Chanel. Your cars will be the same. You'll see a movie at PVR Director Cart. You will drive a Audi, BMW. Your lifestyle is going to be pretty much decent, right? What you're trying to do after that is just upgrading your brands. Now, as an entrepreneur, if I'm selling myself to someone else completely and losing my name, right, is that going to improve my lifestyle drastically? No, right? So you need to choose what's your personal goal as an entrepreneur. Do you want to make that business grow to a scale that you feel, dude, I did this. I made this amount, I made this business. This is where I've reached. This reached so many countries. That's the hunger and passion that you want in yourself, right? And with that hunger and passion, you whether merge with a network agency and still continue to do that, whether the names are merged or not, that's a separate call. That's a call that you take when it's on the table. But you should define what you want for yourself. And I don't think the question of, sorry, but losing name, I think I lost my surname when we get married. I didn't. Actually, my husband is very hardly trying to put his surname on my Aadhaar card, which I'm not letting him do. We're used to losing our names also, right? I moved from my nickname Ricky to Shraddha, and I'm losing my surname because I got married. It's okay. Let's be true to our passion and just getting a little emotional about the name.
Shraddha, I'll add to that. Name is one aspect, but also, is there some inspiration in being Bharatiya or being Indian born and Indian owned and Indian made as an entrepreneur while you're thinking about these decisions?
Completely. I'll give you a very random example. हम कहते थे, sorry if everybody's okay with Hindi, right? Okay, I'll use some words. I don't know if some women get offended by that. When we used to go to Europe and US, right, we used to say, yaar, sari maal tota lagti hai yahan pe. Everybody is hot. Everybody is good looking, right? Everybody is smart. Why? Because they knew how to carry themselves. It was not about the complexion, the body structure. They knew how to carry themselves. Now you go to a Delhi mall, everybody is hot, everybody is tota, right? You go to a Bombay mall, Jio ka bhi launch hua tha, everybody was Tota. Now, how do you do that, right? You do that because you know your potential. India is not a taboo, it's a tag that you should carry with pride. I remember myself 5 years back when I got my money as an entrepreneur, I was very happy buying the first brand as a Louis Vuitton bag, right? And then I realized after 5 years when I saw this in-home grown brand on Instagram, I was very happy carrying that brand also. So
great. I think that's maybe a unanimous thing across, that by being independent, by being India-owned, that's also a sense of inspiration personally as entrepreneurs for all of us. But let me come to the LS digital model, because that's a very unique model of growth for independent agencies. So Prasad, would you like to share a bit about it?
Yeah,
How did you go about it?
You got me thinking a lot, Shraddha. Thank you very much. Goosebump moment for me when you said that losing the name wala perspect, okay? Because absolutely, because as a man, I never have, seriously, again, one more time, goosebumps. But you know, I'll talk about, see, the smell of the money, okay, is very intoxicating, okay? Let's understand that, okay? So I will, you know, no matter whatever I say sitting here, okay, if there was a call has to be made that someone says that I'm going to get 100 crore tomorrow in my bank account, you know, I would do that, okay? I would have done it, okay, there was an opportunity. But you know, why you don't do it, and okay, is something, then there are a lot of aspects of stuff that I think companies, it happened with me also, you know, it is the last moment I said no to, some of you know about it, right, okay, to a big network, right? So I think it was more of an independence that I was talking about, A. Second one, I think what we saw is that if you see any, and with all due respect to all my friends in the network agency, big network agencies also I'm talking about, is that, see, we have absolute talent, okay, none of the Goras, I'm sorry for it, I'm on record here, but none of the parent companies person here in, I'm extremely sorry, none of the parent companies top management sitting here, and you know, because all the management, you know, we have all of those are friends, right, are running here, right? So talent majboot bhara pada hua hai, right? It's just that what lacks is the dream, right? Okay, and you know, how do I get that dream, okay, together, okay? The same people who are sitting in on a panel, okay, when I talk to them, okay, everyone wanted money, okay, I'm talking about our structure, wanted money, okay, they had dream, okay, so they wanted to be part of the dream, okay. At the same time, I think everyone has to understand is that I understand lifestyle 5 lakhs rupees, okay, but at the end of it, when you know I'm 50 plus now, okay, is that age ke saath na, okay, someday you have to also plan your exit. You get what I'm coming from. You can't run it all the time, right? Okay, if you put all that together, and if independence was getting compromised and the dream was getting compromised, is there a different alternative that we can create? Is the thought process that I came up with, right? And that thought process has to be, money has to be on the table. You know, I can be very proud saying that I'm following a dream. I'm sorry I'm saying it, okay, but at the same time, okay, you need to have money on the table. You know, how do I solve that problem of good agencies, okay, across 6 areas that we work with, okay? That's a so what we did is that, unlike the standard format wherein you get an earn-out, what we do, okay, we are, you know, if we are a reasonably sized company where probably, you know, we should have an exit in a, you know, IPO market, okay? Is that a visibility that I get in next 2 to 3 years time frame, okay? With doing something is the thought process that I have, right? Now what we did is that, okay, you know, some X%, 50-60% is the cash that I give, okay? And remaining, he gets a share, he or she, sorry for it, okay? Get a part of the group companies that way. Now I know what sort of a, Sam, you know, what we were also thinking is that can I create an, you know, some sort of a consulting tadka on top of it, so that the stock market gives us, you know, better valuation because of the predictability and the services models that we have, which is not for India but globally one. If that can happen, okay, then the exit that everyone is going to have is an absolutely fantastic one. Plus, what you do is that you get, the lucky part of it is that you get a lot of great entrepreneurs, okay, with a great background and a vertical skill sets. So that's a top leadership that you built it. And it attracts the talent also. So, you know, everything starts working. Hopefully it's been working. You know, we have now 3 companies, you know, have come on board with us. One is Social Panga, which is in, you know, creative. Langur is in CX, and F1 Studios in UI UX, and integration is touch wood work fantastically well, because everyone sees that if we all of us grow, then we will have an so to say, we would have lived with our dream and great exit. Okay, so that's the one. It is very not like what 5 years, 3 years, 4 years, whatever you negotiate as a one, because then you start thinking, is quarter mein, is mahine mein, is year mein, what is my EBIT and what multiple that I get, and then finish your audit by the end of the 5 years properly. And we know some of our friends also fighting with that also, audits not happening and all that stuff, but and get money and then exit. Okay, so get a proper exit with dream also happening.
So that's a great model.
And I think that is also coming from that the merged concept, right? We never called acquired. We never say it. I said they are on board with group company. Okay, so that we have to get out of it. You never say it. They are partners.
Yeah. So money on the table, dream, and the choice of word. I think all three are important in this model, which is certainly very exciting. So exciting times for the independent agency ecosystem. With that, we'll come to the close of the panel. But I would love to take a one-line advice from all four of you for independent agency founders. So Shraddha, if you had to give one-line advice, what would it be?
If you want to scale, don't work in the business, work on the business. I learned that very hard way because I was so engrossed in operations. I never thought, how will I increase revenue? I took that as a lesson, and in 3 years, the numbers were tremendous. So work on the business, not in the business.
Great. Siddharth, for you?
I think mine would be a little plagiarized, so sorry for that. It would be stay hungry, stay foolish.
Okay, fantastic.
I would say, I think I have learned the very hard way that we need to focus on the profitability of the agency to be able to sustain yourself and to also scale. So that's my only advice, that don't compromise on anything, and keep a watch on your cost overheads.
Great. Prasad?
Difficult, but you know what? I think what my advice would be is that no network company is going to, don't start considering that I will sell it to someone else, because many people who say that, itna bada hoke bechunga. Seriously, okay, that's not going to happen. It's a tough business. It's absolutely tough business, especially in media agency, that we are talking about. It's absolutely tough. It's not going to happen, okay, because their parameters have changed a lot, right? So don't start thinking that thoda bada karke bechunga, okay, right? At the same time, I think one mantra that I think, Shraddha, I resonate with you. Big is beautiful. It has to be scaled. हवा का झोंका आके सब चीज़ें उधर उधर हो जाती है. You don't have, it cannot be boutique one. It is absolutely cannot be boutique one. One account here and there, okay, and you start losing your sleep. It is not possible. I say मेरे को लगता है I could be wrong.
Fantastic, Prasad. On that note of big is beautiful, we'll end this panel. And we hope that brands continue supporting and backing independent agencies. Independent agencies put up a united front when it comes to remuneration. That's extremely important. And more agency founders remain swatantra and strong as we go ahead.
If there are brands here, I really want, okay, हम लोग बोलते हैं local, vocal, all that stuff. I think we should meet brands and say that, India talent hai. Somehow we have to get together and do that. Yeah, seriously.
Yes. Great. Thank you so much.
Mr. Balsara is a living example of an independent Indian agency who took on the global powers. I have always admired him for this.
I think the conversation has actually, let's give them a big round of applause, and maybe request you to please stay on stage, as if I could have the honor of calling upon the Director, Channel Partnerships, Web Engage, Louis Kashyap, to kindly join us and help us in the felicitation. Let's give our gentlemen a warm round of applause. Thank you, Louis. And starting with Prasad, thank you so much, Prasad. If you may step forward so that we can get a good photograph of you and Louis. Thank you so much, Chaya, for joining us. Chaya, if you may step forward. We just try to get the best click possible. Thank you so much, Chaya Bharadwaj. Thank you, Siddharth. Thank you for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about the era of independent agencies, and we have such great co-founders and founders joining us. Thank you so much, Shraddha. Thank you for being so kind with your time. Ladies and gentlemen, Shraddha Agarwal. And of course, our session chair, Ahmed. Ahmed, thank you so much for joining us. And may we request the entire panel to please step forward along with Louis. Louis, we'd request to please be a part of the photograph. So requesting the entire panel to please join us for a group photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, the era of independent agencies, we've got the founders, the co-founders joining us. The first panel discussion, hashtag E4M Confluence. Remember that our social media contest is also on, which is Share and Shine Contest. Keep participating with hashtag E4M Confluence. Thank you so much to our incredible panel. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, we break in for a scrumptious lunch. Do join us as per schedule at 2:20 Indian Standard Time. Hope to have the conversations building forward. Thank you once again.
Hey, check test. Check. Hey, check test. Hey, check test. Check. Hello, check, check. Hello, hello. hello, check, check, hello, hello. Hello, check. Hello, check, check, hello, hello, hello. Hello, check, check, hello, hello.
dispersing populations. Exponential technologies. The result, the 6 forces of change that are highly to understand. To understand the forces of change.
Check, check. Ladies and gentlemen, requesting you all to join us inside as we are about to resume with our event. Requesting you all to kindly join us inside. Thank you. Check. Ladies and gentlemen, requesting you all to join us inside as we're about to begin for yet another engaging discussions at E4M Confluence Media Investment Summit 2023, requesting all of you to join us back. A very good afternoon, everyone. We're requesting all of you to join us back inside as we're about to resume with the E4M Confluence, the Media Investment Summit 2023. Trust me, a great session's going to be on the way, so we request you all to kindly join us. For the ones who've joined us, thank you all for joining. We're just expecting everyone to come in. For all the ones outside, requesting you all to join us back. Thank you.
Check, check, hello, hello, check, check, hello. Hello, check, check, hello, hello. Hello, check, check, hello. Hello, check, check, hello. Hello.
नहीं मैडम को लगाने का है आपका आवाज आ रहा है बाहर
Check, hello.
Check. Ladies and gentlemen, requesting you all to join us back as we're about to begin with the post-lunch sessions of the E4M Confluence, the Media Investment Summit 2023. I know we've had a great day, and we're going to be continuing with knowledge sharing all throughout, so requesting you all to kindly join us back. And for all the ones who are inside, remember there's the Share and Shine contest, which is the social media contest running live. Remember to hashtag E4M Confluence with your innovative posts, be it on LinkedIn, Twitter, and Instagram. And we're going to be announcing the winner of the same. Remember to put in the pictures and videos as well. That's only going to encourage everyone on social media.
check, hello. Hello, check. Yeah, check. Yeah, check.
Thank you to each and every one of you for joining us. May we request you all to kindly settle down so that we can resume with our sessions of the E4M Confluence, the Media Investment Summit 2023. Check. So, well, those were some upcoming initiatives of Exchange for Media Group. Ladies and gentlemen, this is me, Bhavna Bhatia, welcoming you back to the E4M Confluence, the Media Investment Summit 2023. We hope you've had a great time networking with one another, and of course, we had a power-packed fireside chat and a great panel discussion. But right now, let's go ahead with our next talk. Reminding you once again on the hashtag being hashtag E4M Confluence is one word. Keep tweeting and sharing insights with the industry at large. Before we begin, I'd like to thank our partners. First up, Dangle Ads, global leader in driving 360-degree digital excellence. Double Verify, which is a leading software platform for digital media measurements and analytics, working with hundreds of Fortune 500 advertisers globally to make the digital advertising ecosystem stronger, safer, and more secure. And WebEngage, simplifying retention for over 800 plus brands globally. May we have a look at our partner presentations. partner presentations of all our partners, Dangle Ads, Double Verify, and Web Engage. And as the team is about to begin with those presentations, yes, that's on the screen.
At 7 hours 50 minutes per day, people now spend more time on digital devices than they do sleeping. More time spent on devices means more attention for advertisers, right? The answer is not so simple. Capturing consumer attention can be challenging. Advertisers need to know if their messaging is resonating. This is where attention metrics come in. One of the biggest advantages digital advertising offers is the ability to precisely quantify attention. Using DV Authentic Attention, advertisers are able to measure key exposure and engagement metrics, including time in view, page real estate, hovers, quartile completions, interactions like volume adjustment, and more, all within a privacy-friendly environment. And with this information, advertisers can optimize intelligently and quickly. So while attention is harder to get today, for the first time, it's something we can measure. And the ability to know if your messaging is resonating, well, it's changing the advertising world all over again.
And from you, what are the challenges that media agencies are facing? Measures can be taken, to address them.
So, firstly, thank you very much to all of you for inviting me here. It's always a pleasure, and really appreciate your full house after lunch. So, I hope I don't let them down. So, really, really impressed with everyone here. To answer your question, I think there are many, many challenges. But if I were to say, and I'm saying this, I say it to my global masters all the time. Most people don't realize this when you compare India with the rest of the world. India, in volume terms, is very large. Our media is very fragmented. The explosion happened, be it any media, be it TV, be it digital, whatever, print, of course, historically. So there are enough options compared to the rest of the world. The value is low. It's a very under-leveraged market. If you apply PPP, purchasing power parity, you will find our CPMs are perhaps the lowest in the world. And for marketeers, it's a damn good story. I tell all my clients, listen, this is the time to invest because 10 years later, 5 years later, or maybe 20 years later, things will be dramatically different. It will be like US. But for media partners, some of them sitting here, and for agencies, we are transacting those kind of volumes, So you need to have the bandwidth and the ability, and no technology can provide for that. So it's very easy to say we will get technology going. So I think one of the things is the volumes, the volume-value mismatch, which you'll find. And we are probably responsible because, on the media agency side, there are 6, 7 of us who buy 90% on television. Or maybe the gorilla in the room, not in the room yet, maybe in the evening the gorilla will be in the room. Dear friend of mine, PK, so I'm not making fun of him. But they themselves buy 40-45% of the room. So there's consolidation in the media side, agency side, there is fragmentation the other side, which has led to value erosion. Or let me put it this way, value has not gone up. Now that is downside for us. So while we may feel very happy we're getting the best rates for our clients and all that, but fact is we are transacting huge volumes. Yeah, those volumes are, any plan today, and as it is, India is a large country, so there's huge, it's like a continent, obvious thing to say, it's like a continent like Europe. And there's so many languages on top of that, value erosion. So, the volumes are huge. And as a result, you need certain skills. You need throughput. People, my global masters ask me, why is it there's so many people here? Why can't, for your revenue, because A, it's get converted to rupees and the rupees get converted to dollars. They say, well, you're very large per se, but for this scale, why do you have so many people? So I think that is a critical thing.
And how can we address it as an industry?
So the 3-4 things, some of it will be addressed by itself. Today, literally speaking, advertising or AdX has contributed to a great extent, at least was till 3-4 years back by the top 500 advertisers. And finally, with the growth of MSME, which is happening, you see Google sales, Google's results, almost 50% of their business is coming from MSMEs. The large corporates are only 50%, which was not so 3 years back or 4 years back. So once that happens, the value will start going up. So it may take some more time for it to happen on television, but definitely on support media, you're seeing this happening. So my sense is that, as there are more and more advertisers, as the country opens up, the GDP improves, a lot of other categories come in to advertise. So from one side, there will be a pull for advertising. And I think consolidation will happen. You're already seeing on television consolidation happening. So in a way, it's a good thing. From a day job, it's a bad thing because
that's actually my next question, because there was also consolidation. Even in media, we see consolidation, right? On creative side, we have seen a very big consolidation take place just last week. So do you think that, bringing these big networks
I think consolidation for the industry is very good.
Forward?
So it will hurt our short-term interest. Because if you are buying from Sony separately and Z separately or from Star separately and whoever the partner is going to be, or Viacom separately, and now they consolidate, obviously they have a lot more heft and clout. And there, so in the short run on a day job, it may be an issue. But as far as I'm concerned, for the industry is damn good. But the table will move up, the value realization will be better for everyone.
But I'm talking about consolidation within media agencies also.
Yeah, media agencies already consolidated. There are 5-6 of us, with no offense meant anyway, but that's the lay of the land. 6 of us probably control. Media consolidation has happened, which is the point I was making. The media side consolidation has not happened, media agency side consolidation happened earlier. So today, if you see any pitch, there, 5-6 of us at any point in time, not more than 5-6 agencies are invited for a integrated pitch. For digital, there'll be many, many digital agencies, But if you're looking at integrated page, there'll be 5, 6. So consolidation has already happened in the media side to a certain extent. But the problem is not that. The problem is that throughput. When we are throughputing, the volumes are far higher than the value we get. So the point, sorry, I got lost in my track. The point I'm making is because you're chasing volumes and because your margins are so low, your commissions are so low, therefore your entire focus is on quantity and not quality. And which is why quality, whatever word you want to use, quality suffers. Because it's very fine to come to a forum like this and say, we believe in this, all kinds of fancy stuff, and say we're adding value. End of the day, most of the stuff our youngsters are doing, and today the whole issue of work-life balance in media agencies, so they say, listen, how much can I throughput? So they're throughputing stuff. So the focus is on volume, and they may be the brightest of people, they're very talented people, but just the nature of the business, the structure of the business says that they're not applying their minds, and it's all therefore the quality is suffering.
So this is exactly what even Sam said in the morning. There was a discussion of independent agencies. They also said that there is a need for remuneration. There's a benchmarking for remuneration that needs to be done in media agencies. So you're one of the very senior members of the industry. Yeah. When and how can we start a dialogue, or how can the things
I don't know what Mr. Balsara said, and I'm a true follower and a big fan of Mr. Balsara. So I don't know what he said, but I'm sure he says it in a curveball manner. I say it directly. We are already at it. So I think finally the industry has realized, at least our industry, and it's not right for me to go into the details. Our president Prashant Kumar will say whatever he has to say. But
there'll be some announcements?
No, no announcements are required. You don't announce such things. You do what you do. So announcements, unfortunately, hurt you. You do exactly what you do. So for too long, we've been fighting each other, we've been battling each other, giving lower rates, cutting on commission.
He also mentioned that there's a very big pitch that has been announced some 10 days ago, and some agencies decided not to participate just because.
Correct. So let me put it this way. There is a fair degree of alignment. It started in September, and the fair degree of alignment happening. And as what happened, and very interesting. RECMA is a global organization. They came to us and they presented. You'd be surprised by this data point. I fell off my chair when I saw this. 2022, India and the world was the maximum number of pitches called for, and that's the number which I'm putting. They didn't say that. 80% of those pitches were price-led. Either cutting commissions or cutting the pricing. In our case, it's more cutting the pricing, getting better TV rates, better print rates or digital rates. Agencies in the business to get, they offer cheaper rates and they deliver on the material, but the variables get affected. So I think better senses prevailed and certain amount of course correction is happening around it. What the details are, that not fair to say, but it's already started happening.
Glad hopefully we'll discuss it next year in the Media is conference.
The point is not discussing, the point is walking the talk. When you discuss, nothing happens. When you walk the talk, things happen. So I'm happy to report or to say that very good progress has been made.
Maybe off the record, you can tell me something after the session is over.
Mr. Balsara, ask him. He's the leader. I will only endorse what he says.
So, Sam spoke a lot about how media agencies were in 80s and 90s. I also wanted to discuss, how has the role of television changed over the years? How has television advertising evolved? And considering that now we have this new age digital advertising coming up, what is the future?
So, I personally feel these are formats. Finally, video consumption is what matters. How you consume video is what it is. So it's not television versus digital. It is just the way of how the delivery happens. India will always be a big consumer of content. That cannot. Look at history. Our Ramayana, Mahabharata were all in a way form of content. I don't get beaten up, but that's what it was. It was content meant to educate, inform, and entertain people, and that's gone on through our films and everything. So that's not going away for a hurry. Now it's for people to adapt. So if the TV industry adapts, and I'm a big believer of television for a variety of reasons. I generally believe in the power of television. The job I do for Bach, I can't say anything about television. I have to say something on television. So I think if TV adapts, and if we at Bach help them adapt in a particular way by giving him sizable, meaningful cuts for segments. Today the problem with TV ratings, the problem with TV is, unlike digital, that if all the trading is done on third-party currency, which is Bach, correct? And I say the problem, I say it consciously, So it's got so regimented that everything is CPRP, nothing else matters. So that's one point. The second point is it is very mass. So even a niche segment, even Discovery or something else is looked at to the measure of that CPRP or CPT. But if you start giving segments, if tomorrow Bach was capable of giving segments, get data on, say, CTV. Today there's no data on CTV, so people claim whatever numbers, 16 million, 25 million, who knows what the numbers are, and how many people are watching, no one knows. So if we had the capability to give out numbers and create segments, which are meaningful segments, so why should everyone advertise on, advertise on, for auto brands, 10 lakh plus cars, why there do you need to advertise the mass you advertise, On top of that, our whole NCC classification system is very mass. That whole NCC's AB covers almost 70% of the addressable audience for marketeers. So I think there are many, many things. If we start slicing and dicing the data for a large country like ours, I see hope, a big hope. Whether it's TV, whether the execution is CTV, that is a material. It's just a way of sending out the communication, the content.
So TV just needs to reinvent. It's not dying.
I'm saying in their mind, the leadership has to decide. That's why I'm saying consolidation is very good. Because just now they are consolidating in the short run, there'll be pains of consolidation, but they will get better value. But then they'll start exploring segments. It's not a fight with each other. They'll say, how do we expand the market? How do we grow the market? So I think it's very good which is happening. It will hurt us to a certain extent, hurt our clients to a certain extent, but in the long run it will be good for everyone.
Another thing that I would want to understand from you is how has client and agency relationship changed in last few decades? How was it 25 years ago when you started, and how is it now? Is the client becoming more and more powerful? They're negotiating too much? Is it putting too much pressure on the agencies? Or was it always like this?
No, I think, I don't know how to say it. I was about to say monkey see, monkey do. I don't know how to say that. But I think it's more, everyone sees a trend. So I think relationships are, finally any negotiation is between you and me. Say you're a client, I'm an agency, between two of us. Correct? If 5 agencies decide to negotiate, negotiation will happen. If 5 agencies decide we're not going to negotiate, negotiation won't happen. So clients will start looking for value, I will say the big difference is previously there was a lot of personal relationships involved, correct? And today there's a lot more on performance, rightly so.
Despite a formal pitch, a lot of things worked on personal relationships.
In the old days, it was all personal relationships, to a certain extent. I'm not saying. Today, there's a lot more measurement in many other ways and performance, and therefore performance matters. Now, I'll give you a small personal example. There's no point talking outside. In some capacity, I've worked with Amul for the last 37, 40 years. My career was built on Amul. And Dr. Kurian had a philosophy of, and he said to us 2 things you do. He says, we'll never sack you. And if only any 1 paisa mistake you make, you're out tomorrow. Otherwise, we'll not sack you. And whatever you say, we'll listen to you. Now, it's a very romantic thing to say in this audience. And I will say it, I have very high regard, man built my career. Having said that, Amul is growing every year. In the middle of COVID, when there's a crisis, they grew by 20%. It was when I started work with them, that time they were 4,000, 5,000 crores. Today, they're a 70,000 crore company. I always wonder, and sometimes shudder to think, God forbid, if they had faulted somewhere, then maybe there would be concerns, So I think you start evaluating if the going is good, if performance is there. So I think the big difference that time was there was no competition. There were 2 car makers. There was 1 automaker, correct? So there was no competition, so life was good. Now there are 17, 18 auto companies. So obviously there's competition. If some of them are not doing well, they will evaluate their relationships. So I think that's also changed.
So it is the competition that has changed
I think
your relationship.
Finally success. See, these are all intermediate metrics. Cutting commission, better CPRP, these are intermediate metrics. Finally, as I was sitting in the mandate of a company I will not name, I said, finally, I'm here for Dhanda. I'm not here, it's a global company. I'm not here to give you better CPRP or better intermediate, awareness levels have gone up, this has happened. Finally, are you doing well in the market or not? That's the story.
So, in addition to a lot of qualities that you bring to the table, your reputation in this industry is often people's person. You're very
I'm glad someone thinks like that.
You also mentioned that a lot used to work on personal relationship. Even today, I want to understand how much of is important, and do you feel that your colleagues younger than you are missing on this, or is it that now it has become too much measurement led and this building personal relationship? Because it's still a service industry.
It is.
Is this important or is this not?
It's still important. I mean, finally, you can't take it away. I'll give you a small example. Again, it's about ourselves. My leadership team, there are 11 of us, you know. The youngest member of the team has worked with us for 11 years. The oldest members worked for 35, 40 years, you know. And I think on an average, they've been together 20 years. So I tell you what it back. It's not a relationship. We know each other's strengths. We know, and I say something, they'll fill in the rest. They know what to expect, what not to expect. So too with clients. And with Amul, I gave one example. There's a small client which is not doing so well. We have a 40-year relationship, Zodiac. The man and director, when we talk over the phone and over coffee, we discuss a lot of stuff, right or wrong. So the point I'm making is, relationships, if it's just a relationship for the sake of a relationship, is meaningless. But a relationship embodies, everything is a relationship. So any thing is, you know, finally if you're giving, so finally, let me make a statement someone taught me when I was a kid, you know, not kid, when I just started working. What is competence? Competence is a combination of your ability, your skills. It's not only your skills, but it's also how much faith I have in you, which is the relationship part. Correct? So what relationship does is help me when I'm communicating with someone who believes in me, so will listen to me with thing. Now if I'm it's an equation. So the level of trust into competence. So if you say, if I'm a daddu, if competence is zero, then whatever you say, relationship, nothing will happen, you know, I won't get good advice. But if it's both, the relationship matters. If the competence is there, then at least he trusts me. He says, listen, this guy is saying something because he has my best intentions in mind. He's not here to make a quick buck. That's the relationship. So relationship doesn't necessarily mean that we drink together or whatever.
And do you feel that your younger colleagues are not taking it as seriously as it needs to be?
No, I don't believe that. I think they're all, I mean, I speak for myself, while we also have a churn, our churn is about 20% a year, but up to a middle level, we are all right. People, I mean, those people know, and I'm the kind of guy who says as it comes. So a lot of our people are in the company long. So I think there's something which makes them stick. Maybe we are not as hungry as others, maybe not as aggressive as others, but I think relationships some way pay off. If you understand my definition of relationship.
No, I completely agree with your definition of relationship, and we all have seen how much it has helped you grow in your career. So, you know, this is the concluding question. I've got a note that we need to wrap up now. 2023 has not been a great year in terms of business growth. How do you foresee the year concluding for the industry?
I mean, we are at the end of it. So it depends on which year you look at. So you're looking at April, March. So it's going to be a tough year. Yeah. So it's going to be a tough year. I mean, anyone who says that is a great year, it's not thing. I think it's a tough year. The thing is to manage morale in a tough year. You know, I remember when COVID happened, all the Goras said, you know, you have to sack people. I had done an interview with Anuradha, and when COVID started, said this is going to happen. You know, they'll say. And I proudly say, as one company which fought with the global masters, said, no way, I'm not sacking one person. It was COVID times, a tough time. So you hold on to your people, you hold on to your clients, you know, you ensure. I mean, everyone wants new business, but retention is, someone wrote about it, that, you know, retaining is more important in this thing because, you know, that's what matters. So I think you have to just anchor around and do things carefully and hope for the best because things are not going to improve. I mean, it's foolish to say that overnight the market will go up. Rural India is still under pressure, in spite of all the hype you see in the papers that, you know, autos growing by 18%. I work with some 8, 9 auto companies. I know what the reality is, you know. So I think this is going to be there for the next 4, 5, 6 months. Okay. And just buckle up, anchor in, and hold horses. Don't lose faith in your people. That's the most important thing.
It was actually my next question. How can we make 2024 better? So,
is the tide will turn. Tide has to turn, you know, this uncertainty around the government will change. Some government, either this or the new government will come in. And finally, rural demand has to pick up. When rural demand picks up, that's what the country is 70% rural numbers. So a lot of, see, the advertising means consumption is FMCG. FMCG is not on value, it's all numbers. Numbers is 70%, 65% rural. Rural, whether you like it or not, is stressed. So pre-election, some freebies will come that will perk up. So that's when hopefully things will change. Yeah.
Thank you, Shashi sir. Thanks a lot. We are right on time.
And I'm sorry,
and it's
you
always
talked of agility and skill, but I'm crooked into a different direction, so my apologies.
It's always pleasure to listen to you and learn from you. Thanks a lot. Over to you, Bhavna.
Thank you, Mr. Sinha. We just request you to please join us back. We'd like to have the photographic moment of course, Nazia helping us in the felicitation of Mr. Sinha. First, of course, let them take a photo together. And maybe now have Nazia to help us in the felicitation. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. Mr. Shashi Sinha, an iconic personality giving his valuable time and wisdom on the stage today. Thank you so much, Mr. Sinha, for joining us on the same. Well, with that, before we go ahead to the next session, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to remind you on the Share and Shine contest. Now, we're going to be announcing the winners soon. Just by show of hands, how many of you have already taken out your valuable time, gone to the phone and tweeted or done anything with regards to the hashtag? And if you've not done the hashtag, it doesn't count. So if anyone's done it, can you please raise your hand, because we're going to be announcing the winners immediately. By show of hands, we've got, all right, so the easy competition, I can see around maybe 30% of the audience. Can we get it to another 50%? More and more people, right? Because we're going to be announcing the winners soon. So I encourage you before the announcement to kindly tweet on the same. So with that being said, it is time for us to move ahead to our next topic. Attention matters, a new performance paradigm in the age of targeting disruption. Well, we're really elated that we have with us joining is the Business Director of Double Verify, Jyoti Haryani. Let's give Jyoti a warm round of applause whilst as we welcome her for this great session ahead. Thank you so much for your valuable time. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Welcome everyone, and I'm extremely thrilled to be here today. So just before I got on the stage, I was checking my phone to understand what's the average time that I've been spending on the mobile on a daily basis. And I'm guilty of a 5.5 hours minimum. How many of us, with a show of hands, are on the plus of a 5.5? Yeah. I don't think it's just those many, but okay, I'll go with that. So having said that, the minute you think about the time spent on the mobile devices increase, you'll think it's a great opportunity for probably brands today to capture attention of their advertisers. But it's really not that simple, because it's a very fragmented world. And before you need your user to engage with the ad, they need to be fully paying attention to the ad. They should have got an opportunity to see the ad, right? And with that, we all know that today the third-party cookies are deprecating. Your end advertisers, your users, are becoming more and more smart. They want to have more data privacy control on their data. So with this problem, how can today brands ensure that they can grab more attention of their end users in such a complexity? So we're going to be walking through something called as DV Authentic Attention, which aims at solving this problem. But before I talk about attention, I think it'll be really helpful to first understand what are the 4 core pillars of media quality, right? Starting with fraud. Is my ad served to a real human and not a bot? Correct? If so, did they get a chance to actually see the ad? And was it in the brand safe environment that matches my brand ethos in the designated geo? So while we'll all think that, okay, we've heard of fraud, viewability, geo, unfortunately, we're all guilty of treating them in silos, right? For my media quality to be good, it must include all 4 of them. So it must be brand fraud-free, brand safe, viewable, and in the right geo. Awesome, which brings me to the hero product of Double Verify. So we developed DV Authentic Ad, which is an MRC accredited product, which ensures that each and every impression that is served is fully viewed by a real person in a brand safe environment in the designated geo, right? And only when all these 4 metrics are got a green signal do we consider the ad to be authentic. This has been a huge, huge catalyst to our growth, and we still see this creating us as a major differentiator in the market. So now that we've established what are the 4 pillars of media quality and DV authentic ad, let's get straight to the topic, which is attention. What do you guys think on an average? How many ads do we see in a day per person? Do you think it's 1, 10, 20, 50, just some numbers? 40, okay. Any other guesses? Okay, so it's really not going to be close to what we're assuming it to be. So Forbes recently launched a report where it said that more than 4,000 ads are seen per day per person. And that's not even a surprising number. Just a fraction of those ads have really got a chance to be seen by your end user. So today brands are talking to us about when will I get my ROI, when will someone get converted? But the first question to ask is, did they get an opportunity to even see the ad, right? So at Double Verify, we had our advertisers typically have 5 to 10% on the higher side of what the IAB standard definition is of viewability. But does higher viewability necessarily mean higher performance? Most certainly not. And that's where attention comes in, right? We need to move beyond viewability, reach, frequency to something that's actually more actionable. So DV Authentic Attention is built on top of DV Authentic Ad, which we just spoke about, covers 4 basic metrics: brand safety, fraud, viewability, and geo. Then we evaluate 50 plus data points at the impression level itself, which takes 2 dimensions into consideration, right? First is engagement and second is exposure. Both of them play a very, very critical role in understanding how your users treating your ad. When I talk about authentic attention, now this becomes a new definition of media quality and verification for all your performance campaigns. Like all our solutions, TV Authentic Attention is also MRC accredited. It's a privacy-friendly measurement. So we talk about third-party cookie deprecation, device ID is not going to be present in the future. Luckily for us at Double Verify, that's never really been a problem. Our solutions do not depend on these third-party signals. We analyze 50 plus data points, and then we conclude it to be the attention index, right? This attention index is based on 2 components. Exposure, which is to my left. It talks about the measurement of my ad present. And then comes engagement. How is the user interacting with my ad? Interaction of the ad is the direct response to how is the engagement. To dig a little deeper into this, exposure typically takes into consideration 2 things. One is intensity, second is prominence. So if today you as an advertiser are putting an ad on, let's say, a desktop, how much of it is actually being viewable on the screen, right? And then next comes the prominence index. So let's say if I'm using my ad on the tablet or on the desktop, is it 25% of the ad? Is it 7% of the ad? So typically you can't have a 300 by 250 on the mobile also and on the desktop having the same impact. On your mobile phone, it will easily cover 20 to 25% of your screen, whereas on the desktop, it might be just 7%. So we need to make smart choices based on these kind of reports, right? And then talking about exposure engagement, this is more about how is my user interacting with the ad. Are they playing it? Are they pausing it? Are they putting it on mute? Are they increasing the volume? So these kind of touch points are evaluated by us. How does this work? So DV Authentic Attention typically takes into consideration a score of 100, right? So what that means, on the left you can see is the engagement index, and on the bottom we have exposure. So we take both these indexes into consideration. So if you look in this slide, 132 is the attention index. So what that means is 100 is my benchmark for my ad to be at par with what the industry benchmark is. So let's say if it's 132, that means by a 32%, you are overachieving based on your campaign into consideration with the other campaigns running in the market at the same time. And this clearly is a phenomena of engagement. So probably for this campaign, users were engaging more with the ad. So with a 132% attention and 144 engagement, is there scope of betterment? 100% yes. Because if you see closely, exposure is at a 88%. And what that means is that it's still not 100, it's below 100. So this is where you start digging deeper using our dashboard, our reports, that okay, now that I know that my attention score is, say, 132, but my exposure is 88, how can I make this better? How do I make smarter choices? If I have to go back to my agency and say, make creative changes, make placement changes, do different buy types, how do I go about it? And this all starts with one very, very simple but very important point, which is measurement. You have to first start with measurement. I couldn't stress more on this. Brands and agencies need to look at this as an always-on approach, monitoring your campaign performances. So as you start, your first point is, how is my campaign performing against the baseline industry standard? How is it performing against the trended attention data? And then you can move to the right, where you see how is it performing with regards to top performing dimensions and strategies. So if I talk about media type against video and display, creative-wise, which creative is working better for me? So you can go back to your creative agency and pass on suggestions. By type, so let's say I'm doing a campaign where I'm running my ad on 10 to 15 publishers, and with the report I now understand that on XYZ publisher, I'm getting much, much better engagement for my audiences beyond viewability. I can probably do a direct buy with them, and I don't have to do a 10 publisher buy anymore. But for all of these learnings, you need to actually spend some time and dig deeper into these kind of reports. This will 100% help you uncover your optimization opportunities on the longer run. This is just a quick screenshot of what our dashboard looks like. We have a lot more of these, but I'm just going to touch base on 2 to 3 of them because we are short of time. Here on the left, you can see an opportunity to improve your performance. So let's say I'm running 10 to 15 campaigns, and I understand what's my industry benchmark. Against that, as you can see over here, the campaign 37 has a sizable amount of impressions, and at the same time, it's coming closer to my industry benchmark. So A, I could probably shift budgets from campaign A to campaign B, or I could try and understand what exactly have I done in this campaign that I'm getting higher exposure and engagement that can be replicated to the other campaigns, right? On the right side, if you see the heat map to understand, based on the media type insights. So if you look at display ads and video ads, probably a small size creative works better on smartphone and app, but not so much on desktop. And similarly on video, you'll be surprised to know that for my particular ad, I don't have to do all my campaigns to 7 seconds or 15 seconds. I can also do a 30-second, but I need to find which is the right designation for it, what publisher, what device works better. So we don't need to actually eliminate, but just make smart choices and changes around it. Here's another classic example where we're seeing that most of our budgets are parked on desktop and smartphone, but if you see from engagement and exposure standpoint, it's below 100. So what I can do is from this graph, I can draw a conclusion that, okay, I can shift my budgets more towards a smartphone or a tablet, or if there is a chance that maybe a 300 by 250 creative is used as a common creative standard measurement across all these device types. Like I spoke of this earlier, a 300 by 250 on mobile is a good 20-25% of the screen. But on the desktop, it's just 7%. So with this learning, I'll go back and check what is the creative size. And do I need to actually shift budgets towards a tablet or change the creative size? I think this is a very proud slide for us because we've seen that through DV Authentic Attention, we've helped numerous of our clients in different industries, different markets, different verticals, solve for the business outcomes. And when I say business outcomes, from top of the funnel to bottom of the funnel. You can see over here with CPG, they talk about brand awareness as an objective, when they took higher exposure as the driving factor, and used our reports to better optimize, they saw 8 to 9% increase in their brand availability. Yeah. Then coming to auto, which is stark difference, bottom of the funnel. They are primarily focused on conversions. They want leads, test drives. Auto is also very heavy on focusing on creatives. So they use Double Verify reports to understand what are the top performing creatives. And based on that, when they made changes, they saw an increase in conversion by 171%. These are some huge numbers, and we need to remember that when we talk about viewability and attention, brand safety, fraud, geo, it's not really limited to branding. Your first buy is the impression. At the impression level itself, if you ensure it's of good quality, it will automatically ensure that your objectives or your conversions or your time spent or visits all are taken care of. Awesome. So just as I get a cue, I have only 5 minutes left, and that's exactly what I need. This year at Double Verify, we did some really good partnerships. We make a confirmed and a cognizant choice to ensure that we do whatever we can to stay a little more relevant to the requirements of the market. Like I said, we first saw that basic media quality was a problem, so we launched DV Authentic Ad. Then we realized that viewability is becoming redundant, so we topped that with exposure and engagement. Now we're seeing that monies are moving towards CTV. So our goal is that whatever matrix we provide you all to ensure media quality on open web or on any other platform, we do the same for CTV. And that's exactly why we've partnered with TVision. Double Verify is big on scale and ad exposure. TVision is very much known for eye-on-screen signals and viewer presence. So combining these two, we aim at a holistic attention measurement for your CTV campaigns. Lastly, Sybits. So we recently acquired Sybits. They are best in class for AI technology. AI technology, as we know, is booming constantly. So with Double Verify's proprietary product of DV Authentic Ad and Sybits' best-in-class AI technology, we're trying to help advertisers and agencies go and buy the best performing inventory at the best price, but without compromising on the scale, right? So I think that's that from me. As next steps, I couldn't emphasize more on partnering with a platform that can help you, A, measure, B, activate DV Authentic attention for you. More importantly, once you activate it, do not look at this as a one-time solution. If you understand that my attention matrix is, say, 130% and you think it's way above the industry benchmark, most of our content is on user-generated platforms. So it has to be an always-on optimization. And we are here to support you all from the start. We are locally present. We have a team physically present in Mumbai, Delhi, Bangalore. So do reach out to us, and we are happy to help and see the industry evolve better. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Jyoti. And maybe request the President, Head Marketing, Ultratech Cement, Ajay Dang, to kindly join us and help us in the felicitation. Gentlemen, a warm round of applause for none other than Ajay. Ajay, thank you so much. And thank you, Jyoti, for joining us today. So with that, it is time for us to move ahead to the next discussion. AI and automation, the pinnacle tools for enhancing efficiency and productivity. In an era which is characterized by rapid technological advancement, the integration of AI and automation has emerged as a transformative force across industries. Businesses and organizations are increasingly turning to these cutting-edge tools to optimize their operations, streamline processes, and ultimately boost efficiency and productivity. The next panel discussion is the topic of paramount importance in the rapidly evolving landscape of modern business and technology. We're talking about AI and automation, the pinnacle tools for enhancing efficiency and productivity. Well, to discuss it further, as we've got the stage set, maybe We'll just give them 1 more minute on that. So with that, we've got some great, eminent panelists who are going to be joining us. First up, the Chief Digital Growth Officer of Dentsu Media Group, Vinod Thadani, to kindly join us. Let's give Vinod a warm, warm round of applause. President, Data Performance and Digital Products, Group M India, Atiq Qazi. Well, we wish we had more fanfare, but then let's give them a bigger round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We have iconic personalities on stage. CEO Digital Technology Business, Publicis Group India, we've got Amrish Godbole. CEO Madison Digital and Madison Media Alpha, Vishal Chinchankar. Let's give Vishal a warm round of applause. Re-inviting the Director Channel Partnerships, Web Engage, Louis Kashyap. President Head Marketing Ultratech Cement, Ajay Dang. And our session chair, CEO and founder of Gan.ai, Suvraj Bhushan. You know, the fact that the team could get such iconic personalities on one stage, I think let's give the E4M team a warm round of applause for curating this discussion. We're really looking forward to AI and automation. Over to you.
Hey folks, audible? Awesome. Thank you so much for being here. And again, I think the session that we're going to proceed with and the panelists that we have here, it's going to be a very interesting one. I think a lot has been said around the world of AI and automation and what that means for the world of marketing at large. We have a great set of panelists who have agreed to give their time and spend 40 minutes with us in conversation on this topic. But I thought to set the context for the conversation today, I'll request each of the panelists to go one by one and sort of contextualize the conversation in, like when they think about their day-to-day lives, when they think about the big picture vision of their organization and the day-to-day action items in actually actualizing that vision, how do they compartmentalize where all AI can be used in their daily lives? Like, what are the different frameworks that they think of, or what are the different compartments that they think in the journey that this is where AI is applicable? And maybe, Ajay sir, if you want to start off, and then we can go from left to right.
Sorry, like I promised, I was more a listener on the panel, so that's, yeah. Okay, and I'd possibly give out my ignorance. I don't know enough about AI, so I was hoping to listen and possibly repeat some stuff to sound knowledgeable at the end of the panel. But more importantly, I think from my side, I think while E4M has gathered agency panel and marketers on the board, I think we ought to look at more business issues that we have to solve, right? And thereby, I think, sort out as to what are the solves that we are putting out. For any new technology, so when the Gutenberg press was kind of invented, the first piece that they printed was the Bible, right? The newest novel on the board, right? It's been on, but that was the first piece. It took a very long time for that technology to find that you could suddenly have books, you could have libraries, you could have dialogues across generations of authors and real people. I think that solve, it takes a little bit of time for matching the technology to the solve. From our perspective, I think we have a very large consumer base, right, across the country. We kind of nearly, as I was telling you, about 50,000 crores of our business is B2C, which is going to absolutely base level. While we sell cement, there are other things that we aid people who are our consumers in the journey in terms of building their home. Our job is not just providing a material. Our job is helping them secure the biggest project of their life, right? It's a risky project. It's a materials and information intensive journey. and decisions which can be very risky and very expensive. Can AI put together something which will solve their problems? And that would be my urging in terms of, in this quest to help my consumers build a better home, an error-free home, can I contribute something to it? That increases my top line, that increases my engagement with our customers. Can AI figure out some solve there? Today, we had figured out that we had a very large large technical team, nearly about 1,600 engineers when I'd taken over, I think about 6 odd years back. With that physical expertise, we were touching about 2 to 3% of all the potential market per se in terms of helping them. We use social media. We today are touching nearly 400, 500 million views in the last 3 years and touching these consumers. Can this job be done more efficiently? Can this job be done more, if you may, in a more effective, more customized, more personalized fashion? Maybe, maybe not. So I'm wanting to hear from you, friends, as to can this job be done better?
You want me to go next?
Please.
Okay. Sure. So, I mean, as we all know that we live in the space of AI, right? And it touches our lives everywhere. But closer to what we do at Group M and WPP, I mean, it's advertising, right? And if I have to kind of really look at, has AI disrupted our business as advertising? The answer is truly yes, right? And when we look at what we do, what is our core, in one side of the arm, we actually go ahead and create the right creative, okay, the right messaging. On the other side, what we do is we actually go ahead and ensure that the right audience is seeing it, right? And then the connection point between it, the science behind it, which is powered by data and technology. So I see all these 3 areas are like massively, massively disrupted in the whole by AI. And it's the disruption also comes in the form of opportunity as well, right? I mean, it's not only negative, right? It's positive, more of positive and less of negatives, right? And when I talk about creating the right message, I mean, you guys have, I mean, we've talked enough about the My Cadbury ad, and now the sequel to that, which is that my birthday song, etc., and all that, right? And there are so many other examples in which we have actually ensured that usage of AI helps to create the right message, the most relevant message in this whole digital economy where people are expecting personalization, right? I think those are some of the tick boxes which we have done. I'm sure like some of the lesser known ones is the one which we did with Sachin Tendulkar, where we kind of de-aged him to the back of like when he was 11 years or 12 years, modulated his voice. And when he's talking in that sense, okay, it resonates with an insurance client as to like, you know, how the future of anxiety can go away when you have the right future plan. So the brand proposition, how you bring into the play. Talking about when we reach out the users or when we target the consumers for our brands, okay, I mean, that's purely kind of ensuring that you're using activation, okay, to look at data points, and AI is a must out there because today the complexity has increased, the permutations and combinations are immense, and unless if you're not using AI, you're losing out, right? So just to give you some parlance on that is today, like the usage of AI on reaching out on our video ads, okay, is to the tune of like 45%, okay, so every out of 100 impressions, 45% is managed out of that, and some is managed by like partners or some managed by our local in-house proprietary products and solutions. And there is a lot that's happening between the science and technology part of it, right? So to how do I kind of look at one data set, another data set, and create resolution amongst them? How do I kind of work on commerce specifically, right? And get generative AI in place to kind of give me recommendations on A+ content, and which with that we are able to kind of really do the testing around it, right? Like what copy works, what copy doesn't work, etc., and all that. So I think it's an area where there's massive opportunity, and we as an organization are fully bullish about it. I mean, we don't want to miss the boat on this, and we want to kind of ensure that we make the most out of this.
Can I go next? So I guess for us as Dentsu, we're very clear that we've invested into AI long back. So for example, if I have to bucket this like you asked, I think there would be one side which would be client-centric and the other side would be internal. So I'll dwell more on the client-centric part because I think whatever we do for our clients. So for example, earlier on, we built an entire propensity analytic model where we took it to one of the largest trading firms and we made efficiencies a great takeout from AI, where we actually got 35% of more leads. So it looks into media. We also do a lot of AI in our creatives, whether it's about content creation, whether it's about video editing, whether it's about anything to do with social. So media creative is something which goes hand in hand, and for us as an agency, and whether it's now into market mix modeling, whether it's into analytics, whether it's into performance media. Dentsu is one of the biggest performance marketing companies here, and what we do is we are actually trying to make sure that AI is invested in across all our campaigns, and we've seen that across categories. It's not that it's limited to certain categories. It could be on auto, it could be on FMCG, it could be on OEMs, it could be on BFSI, and we've got real-time case studies where we've got awards based on that. Coming to the internal part, I think what we've also done this excellently in Dentsu Inside is all the things which are repetitive in nature, for example, reporting, for example, scheduling, for example, all the grunt work which is there, we're trying to see if we can do it through AI. So what it actually happens is the staff or the team can have more strategic conversations with our clients rather than getting into a lot of repetitive things which they keep on doing. So is AI here? Yes, we've already invested in it. We also believe that it's an ecosystem which we're wanting to create. In certain companies, we've actually invested way ahead. And other things, we are partnering with lots of companies because we firmly believe it's an ecosystem and partner is the way forward where we take to our clients. So, yeah, I guess.
Hey, hi everyone. I think the panelists so far have covered quite a bit and I resonate with everything that they've said. I think at Publicis Group, we're looking at it with three simple lenses. One is how we work. The second is the nature of the work that we create for our clients. And the third is how we do our own business, right? So the first case, which is how we work, which is where, it's about how do you incorporate all these tools like, Midjourney, Runway, whatever it might be, into our workflows. And that's an efficiency case where it might increase productivity. We could still create that kind of work before, but it can probably be done 5x faster, 10x faster, right? The other interesting aspect that's emerging over there is, today, if you start incorporating these tools and you can design through natural conversation, you can write through natural conversation, then who's a copywriter? Who's a designer? Who's a media planner, right? It's democratizing the power of that. So does a person necessarily need to have gone to JJ school for 5 years? Or is there someone who's intuitively good at design but wasn't trained on the tools who can do it for you now? So these are some interesting questions that are emerging. So it's also a talent transformation piece for us. You might see a change in talent composition where prompt writer designers become, very eminent in our scheme of things. The more exciting part for us is the nature of work that we create for our clients. So if I take an example of Oreo, right? It was a Leo Burnett and Publicis Digital Tech joint case where the See It with Oreo campaign, we did something that wasn't possible even a year and a half back. Where I'm not getting into the details of the campaign, but we got Farhan Akhtar to send personalized voice messages to, by now I think, almost 2 million people. This was not possible a year and a half back, because to execute a campaign like that kind of personalization at scale, Farhan Akhtar would have to record his voice over 2 million times, which is not humanly possible. B, you'd need a writer's room of thousands of people who knew how to write like him. And that was solved for by GPT models and by Resemble AI in that particular case. So that's transformational work because you're able to do things that you simply could not before, and that becomes a growth case. And the third one that we've taken at the group is saying, while this is all focused on the client work that we do, what about our business? If talent is a big problem for advertising, in our industry, can AI help us find better talent, screen better talent, And so we actually went through an entire hackathon internally as a group to say, how do we transform our own business as well, and not just our client's business, and building out some exciting products from that.
Hello, hi. And thanks for getting all the top 4 agency guys on the panel because they're going to speak the same thing. And I may just echo some of it in a different manner. And I'll slice this question into 2 parts. Clearly, one is the creative side, and a lot of stuff has been spoken about copy and chat GPTs, building a lot of content. Let me also give you a bit of a nuance as to what are the ups and how does it really help us, even at Madison. And then there's media, where we see it more from the lens of top of the funnel, middle, and the bottom of the funnel. And how is really AI engaging at every intervention when it comes to any brand campaigns. So one is, like most of my friends have already spoken about, the copy part and the creative part and the mid journey and the daily, and I'm not going to get there now more. All I'm trying to say is that AI is as powerful or as good as the kind of data it reads. A good data will give you good data, good AI output, and a bad data is going to give you a bad output of AI. But having said that, end of the day, there's a lot of learning curve because it also needs to be really trained well. How does it still interfere in our lives is more from a media lens. We use it for performance. At the bottom of the funnel, you got some of the fantastic tools that some of the giants have reproduced. Google, Max, or Meta's coming out with their Robin, some of the fantastic libraries of MLs that they've created. I think they're very, very useful when it comes to really doing a regressive media-led campaign, a bottom of the funnel sales campaign. You've got a lot of engagement or led stuff, like he spoke about, say it with Oreo. That's like personalization at scale, hyper-localization in language, with a huge amount of scale. So there are a lot of tools that we use over there. And again, on top of the funnel, and I'm more seeing it more from a traditional digital lens, we largely also use it for a media mix modeling. And of course, we've taken a lot more inputs. We use Google Vertex. We've created our own systems of AI. And what we've really figured out is, I think it's more about making sure that how does our business outcome, can a needle, which is a predictive analysis that an AI does, can be robust and done well, as long as you make sure that the data is not hallucinating, as long as you make sure that your personalization or whatever is the content that really goes in is in the correct format. And these are some of the ways that we at Madison are trying to use most of the AI technologies.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Yeah. I'll take this question from a slightly different tangent because I come from the technology side of business, right? So, as very rightly put by Ajay sir and as well as by Vinod, where we are trying to create the platform WebEngage, where we are trying to automate and enable marketers today from a multifaceted of aspects, right? So right from segmentation onwards, till automating the campaign side of things or the customer journey creation bit, and then obviously personalization and then analytics, right? So all of this, all of these key aspects of defining a customer or a marketing automation for a company is enabled through a lot of AI aspects, right? So what we're able to do is, for example, the data that we're collecting on our CDP, we are able to, with the help of AI, do better segmentation and resegmentation, right? We're able to offer the capabilities to our friends on the stage here, to be able to advise the customer on what should be the next best, channel for communication to the end customer, or which particular segment of customers should they target first. So there are a lot of ways in which AI and machine learning and automation has empowered both marketers as well as end customers when it comes to being able to use technology in the way they want to see it fit to themselves. So, and the best part is that it's such an open ecosystem today that you are able to integrate with multiple technologies if you are unable to provide all of it, right? Nobody provides end to end, right? So the technology today is so open to integrate that the beauty of it lies when the result is achieved by what the customer demands. So that's, with that aspect, I would like to say that, AI and, machine learning has really aided in terms of enhancing the offerings that a marketing automation tool can offer?
No, absolutely. Thank you so much, gentlemen. And you're just sitting inside over there, and what everyone was telling me that, all the people from the agencies will be echoing the same sentiments on this. But if I were to summarize this, right, like from the 4 agencies that we have on panel, we spoke about 4 very different perspectives on how AI impact their work, right? And I'll just quickly summarize, like based on the notes that I took. That Atik talked about, essentially the creation process, the creative process that AI is involved in, the delivery process of targeting, and the science which connects the two, right? Vinod talked about the 2 facets around, using AI for external campaign purposes as well as for internal purposes internally to increase the efficiency of their own tooling. Amresh talked about the process and tooling with it around, Midjourney and DALL-E and how all the AI creative tools are essentially enhancing their workflows. And Vishal talked about the funnel segmentation, right? Like how AI can be used from top of the funnel to the bottom of the funnel. And most importantly, Ajay sir talked about the business impact that AI can have for a consumer brand, right? For a country like India, especially with over 1.5 billion population, there's just no way to scale service delivery to that level of population. And using AI, you can sort of give very highly personalized information targeting capabilities where you can give individual attention to each customer and have them provide the capability to take the decision as if a person was advising them individually. Going back to the discussion that we had, I had like one specific question for each one of you. And I'll start by asking Amresh, you mentioned about the tooling that is needed to enable AI.
Can I just interject a little bit? So I heard the conversation and I'm the least knowledgeable, like I admitted in the very beginning. I, to an extent, disagree with where we are taking this conversation, right? Why I'm saying so? Because if instead of me, and I'm just a proxy of this, if my CEO were to be sitting here, if my CFO were to be sitting here, we'd have a roll of eyes, right? Because what are we talking about? I think we are largely, somebody said AI is as powerful as the data that it uses. I don't think so. I think AI is as powerful as the problem it solves, okay? We are looking at these problems of our existing problems and we are just adding efficiency to it. I think more than the technology, more than the razzmatazz, more than I think multiple faces of the same celebrities mouthing my name versus anybody else's name, those are not actually real business problems or consumer problems that we solve. Let's step back. We create value when we solve real issues for consumers, okay? If we are not able to define new problems which here though haven't been solved by us, either because we did not have the capability or we did not have the means to doing so, and we don't find new problems to solve, I don't think we are creating value. All that we are talking is mere efficiency, which, yeah, efficiency is not if you're defined for an average company, let's take we spend less than 1% of our top line on advertising or marketing. The biggest FMCG companies, which are quote-unquote supposed gods of marketing, spend 10 to 15% of their top line on this. A 10% efficiency on that spend gives you what? Versus if you solved a problem for the consumer, you are unlocking a significant amount of value into an economy, which is the discussion we should be having, right? We are merely talking efficiency games. So my sense is I think we need to challenge ourselves a little more onto what are the here-though problems that we've not been able to address. And I strongly resist this portion of that all that marketers do is communication. We don't. I think we create value by putting solutions and understanding the consumer issues and trying to put solutions together. Communication is just a tiny fraction of it, right? And if we are able to do that, I think we are unlocking value. Otherwise, we'd have a Japanese sharp knife which is so premium and all that we are using it to cut carrots. I don't think we are doing justice. Yeah, sorry.
Not at all. Atik, do you want to respond to that?
I mean, absolutely right, right? I mean, there's no denying in that, right? I mean, there is obviously, it's like a value chain, right? And AI cuts across the value chain, right? I mean, I'm with when he says that, okay, AI should solve business problems, right? So for example, what Mercedes is doing is installing AI into their into the product, right? I mean, that's a different conversation where it's actually solving for a problem. It's making the car more personalized to it. When it comes to marketing, we are solving a specific problem. But I think what the message that I take is, okay, we should never leave the insight or the foresight of what the brand wants to do for its consumers and see and unlock more value of AI and not just look at temporal data or some of the metrics. But yes, they are also a part to one of those efficiencies, okay, that's there. But at the same time, you cannot lose the oversight as to what AI can actually deliver.
I think, Vinod, question for you when you mentioned like internal versus, when you talk about external applications of AI, like what do you think are the biggest business problems that it can be applied to from your lens?
See, I think when we're talking about external, I guess, borrowing it from what Ajay just said, I guess the clients have very strict KPIs and outcomes which they send it to us, right, as agencies. And we, at the end of the day, go back and we sit with our team and we try and see how best can we perform and overperform. So, like I said, we did a kind of a propensity analytical modeling for one of the online trading companies where we went back, we made the entire system based on AI. And when we ran it for around 2 or 3 months, we actually came back and said that, okay, you had given me a target of, let's say, 100, we have given you around 350. So that's something which we've delivered, we've seen, and that's a business problem which the client called out for, we've delivered it from media. Did we do it immediately? Did it perform? This thing performed. But there could be test runs, right? Not everything is right. Not every time everything will be, 3x, 4x and things like that. We did the same thing, especially when it came to non-media, when we're talking about creative. And I said that earlier, that today AI is used for a lot of other things when it comes to creative, when it comes to social, when it comes to video editing, when it comes to graphic designing, so on and so forth. So whether it's generative AI we're talking about, or whether it's machine learning we are talking about, and we've done this, we've invested this, and specifically when it talks about low funnel or performance-based marketing, we've seen this used for across our channels, across our categories, and we've seen great results being happening. But what I would also like to say is you use AI, but there is always a human intervention doing that. A person who's now today capable and understands using AI the right way is the person who will be the talent for future for every organization. So you need to invest in people, you need to do the kind of trainings, you need to work with innovative and new partners because technology is evolving. Digital transformation has happened, technology is evolving, and that's where you need to work across the board, be neutral as an agency and welcome every single partner, work with them and take it to clients to scale this up.
Awesome. That's an excellent segue into what I was going, and this leads into exactly what Amrish was talking about, the process and tooling aspect of it. So Amrish, like for a marketeer who is starting their careers today, like what do you think is the best way for that person to learn what all AI can offer to him, and how do you screen whether this person has the talent or not?
Sure. So I think, brass tacks, obviously it's important to educate yourself on what is machine learning, what is AI, what is generative AI, etc. Because without that, you won't understand the concepts. But I think if you start with the objectives that go across the funnel, big believer that those don't change. We've had cases in the past when every shiny new thing that came in, right, whether it was social media, mobile marketing at one point of time, people started coming up with in-platform metrics. And as it scales and becomes a mature part of your overall marketing mix, you realize that you want to compare apples to apples. So I think one thing we should, completely stay away from a marketing standpoint is trying to come up with, platform specific or AI specific metrics. So if you're a marketer and you're looking at your goals across the top funnel, mid funnel and bottom funnel, the question to ask is how can AI transform each leg of that funnel, right? How can I, like sir was saying earlier, you can ask yourself, can I solve new problems that I couldn't solve before as a marketer? That's a big opportunity. So can I use the power of generative AI to do my, mainline advertising differently, but still in the service of my business and marketing goals? Similarly, bottom funnel, similarly, CRM or whatever it might be, where you might use the power of generative AI to improve your customer service offering. Those are the kind of opportunities marketers have, but tying back always to business and, business and marketing objectives.
Thank you so much, Amrish. I'll have one last question for you, Vishal, before we end the session. But as we talked about, like the demand of marketing agencies change, how do you imagine, the demand of AI services or, AI in marketing change over the next few years or over the next 10 years as well?
Okay, I think today, as I said earlier, and I'm going to repeat that, look, AI needs to still be trained well to really give you the right outputs for the right business outcomes. And it is just a tip of the iceberg what we've touched today. I think there's a lot more, some zillions and zillions of data needs to be still acquired to make sure that the right outcomes, and it just keeps getting refined and refined. Will business models of agencies change with this AI coming in? I don't think that's going to happen, but agencies will probably be agile, will adapt more and more technology solutions, will more invest into areas like this and, try to be ahead of curve. I think that's where most of the agencies would probably be looking at.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And thank you so much to all the panelists for joining us on stage and sharing their valuable insights here.
Thank you so much. And with that, since we've got such great luminaries on the stage, may we request somebody as capable to help us with the felicitation. Principal Martian.ing. Can we have Karthi Martian to please join us and help us in the felicitation? We'd love to have each and every one. First up, thank you so much, Suvraj, for joining us and helping us with the felicitation. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm, warm round of applause. Thank you, Ajay, for sparing us your valuable time and being with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, Ajay Dang. Yes, right here and of course in the live feed ahead. Atik, thank you so much. Thank you for honoring us with your presence today. Thank you so much, Vinod. Thank you for joining us today. May we have both of you in the nice frame. Thank you so much, Amrish. Thank you for joining us. May we have a warm round of applause, Amrish. Thank you, Vishal. High fives on the stage and a lot of comradeship. And of course, thank you so much, Louis. And Karthi, may we request you to come together. If you can all step forward. Let's get a great moment together. Hashtag E4M Confluence. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause for all our panelists. An iconic panel discussion. This has been AI and automation. Once again, a big, big thank you to each and every one of you. Thank you once again for joining us, and we look forward to hearing from you further in our upcoming events. So ladies and gentlemen, we've got the announcement of one of the winners of the contest we were talking about, the social media contest. For felicitating on the same, if I could now have the Managing Director, India Teats, Tarun Ummat, to kindly join us. Do we have Tarun amongst us? Tarun, if you can help us with the felicitation. And, I did see, personally, I went on social media. Of course, our team has verified the tweets and the posts. One of the most innovative and engaging conversations is by Vaishali Dhanesha from Z Entertainment Enterprises Limited. Do we have Vaishali amongst us? Right there? Yeah, let's give our lady a warm, warm round of applause. Do we have Vaishali amongst us? I thought the one who stood up. Yeah, so do join. Do you want more fanfare? All right, ladies and gentlemen, a big, big round of applause. Thank you so much, Vaishali. We'd like to felicitate you now. She's one of the winners today. Let's give her a big, big round of applause. A lot of engaging content coming from her on social media, and I think that contributes a lot to an event's success. So thank you so much, Vaishali, and thank you, Tarun, for helping us in the felicitation of the same. While taking our conversation forward, next up is a session that promises to be nothing short of enlightening and transformative. We are honored now to welcome a true trailblazer, a visionary who has inspired countless Indians around the world. Somebody who's going to be sharing his insights on the topic today and beyond: trends, challenges, best practices, and road ahead. We have with us the Group CEO, Omnicom Media Group, India, Karthik Sharma. Let's give Mr. Sharma a warm, warm round of applause as we welcome him to join us. Karthik, thank you so much, and we look forward to your presentation. Thank you, Karthik.
Thank you. This is forward. Firstly, thank you everyone. You are all eagerly waiting for the score. It's 140 for 1. So I won't stand between the match, so I'll keep it simple. The topic given actually was media agency models, today, tomorrow. I'll keep it as simple as possible. It's a very interesting topic in a time when there are massive changes which are happening across both the agency ecosystem, clients, consumers. And it's a very tricky topic. Whatever I say, you can contest it. Whatever I don't say, also you can contest it. So it's not going to be easy, but I'll give it a shot. I'll put down some of the perspectives, my own journey, my observations on what I have faced in the past, current, future, so on and so forth. If you really want to understand the future a bit, the best thing is to go in the past, see where we are. So let's go back in the year 1990. Why 1990? 1991, the Indian economy opened up. Simple reference, a lot of things happened in the Indian economy. So this is not a class for economics. I'm not going to belabor and give you GDP numbers, but India did very well when that very important decision taken by Narasimha Rao and team. Advertising marketing was fairly simple. I have a lot of friends here in the audience, some advertisers, some clients, some agencies. Not very complicated like we see as today. The books that we referred to was, I remember Kotla, Brand Positioning by Subrata Sengupta, and Al Rice. So if you read those three, you kind of got everything right. And maybe if you're lucky and for the creative bent of people, it was Ogilvy on advertising. That's kind of defined what our advertising marketing industry was. You did a decent, good enough product. You put some weights behind it on media. I started my career in client servicing, then turned a media planner. My media plan was 10 lines. 2 ads in Times of India, 2 ads in Hindu, 1 radio, and 1 or 2 TV channels. And there was no work-life balance issue. I went home at 6 o'clock. So those are the good old days. And a lot of the things time spent was on brand positioning. I worked very closely with creative agencies, media agencies. And one of the challenges was get some good slogans. So brands which did that became national brands. You build distribution. Pretty simple, right? And then things slowly over the mid-90s started changing. It started becoming more around, integrated plans, multi-channel plans, content, what is the process, optimization. The language in the next 10, 12 years, it kind of changed. And slowly from what we believe the madman era, We became a more math men era. And there's a big shift started happening around the 2000 to mid 2000 from a right brain oriented tilted industry to more left brain oriented. That's one. And where are we today? This cartoon, I think the previous session and this session kind of captures some of the mood of what's happening in marketing, personal life, professional lives everywhere. This has been put on a, I'm not trying to undermine the power of AI, and I'm no expert on that one, but I think it has become mainstream for us to seriously consider what is the role of AI and many such things, many other technologies that we have. So that's kind of the journey. It's not been an easy journey. I know you've been sitting and listening, so let's make it a little interactive. Let's do a poll here. How many of you, show of hands, it's very simple. I'm going to ask you 2-3 questions. Just put your hand up, or if you don't want to put your hand up, that's also fine. How many of you here are from client background? Okay, a couple. How many from agency background? More in the agency background. How many are from media owner, publisher side? Okay, fine. It's so more agencies, few clients, few publishers. Rest is DKCS, don't know, can't see. Okay, so that's also fine. So let me ask you a set of questions. Show of hands. There's no right or wrong. Pretty simple, right? Are you using, or have you heard anyone using some of these words? I'm going to flash few words one by one, and you can just put your hand up. Okay, few hands, 5-6 hands. Oh, little more hands. Okay. Ideate, okay, fine. Some more hands. Millennials, little more hands from the back side. Okay. New normal. Okay, wonderful. Phygital. No, your choice. You can be in the DKCS category. I don't know all of you, so it's fine. So, okay, phygital, slightly lesser. Pivot. Okay, more hands. Very interesting. So you are not any different from many other people who use this word. So there's nothing. I'm not being judgmental, but this is a classic thing of marketing in a midlife crisis. That these are all words used either by agencies, clients in some way and form, and that's really what is happening today, here and now. Obviously, to keep the mood a little lighter, I've used those words, but what does this really mean? What does it mean for the industry? That's the point. Oops. This is, so sorry, how do I go back? I'm going to play a small video of what really is happening in the world of marketers agency. This video was created by Mark Ritson. For those of you who know Mark Ritson, he's a very prolific speaker, very controversial. With Mark's views, you can either agree or disagree. There, I don't think there will be in between. And it's Australian. He's a teacher, a wonderful guy overall. You can look up to his videos in YouTube. This is a film about marketers, agencies, consumer. Sit back, relax. It's a 4.5 minute video, but very interesting video, and then I will talk about what is happening.
You just don't listen to me anymore!
Do you even know what the word loyalty means?
For a relationship to work, you've got to have honesty. Thank you for coming in today, consumer marketer. You've been together for some time now, but it's fair to say the last few years haven't gone well. Consumer, what do you think has gone wrong?
Well, for me, it's very simple. She just doesn't understand me anymore. It's like she can't see who I am, the real me. I don't know if she ever really knew who I was, but the past few years it feels like we've completely lost touch with what matters, with my needs.
Oh, for God's sake. Marketer, please.
Marketer, thinks she knows everything, so she doesn't need to genuinely understand me.
Okay, marketer, where do you feel the problem lies?
I feel totally rejected.
What?
And I've seen you with other people.
Other people.
Yes, other people. You know, when we first met, you only used to care about me. You were only interested in me.
Yes, you used to be fun.
That is so unfair.
I don't know. What happened?
I'll tell you what happened. Over the past 10 years, you have lost your loyalty. Did 2002 call and say, oh, I want my
Maybe you
loyalty
can
back?
be loyal to a lot of different people.
I'm not sure if this is helpful, but have you read any Byron Sharp?
Who the fuck is Byron Sharp?
Well, according to him, consumers just behaving the same as everyone else.
Yes.
Marketer, you may need to lower your expectations.
Yeah. No, you don't need to lower them that much. Surely.
Marketer, please. Now, you say you feel insecure. Maybe we should talk about that.
Okay, well, I have been worried about my performance. Sometimes it's all I think about and I'm worried it's letting me down.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe it's just because you spend too much time online on social media.
I have to do that, it's my job.
Yeah, but you keep watching all those videos, all this unrealistic, fake stuff. Her performance is fine. I just need to feel a bit of emotion. All you think about deep down is short-term gratification.
Perhaps we should talk about
No,
that.
we shouldn't, because it's absolute crap.
No, it's not.
He likes new things on the internet as well.
Not as much
New
as you.
toys, he likes to spice
Yeah, it looks
up.
great,
Yeah,
but
he really
it's
loves
so
that.
underwhelming.
Well, at least I'm trying.
I'm a traditional guy, but you're always like, look at how they do it on TikTok.
TikTok is good.
Maybe I just like a simple, basic position.
I have got so many different
I
positions.
don't want them. I'm an average guy, like coming home, watching TV.
Subscription channels. You know I can't get into those.
Not really, mostly normal telly.
I hadn't noticed.
Because you're too busy on Twitter to notice anything.
You like Twitter as well.
Not as much as you.
You like Trey?
Trey?
Trey Bloom.
Like is not
He's
the
a good
word.
influence on you.
No! No! He's not a good influence. He's an idiot.
Tells me you like him.
Nobody likes Trey except Trey and you.
He's got 2 million followers.
Okay.
Oh,
Can we please try and talk to each other in a positive and constructive way?
I'm being constructive. Anyway, how do you know that I've been following Trey? Have you been checking my phone?
Maybe.
I knew it.
It's called personalization. I admit it. I have been lost and
Just focus back on the reality of me. Sometimes it feels like you don't even think about what motivates me anymore.
I'm trying. I really am trying.
Listen, I'm still very attracted to you. And I'm still the same person.
Do you mean that? Because I want you more than ever and I really feel like we can connect deeper.
I agree. Okay. Just stop reading my emails.
Okay. I think that was a very productive first session.
Okay, so the film is much longer, but I kind of edited. You got a sense of what really is happening with the consumer marketer agency. But let's turn a little more serious and see what are the symptoms of this midlife crisis. Firstly, impulsive decision making. A lot of marketers are forced to take short-term actions. There's something theme that the cycle of, if you looked at the 1990s way of building the brand, you had at least a 5-10 years view. Whatever I say, there are always exceptional marketers who will not be part of that group, but by and large, extreme short-termism has become the norm. Dramatic behavior changes in terms of either rebranding or thinking, changing the logo, distinctive assets, you keep questioning yourself. Thoughts on infidelity. I'll give you one hard data. Just in India, Jan to June this year, there have been a total of 122 media pitches, big and small. If you include just the big ones, that's about 70% of the business. and which were only 3 clients, which contributed to 70% of the business. That means 117 clients contributed to 30%. So agencies are busy, clients are busy. So that is one of the things. If things don't go well in a relationship, easy decision, change the agency. An intense feeling of nostalgia, and this I see day in, day out when I meet new clients. In those days when I was running this brand in this company, we did things in a particular way. I will not obviously name the client, it happened to me recently 4 days back, meeting a client, and he said, I come from this background, this is whatever FMCG I landed, I built this businesses, and then you see the good old world. It's like my mom saying, those days from one station to another station, I could just travel in 10 paise. In 2023, is that even a relevant conversation? Constant comparison of oneself to others. Oh, maybe the legacy brands think the startups guys are doing it right. The startup guys think that maybe there are things that you can learn from legacy brands. So agile, how can we be flexible? So I think all of this is possibly leading to some of this, midlife crisis. The symptoms are much longer. So what is really the truth? The truth we should all find out, right? As Gloria said, the truth will set you free, but first it will piss you off. And the real truth is we all serve, whether an agency or marketer, we are all finally serving the consumer. Let's not forget that. I think often we talk about it, but we don't spend enough time about that. It's not going to be easy. I'm going to play you a very short video about what the consumer is feeling. This is not opinion. This is a large research that we conducted globally. So those are the findings of how the consumer is feeling, and then we will take it from here.
Change. Forces that will impact marketing. We consulted the Singularity University, a specialist in forecasting the impact of exponential technologies. The result, the 6 forces of change that are highly likely to impact marketing as we head towards 2030.
Can you stop it and play it, otherwise you'll not be able to see. Yeah.
To understand the forces of change. Forces that will impact marketing. We consulted the Singularity University, a specialist in forecasting the impact of exponential technologies. The result, the 6 forces of change that are highly likely to impact marketing as we head towards 2030. Physical separation, lives spent connecting via screen technology, dispersing populations, redefining work, overhauling how we connect, transforming how we buy. Shallow living. Increased time multi-devicing and multi-apping will lead to lower levels of engagement. People will be shallow processing the world. New formats and technologies will emerge with significant implications for marketing, and with ad avoidance happening at the brain level. Trust dissolution. Claimed trust levels continue to fall, leading to more government regulation with more restrictions on marketing. Seeing the walls of the walled gardens get higher, requiring greater adaptability, modular services, and advanced capabilities. Engineered serendipity. Social and e-commerce environments will increasingly anticipate people's wants and needs before they know it, reaching up the funnel and pulling people down ahead of competitors. For marketers, large swaths of decision-making will be outsourced to machine learning. Decentralized influence, where brand messaging and commerce is increasingly mediated within unstructured environments. By a dramatic expansion in the number and influence of influencers, upending the traditional routes to consumer, communications and commerce collapse into one. And finally, purpose pervasion. With what will feel like every brand communicating their purpose, making it even harder to be heard, and frustrating organizations that are genuine in their efforts. Assessing the commercial contribution of this will propel the industry to find the single KPI that brings everything and everyone together. 6 forces of change that will impact the world of marketing, changing the capabilities of today into the capabilities of tomorrow.
So I know time's up, I've seen that, I will try and they've shown that. So a couple of minutes more and then I'll end some of the thoughts we have. So what does these 5-6 things mean? So physical separation, that means more medium, more platforms. Is efficiency even the metric? I think in the previous session those were raised. What really is the key metric? Shallow living, ad avoidance obviously becomes very critical, lower attention. So how do you really do single-minded communication, which is what all of us were taught. Trust dissolution, loyalty is a fading concept. Consumers are questioning the role of brands in their life. Do you even need brands? Those are the kind of questions for some of the consumers which are coming in. And each of these have very, very different implication, making us rethink what the consumer is really thinking and what is it that we as either marketers or agencies which we need to do. This is essentially the tension between what the consumer is saying, what the marketing and therefore the agencies are thinking, that there's a big imbalance. But let's now look at it from the marketer's side, because that's something that we as agencies work very closely. This is my belief. The marketing function is today being driven by fear. Again, there are exceptions to this statement, but by and large, the finance stroke procurement stroke CFO stroke finance heads are actually running the company. You want results dramatically. Without naming a client, I will tell you one real incident. We put one client's advertising up on television. On third day, client says, "Mera sale nahi hua." Third day. Okay, and that's the reality. It's like you walk in and you tell the client, "Hey, maybe there is something to do with your product or distribution. I'm not walking away from my responsibility. You've tested this ad, it scored well." I think some soul searching is needed, which essentially is all about extreme short-termism. Marketing is still perceived, for all the talk that we do here, when we go back, if this belief was not there, then the number of pitches should not be happening to the frequency with which it is happening. And there are again progressive companies. For example, Coke is a very progressive company. Globally, they said, "We believe marketing is actually investment." Not many CFOs believe it, and there is a difference of what they think. Lastly, I think there is a need to clearly understand short-term vis-a-vis long-term. And I think no better than the investment industry, banking industry. Karthi is here, he spent a lot of time. You don't invest in a stock or something and say, "Tomorrow returns kya hua kya?" You give it enough time, maybe 5-10 years, that's where you start reaping the benefit. If this fear is happening, I'll also share with you a very latest research done by the World Federation of Advertising. This research was published last month, 2023 October. So what does that say? What do clients want from agencies, from media agencies in particular? What are they wishing? First one, greater flexibility, greater simplification, greater consolidation, greater optionality. These are all 70 advertisers representing $50 billion of advertising. This paper is available freely in public, so when you get time, it's a, I think, 50-60 page document. I just picked up one. So very clearly what the consumer is away. He says, "Don't give me advertising. I'm continuously engagement brand." What is the brand? They are asking a bunch of questions. Marketers are asking a different bunch of questions. Obviously, there is a tension. Let's not walk away. Let's not be juvenile saying there is no problem. There is a problem. There is an industry-wide problem, and there are no easy solutions. And what this means is, if you wish a lot of things, you are going to give up the responsibility for delivering what you are supposed to deliver. I wish my agency did this, my partner did that. Fantastic, you should make them responsible, but too much of wishing is also not a great sign. And it's not that there are no models. There are multiple models. As we speak, progressive agencies, progressive clients, these are a few, there are many more. It's not that agencies are not trying or clients are not trying, which is very good. Progressive clients do that, and I always look up to many progressive clients. Despite all that, have we got great results? Again, from the WFA in the same paper, only 11% of those polled believe that their agency partners, whatever one of these models, whatever they are using, is aligning to the future. There is the sense of dissatisfaction. Maybe, maybe not. Okay, thoda future mein aur kar sakta hai. There is this constant sense the same sense which the consumer is giving to the marketer. So we're becoming a world where there is not going to be ever possibly satisfaction. And so therefore, what do we do in all this situation? This is quite the position that we are in. If anyone reads all this, consumer is saying this, marketer is saying this, you will probably lose your mind trying to understand each other. And whatever be the model, what is the model, the agency of the future, there are multiple already available. Probably we don't need to reinvent many more. But what we do know are the ingredients. And this is the last slide. So there's 8 ingredients I'll briefly touch upon. The first is define expectations. Often when we go with clients, and I'm going to state it again, not take any names, I want awareness increase, I want consideration lift, I want brand love to go up, and of course I want sales today. This is not made up, this is 95% of the brief. Instead of consideration, it could be something else, but this is the reality of today. There are very few clients, again, we are fortunate to have one such client where we work with the founder, and all he said, and it was such a refreshing moment, it happened about 6 months ago, he said, I just want to do this. Don't worry about ROI, don't worry. So that does not mean you will not look at ROI. He said, I know this takes time. It will take me 4 or 5 years. I will put the money, I will be patient. Gutsy marketer, salutes to him, that's what we need. Chase one or at best 2 things. That clarity means you have to do more work at the marketing side. And if you are going to define 5, 10 different things, you can do lots of KPIs. It doesn't matter how many KPIs you have. The problem will be decision making. What do you chase? What is the lead thing? What is that one thing which we can say we have achieved something? That's the need of the hour. Equally important, and we hear it loud and clear, is agencies also have a role to play. This is not about marketer is doing everything in agency or shunning away. Agencies need to build more horizontal talent. Today, the world of super specialization to the marketer has 100 things to do. And I pity them. If I were in their position, I will be equally be frustrated. We need to build, as agency leaders, we need to build talent which can actually join the dots, which can say what happens on your, say, a first party data to finally a media to communication. We should be able to do that, which means invest in the right talent, not walking away. Accelerate innovation, have a structure internally in the organization which is fit for purpose for a certain set of clients. If AI is something very important for a client, yes, you may have more AI scientists. But psychologists are more important for another set of clients, maybe have more psychologists. Not easy, but that's a need of the hour. Most important, focus and partnerships. Here, I'm not talking a partnership with just media. Treat the client's business as a partner. When I do this, what really happens on your business? So we have had a sample conversation is, this happened last year. I went and told one of my clients saying, actually, don't invest. Because the impact of media on your business, that particular business was 3%. It's not going to make any difference to you. Actually, probably keep that money. Your EBIT may go up. He was actually shocked. The CFO was sitting, the owner was sitting and saying, yeah, because it's not a media-led business. It's probably distribution going to do a better job. That requires courage, which means that agencies need to tell them, not be worried about how much the client will spend. And I'm not saying this because I'm standing here to make some brownie points. We've said this, we do it regularly. Of course, improve workflow efficiency. Speed is important. You can't take 60 days to create a plan, but we need to find smarter automations. Again, what I've stressed enough on how customer is. And we used to do, some of us in the early days, go and actually make market visits, talk to a few consumers. You will learn much more. We tell this to our clients, tell our teams also. We do it in few instances, not in all instances, and that's something which we all need to do more. Last but not the least, commercial bravery. If A2S is not the way to set budgets, why should agency compensation be only percentages? So there are multiple models one can explore. In fact, again, a lot of those are experimented in the world of financial planning, portfolio managers, very interesting models of how you can get paid. We need to start re-exploring that. If we do all this, these are the ingredients. Now you can choose among that circle which I put various models. The answer lies in the ingredient, and each one we can choose whatever recipe. You can make your own recipe and call it whatever it is. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Karthik, for joining us. What an insightful presentation. You know, during his conversation, I did say that, you know, he's inspired countless individuals around the world. And Karthik, I'm sure a lot of us are inspired. Maybe now request to have the honor of Anita Kotwani, CEO Media South Asia Dentsu, to help us with the felicitation of Karthik. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm, warm round of applause. Anita. Right in the center. Karthik, may we request you to please step in the center.
Thank you. Thank you.
A great, great conversation, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
And thank you for joining us,
My
Karthik.
score is 193 for 2.
So, well, before we go ahead to the next conversation, we still have one more winner of the Share and Shine contest, which is going to be announced shortly. Would just like everyone to keep tweeting hashtag E4M Confluence as one word. You can see it on the table right there. You can scan the code. And of course, there's also a code which you can scan for the WhatsApp group. After you scan the WhatsApp group, it is going to help you to join E4M's WhatsApp channel, which is going to ensure that you are aware of the real-time updates from the advertising, marketing, and media world right onto your screen. So if you do not want to miss any further updates, ensure you scan the WhatsApp code and you're able to be a part of the group. So the WhatsApp QR code is right there on your table. I just joined in, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot for me to learn as well. So with that being said, I'm sure we all agree, in the era where content is the king and digital platforms have become the primary arena for engagement, the intricacies of measuring return on the investment have taken on a new level of complexity. The traditional metrics and the KPIs that once defined success are now accompanied by a dynamic array of data points and analytic tools, creating both opportunities and challenges for those navigating this rapidly evolving terrain. We are privileged to now have a panel of distinguished experts representing a diverse array of industries who will guide us through the intricate nuances of measuring ROI in the ever-evolving media ecosystem. The topic of the next conversation is Let's Talk ROI, the challenges of measuring returns in the new media landscape. We're elated to be joined, first up, once again re-inviting the CEO Media South Asia Dentsu, Anita Kotwani. Let's give Anita a warm, warm round of applause. Thank you, Anita, for your valuable time. We're looking forward to a great conversation. Anita, if we can start with you from here, your headshot right there. Perfect. Thank you, Anita. Next up, the CEO PhD Media, Munaz Toriwala. Munaz, thank you so much. Head of Marketing, Bisleri International, Tushar Malhotra. President, Group M Nexus, Preeti Murthy. CEO, South Asia Essence Media, Naveen Khemka. Managing Director, MIQ, Siddharth Dhabare. And ex-CMO, Vadam Sneha Beriwal, to kindly join us as the session chair. Ladies and gentlemen, let the applause continue. We've got an incredible session. Let's talk ROI, and it's going to be curated by Sneha. Sneha, over to you.
Thank you so much. You know, I have to say, and I was telling all of them, that this is the first time I'm so nervous for a session. I mean, look at the people sitting to my right. Come on, round of applause for them, please. Great, so I'll jump right in, not in any particular order, so feel free to pick up the mic and answer whenever you feel like adding to the conversation. You know, I actually want to start with clarifying something. We're talking about challenges of measuring returns in the new media landscape, right? For the benefit of everybody and even me, what do you define as new media? Is it only digital? Is it only measurable? Is it only innovation? Is it only technology? What is new media, and how do you guys think about it? Yes, of course.
I thought new media is not to be measured. Because when we started 25, 30 years back, there was only print and TV, and we said new media is for test and learn. So when this topic came, I thought I'll come and talk about why are we even measuring all these new media? Shouldn't we test it to its potential? But the reality is they evolve very fast. So should I test for the potential, or should I be ready for the evolution that it's bringing and not get caught up by these words of measurement and ROI without even understanding the true potential of these new media? That's one way to look at it. And I strongly believe in it, because putting measurement in every lens makes the work null and void. How will we even understand the impact of the failure without letting it fail? If we put too many measurements, then we want it to desperately succeed, isn't it?
Wow, that's a brilliant point, right? I mean, actually something to ponder over. Naveen, did you want to add something to that?
Yeah, I would, thanks Preeti for setting this up, and absolutely agree that new media needs to have a shelf life of its own, rather than getting obsessed with measurement. Also, you know, the metrics of measurement for all media today are very, very different. Rather than, you know, having just one metric, trying to combine all media together, it is also very, very important to make sure that every media has its own shelf life, and also is measured for the reason why we are using that media today. So today, a traditional media or a digital media or content or performance, everything has its own pros and cons, and therefore needs to be measured accordingly. So I would say that yes, treat every media for the strengths that it has, measure it accordingly, and then look at the success it can give for the brand, and draw learnings from that, rather than being obsessed about the ROI for new media.
Absolutely. Actually, you've segued very nicely into my next point, Naveen. You know, we keep hearing that consumer journeys are not linear anymore, right? I mean, I will read about you, see somewhere, hear it from a friend, follow an influencer who'll talk about it, then see it on outdoor, right? As people who sort of help marketers build media thinking, media planning, right? If I come to you saying, hey, listen, my consumer is all over the place, I really don't know how to get their attention, give us some, you know, golden guardrails that you guys follow, and hence, you know, something that people who are in the room can actually take back, saying, hey, listen, if you're starting from scratch for a new product, new consumer set, where do you really get started? How do you even think about, like, how do you even start thinking about talking to this customer?
So, you know, what I understand is today, brands follow different journeys for different types of consumers today. Today, there are brands which are launching D2C brands only in the direct-to-consumer space. Brands who want to make it big only in the e-commerce space. There are brands who want to build brands in the traditional way of building brands, right? So therefore, again, I would say, depending on what the brand stands for and the way it wants to succeed in its own brand life cycle, we need to design media strategies that really help that brand. So there is no one strategy that fits all. There is obviously needs to be a differentiated approach for the different life stages or the different brand types that are emerging today, and there are so many of them. And every brand today is very, very clear as to the role that they want to play in a consumer's life.
Sorry, if I may just add to what Naveen is saying. I think one has to consider first that the first building block in this framework is the right brief. And most often than not, that's where the confusion starts. Because there is no right brief. What you instead hear is a list of KPIs that the client wants to achieve, not a single KPI. And that is, again, which compounds the problem. So I would say some of the frameworks that one should keep in mind is what is the right brief. The right brief also follows what is that one KPI the marketing landscape is complex, but that does not mean that you chase 7 KPIs. You're not going to see success. So one single KPI, very, very critical. And more importantly then, to keep mental models aside and trust what the data is telling you. Most often than not, we actually see a lot of mental models at play rather than what the data is telling us. And then we turn around and say, ye to chala nahi na. You said this, but ye to chala nahi na. So I think these would be my top 3 frameworks for any kind of new brand or new, how do I put it, a new segment that you want to explore.
Wow.
I think I'll take it from her because objective and setting that obviously is extremely important. But I think the bigger one is really around audiences, right? You follow audiences. You started with saying consumers are everywhere. So if you have data, if you have tools and technology that exactly tell you where the consumer is, how much time is he spending on which medium, how do you activate that medium? So I think audiences and understanding them deeply become priority for us to kind of figure out what strategies we're going to work. I'm going to come back to one more point that Preeti talked about, right? The test and learn, and why do you need to, have measurement there? I think it's Coke, if I remember it right. They have a 70-20-10 rule, right? That 70% do your conventional stuff that you do, 20 you kind of do and get some stuff of measurement going, but 10 is completely test and learn. So where you want to move towards measurement as well, there is that 70 which is giving you a lot of answers. Be happy with that, right? And then move to the 20 and just be gutsy enough for that 10. Because like Naveen said, not everything and every platform is going to be measured in a similar fashion. If something is working on engagement, please measure it on that. Don't ask for reach over there or vice versa. That's what I'd like to say.
Yeah.
Probably if I can just quickly add, I agree with everyone here. And two big points which are there related to this is that you can't depend on only one media, right? So there are many D2C brands which are, for example, focusing heavily on retail media, which they should, but at some point in time, obviously, they will evolve and add 1 or 2 more channels, and that is something which is very critical, because if you don't have a multi-channel strategy, it's very difficult to gain growth. So that is one, and that's where you have to progressively look at where your audience is moving. So completely agree with Anita on that. And I think the third big point is that don't ignore offline, right? You might want to start with digital, but at some point in time, also look at offline as well. And this is me saying it, who is completely focused on, as a business, programmatic and digital. But offline has a very important role to play, so do consider that as a part of the mix as well.
Yeah. Fair point. I mean, as consumers, it adds so much credibility to a brand when you see them offline, right? Tushar, I'll come to you now because, of course, valid points. Have a sharp brief, chase one KPI, have the 10% bucket to waste. How does a marketer feel about it?
If I were to look at both...
Exactly.
I'm in the spot. So I'll answer both the questions, one on the ROI bit and secondly on the linear journey bit. As in the ROI bit, I think that's every day's breakfast question which the board asks any marketer. And I think we are very well equipped to answer with the help of all our friends, with all the data models and everything which comes across. But eventually, I think there was a watershed moment about 3 years back when COVID happened. Something called zero-based budgeting got adopted. And all the nice-to-haves moved out and the must-haves remained, right? Now we are building on the must-haves. So whatever scanning on ROI, whatever needed to be done has been done. Now is the time to implement, to execute, to reach out to the consumers. That's on the ROI bit for now. On the consumer journey bit, I'm just going to answer it with a campaign that we are running right now called Carry Your Game, right? We are trying to build on the association of hydration, sports and Bisleri. So eventually what we decided was that we wanted to do an integrated marketing campaign because the consumer is everywhere. The consumer is on digital, it's on TV, it's in the stadiums. We launched it with a film with 4 sports people. We had Manpreet Singh, we had Lavlina, we had Nishad Kumar, Ashwini Punappa, and we did a DVC right? And we went all over YouTube, Instagram, everywhere with it. Then we took sponsorship of 4 IPL teams. We took the campaign there, right? We had our visi-coolers there, and it got covered in TV everywhere. We had ice boxes, we took out limited edition bottles, we branded our trucks, we put out of home, we did content with players. Then we took ultimate table tennis, we took 10 marathons, including the Pro-Cam marathons. Now we have 5 ISL team. We are even doing the Dubai Premier League. We've done Ladakh Marathon. We are doing the national games right now. So one campaign can run across different mediums. It can run on digital, out of home, and the power of an integrated marketing campaign is immense. Because one simple idea, you use different media vehicles to talk about it.
So I totally agree, you know, I mean, integrated is not 1 + 1 11, it's actually 1 + 1 110 if you really ask me, right? I mean, as consumer, you've made my life so simple because you're telling me one thing and you're telling me that again and again. Perfect. I actually now want to move to my next topic, which is around lack of common measurement language across the so-called new media, right? Add to that, a lot of media numbers, especially in the digital world, are actually self-reported, right? I want to hear, what do you guys think? Is it good that there is nobody's trying to standardize everything? Is it actually a bottleneck? Have we made it more complex than it should be, right? So just the fact that somebody's reporting something else, somebody's reporting something else, and most of them are reporting it themselves, right? If you think about it, you would not accept this in the traditional media by saying, I'm only like playing your ad and I'm only reporting what's happening, right? But we accept that in the new media landscape. I want to know, how do you guys feel about it?
So I'm trying to put the right words and not sound right and not rattle too much. What happened as an evolution of the measurement in the print era or a radio era cannot be used as a guideline for TV, right? We didn't use it, we changed it. But to me, when we use the TV era fundamentals on digital and then say why there is no unified measurement, it makes me wonder, where is our industry heading? Why? Because the audience are not consuming it in a certain linear fashion, which is why it's called linear TV. There's connected TV. There's so many lingos, right? The reason is because the audience have changed the way of consumption. The supply has changed of how content gets consumed. Why should the measurement be the same? There's an advantage. The reason it exists differently is because that's how the medium is. The measurement is an outcome of the medium. And what you're going to measure it for is also changing. How I will measure Instagram, if I do reach frequency GRPs, I mean, I'm going completely wrong of an influencer. No, इस influencer का प्राजक्ता कोहली का GRP 150 होना चाहिए, विराट कोहली का 2000 होना. What is the logic behind it? There's no logic behind it, right? So to me, the evolution of the medium, with whether they are a new medium or old medium, like the way Snapchat looks at it is very different. So would I want Snapchat also to go the YouTube way? No. Would I want them to go Instagram? No. They will have its unique product proposition. Yes, and we are accepting what the platforms provide because the platform has been developed as all-encompassing. And that is the difference. And we need to accept that and look at, hence, some attribution which we all do, or the whole journey mapping. And that's exactly, I think the Bisleri example is a classic case of all of it coming together, right? Now, if he can say that, no, I'm going to only single out my IPL sponsorship as the hero, no, it's wrong, right? Yes. There's a whole journey that got mapped out in the way consumer got impacted. I'm a big fan of your whole brand, and I've bought a lot of products. And I didn't see any ad. I saw in a few people's hands. And obviously, I spoke about it to somebody. I'm sure some AI heard about it, started bombarding ads to me, and that's how I purchased, right? So how are you going to map this journey out? Yes. How are you going to measure saying that I did X ROI on this advertising? Because it was in somebody's hands. That's the trigger.
So I actually wanted to just go back to everything that we said right now. We consider some medium because we believe that medium can achieve a task that others can't, which essentially means that the measurement of that medium then will be very different from the measurement of the others. I think what is required is a perceptive change both at the industry level. Everything need not be measured to the same base. It will not serve the purpose that you want to, because once it's measured at the same base, then you have to be ready to pull money from somewhere and put somewhere else. So it's interesting because I hear a lot of conversation on measurement, but the moment you measure, people go back still to doing the old way of doing things. So that's even worse. Can it be measured? The answer is yes. You now have AI techniques which are used in multi-touch attribution where you can, but even then, it's not the most accurate, and you will always have somebody saying that, not making sense, but jab maine wo kiya tha, tab to aisa hua tha, kind of thing. So, does the measurement exist? Yes, measurement is evolving, it will get there. Should we really measure everything to one common base? I don't think so.
I'm just going to add to what Monaz is saying, because I think you need to first come back to understand why did the agency want to get into this conversation of having a standardized measurement. Because the advertiser out there was saying, I understand TV very well. I get the impression story, I understand the TVR story, but the minute you put digital out there, I'm not getting it. So give me a currency which is equating one to the other. Reality is the 30-second spot vis-a-vis a 6-second bumper or a quarter page and a full page ad has different metrics. So I think the onus lies on both sides to understand that when we are pulling something there are valid logical reasons why we are not equating them. But if we are able to defend them with the right metrics, saying there is an engagement, there is a follower fan, there is business outcome result, there is a clear-cut answer of saying you're getting a delta shift on your sales. Now when you start having the conversations, both sides are able to defend that a lot better. And with the change in the measurement system, that's what you're really seeing, the multi-touch attribution, the fact that I'm taking individual variables and telling you this variable is giving you a delta of X or Y. I think that evolution is giving us much more confidence on how we are building the entire measurement story.
Yeah. I'll just quickly add, so, if you really project 10 years down the line, right? So everything will be connected and we are getting a lot more data than what we are getting. We think we are getting a lot of data right now, but we'll get a lot more data in 10 years down the line. We'll have old digital and new digital, all right? And old digital will say that, don't ignore old digital. During that time, what will happen is with all this data, we will need to evolve and have advanced data science models to make sense of all that data. So I think that's where we will be moving as we go along. And I don't think this debate, we'll still be having this debate 10 years down the line, but then we'll be having with different models and different level of, we are right now even talking 6G, maybe we are talking 10G by that time. But the models will evolve to that level as well. So I think in that context, that's where we have to really look at it from a data angle as well. And that's what we're talking about modeling also. And that is going to definitely evolve at a completely different level.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, so that my next question is for you, right? You're talking about 10 years ahead. Let me take you 5 years ago, right? There came a word called programmatic, okay? And everybody said, oh my God, this is going to change our lives, right? I mean, no more manual planning needed. There's a smart system which is automatically going to know where to place your digital ads. Everything's going to get streamlined. We've, of course, made great progress, but have we really reached the end of the story that was painted 5 years ago? Probably the answer is no, right? I want to get your view, right, as an expert on the subject is, do you think it's because we've not understood and used it correctly? Or do you think it's on its evolution journey and we will get there, maybe just a little later than the time frame that has been spent on it?
I think we have made huge progress, right? We need to give credit to ourselves that, earlier we were buying manually newspaper ads, right? Then from there, now the internet came, then we started buying ads on NDTV separately and Times of India separately, and that was also a manual process. Then from there we evolved and got an exchange, automated bidding. So we have evolved, right? And of course, the moment we evolve, we forget the evolution and we say that, there is a lot more to be done. And that is always going to remain. That's great about human beings. And so exactly we are in a journey here. And I will again add the data angle, right? I will say that, programmatic is great to bring new channel, all the channels together, basically, and that was the promise, and probably it was over-promised to some extent as well. So we have to be always wary about any new technology over-promise, basically. That is very, very important. Technology is a tool, and it will always have its limitations, but it is still a great tool to bring all the channels together. And then what it also allows is, it can also help you to make sense of your first-party data. You can also add third-party data to your first-party data. You can really create more customized cohorts, figure out which are the channels where your cohorts are, add your data layer as well. So there are a lot of things which can be done, and many advertisers are doing it. Many are in their journey of evolution as well. So I would say, I think we have long way to go, but we can still give a pat to our backs and say that, we are evolving at a very good rate. And honestly, if I just look at India market itself, India market is leapfrogging, right? In a short span of time, we will be doing things which, the so-called advanced markets might be looking at us for inspiration and for example as well. So yeah, I think we are on a great journey here.
Perfect. I want to ask a last question and then I'll open it up to the audience. I was reading today that Unilever, which a couple of years ago decided to scrap the role of CMOs, right, has actually decided to bring the role back. They're now calling it Chief Growth and Marketing Officer, right? So as marketeers become growth marketeers or growth and marketing custodians, I want to understand how is the media industry and the media fraternity thinking about how will this impact change in their role or their approach when you're now talking to a chief growth and marketing officer versus a chief marketing officer?
No, I'll take this. So I'm not surprised actually, Unilever doing this. So if you see today, and we have marketers on the table here, if you look at the marketers today and what their CEOs and their companies are expecting them to become. Earlier, the marketers were traditional marketers, building brands, responsible for long-term value. In 10 years, 15 years, the brand gets built. But today, if you look at the marketers, the CEO of the company is expecting the marketer, his marketing department, or head of marketing, to be able to control the entire consumer journey. The entire consumer journey, it is not only about the sale, it is also about the first party data, it is also about the way the consumer is interacting, it is also about CRM, it is also about, so therefore the entire consumer touch point. So whatever touch point the consumer is actually interacting with the brand or the company, the CMO of the company is actually expected by the CEO of the company today to take full responsibility and control of. So having said that, so therefore a lot more responsibility, a very complex set of work for the CMO today, and therefore he obviously has to make sure that this entire consumer journey is mapped along with the help of agency partners, not only from a sale point of view, but also from a future potential and growth point of view. So today, if you're harnessing the first party data, if you're doing lookalike marketing, if you're doing futuristic modeling, so therefore it really helps you, as he rightfully said, to be able to design campaigns better, to be able to reach out better, and therefore to be able to address the consumer better, is what I would say. So yeah, I would say yes, I am not surprised that this is, in fact, I was in a panel last week and there were CEOs in that panel who were saying what they expect the CMOs to become, and this is the discussion that they said, exactly that yes, we expect them to do so much more.
I mean, just to add to it from a CMO's perspective, right? It's always very important that you look at brand building in one lens and you look at business building in the other. They go hand in hand together. Because you're responsible for brand building, for building imagery, for long-term brand health, but you're also responsible for sellout. Sellout is an important part because that is what is fueling all the budgets which are coming in for building the brand. If you will not have any sales, you will not have any monies to invest behind. So they both go hand in hand together. Yeah. And being in FMCG so far, I mean, P&L always rests with the marketing department, and it's our responsibility to ensure that profits get delivered to the business.
But tell me, Tushar, I mean, because if you get, does it then impact your ability to, like Anita said, have that 10% risk taking? Because if marketeers are also thinking more about ROI and growth, will that take the innovation angle out from
I'm going to
brand
answer this
planning?
question from the lens of the previous question. When you've spoken about GRPs, this, that, and people asking questions, you cannot bundle all of it together. It's like bundling apple and oranges together and saying they taste different, right? You cannot. You have to have different, and another important point is when you look at India in particular, you have to win in every mini India. So you used to have, and also if you look at cohorts, you have the youth. You will not reach youth through Hindi GSC or news right now in TV. You have to go digital. The yardstick, the elements is different, and you need to experiment as a marketer. Otherwise, you will not be able to, do justice to your whole program.
I'm just going to add one more thing. It's very nice that you read about Unilever having, changed designation of a growth officer. The agency guys have it too, right? All of our agency groups today have growth officers. They're doubling up. I think in the previous session, Vinod Thadani is the growth officer for Dentsu at an overall level. So I think the part that growth and business growth is extremely important. And with the way the agency folks are pivoting their business, then it becomes extremely important because we also have to find new avenues of staying relevant to the advertiser. So there are practices that we launch, there are things that we'll end up doing, maybe slightly different from what the advertiser is doing, but we are also equally excited about having the growth leads at our side as well.
Actually, that's a very valid point, right? I mean, and I think that's the point I was trying to get to, that as the role of the marketer is changing, the role of the industry is also changing, right? And you rightly said, Anita, that so many of you guys are actually you're actually ahead of the curve, right? There are times where I feel you guys anticipate what we'll need and actually be ready for it. So I think this is an interesting growth trajectory that we're all on. We have 3 more minutes, so I want to open it up to the audience if anybody has a question that they want to ask. Over to you. Abort.
All the media people on the panel kept saying, don't give us too many KPIs, pick one. You pick one. Tell us, if you had to be one KPI for all your work, what would it be?
Karthi, you're absolutely right. We're not saying that we're relinquishing responsibility for growth. But I think what marketers also need to understand is that they can't relinquish the marketing function to the agency. Yeah. It goes hand in hand. And you will always see agencies adapt, I feel, to the newest situation faster, both in terms of models that agency comes out for marketers, or in terms of talent, or in terms of even sort of putting skin in the game in terms of remuneration for that matter. I think the confusion starts when you don't have a clear North Star to solve. It's not about which KPI, it is whatever is the KPI, but then let's have that as the North Star. My challenge is that when the North Star itself changes in the middle of the second presentation, then we have a problem, a huge problem.
True, there's this a friend of mine, a marketer friend, who always says that, there is no one medicine that will cure all your problems, right? So why do people feel that one campaign will salvage the entire business and fix everything from revenue to profitability to brand love to everything, right? So it's a little bit like that, absolutely.
See, just to add, whenever I improve one KPI in my business, my board says, what about those other KPI, right? So I think, it's not going to happen, probably. We want everything and we want it all the time and we have to navigate it. So I don't have an answer actually to this.
Got it. Any other question for the panel? Otherwise, we can wrap up. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you so much, Sneha, for curating such an excellent discussion. A lot of talks are going to be around this conversation. May we have the Chief Digital Growth Officer of Dentsu Media Group, Vinod Thadani, to kindly join us once again on the stage and help us with the felicitation of all our panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause. Starting with Anita. Anita, may we request you to step forward? It'll just help us to get a better picture of both of you. Thank you, Munaz. Thank you for joining us. A warm round of applause. Thank you, Tushar. May we request you to stay on the stage, as we'd like one group photograph, but we'll ask you again. Tushar, please. Tushar Malhotra. Preeti, thank you so much. Preeti Murthy, thank you for your valuable time today. Naveen, thank you so much. Thank you for joining us today. Naveen Khemka. Siddharth, thank you for your valuable time today. And to our session chair, Sneha, very well. Thank you so much, Sneha. Thank you for curating this excellent discussion for all of us today. And for all the ones viewing us live, ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause. May we request all of you, along with Vinod, to please come forward and come together as a group for our great picture. Hashtag E4M Confluence. What an engaging discussion. Let's talk ROI, and we're going to be giving them a big, big round of applause for sharing their bits of knowledge today at the E4M Confluence, the Media Investments Summit 2023. Well, from the conversation on Let's Talk ROI, we're now going ahead to our next conversation, which is Money Matters. Can marketeers and agencies rebuild trust? So we've got a great, great conversation, and we'll just allow us a couple of minutes. Of course, a lot of exchange of networking happening. Just allow us a minute on the same. With that, in a landscape where collaboration between marketeers and agencies is essential for driving success, the topic of trust looms large. Trust, of course, is the foundation upon which fruitful partnerships are built. And in the dynamic world of marketing, trust plays an even more pivotal role. Ladies and gentlemen, the last panel discussion for the day is on the crucial topic that delves deep into the topic resonating across marketing landscape, which is Money Matters. Can marketeers and agencies rebuild trust? For that, we've got our esteemed set of panelists. First up, Anand Chakravarti, Chief Growth Officer of OMG. Anand, thank you so much for joining us today. Anand, may we request you to sit? Yes, thank you. May we have the Group CEO, Madison Media and OH Madison World, Vikram Sakhuja. Vikram, always an honor to have you. Thank you, Vikram. With that, if we could have the CEO of Zenith, Jay Lala, to kindly join us. Jay, thank you so much. Head Media, Digital Marketing and Brand PR Marico, Ankit Desai. Ankit, thank you so much. Do we have Loveleen joining us? She'll be joining us shortly, ladies and gentlemen. We do have another panelist, but Loveleen's going to be joining us on that, the CMO and CXO officer. But for the session chair, we've got Principal Martian.Inc., Karthi Martian amongst us. Karthi, do take your spot. Can we have Karthi? Actually, you're supposed to be sitting here, yes. Ankit, we're just trying to get you under the right headshot so it'll become easier. And Loveleen, when she comes, she can join us here. Karthi, over to you.
Thank you, Bhavna. How many clients in the room? Show of hands. Zara aage aa jana. I'm going to need your help. Come up front. Because the minority of clients, please come up front and occupy that. Please, I insist. And the rest of you, please come up and occupy the seats in front, because this is going to be a large fireside chat now. Rohit and Virat are both out, so it doesn't matter. Shubman is also out. So cricket came back, but all the action is here. ओ क्लाइंट वाले हाथ आप आ रहे हो कि नहीं? Bhavna, someone is checking whether Lovely, because she texted me quite a while back saying she's in the. Huh? Thanks. Okay, so I'm going to start with a rapid fire round. Turn it on its head. Huh? Is there a hamper? Of course there's a hamper. देखा नहीं सबको दे रहे थे. So rapid fire round. We'll start with Vikram. Until Lovely comes, you're going to play client. Little secret for you guys, Vikram and I have exchanged hats. Once upon a time, Vikram was my client, and I have to confess that a lot that I know about advertising, I learned from Vikram and his colleagues at Procter & Gamble, almost everything that I know. The only thing I learned before that was writing, which I learned from somebody else. So until Loveleen shows up, आप client. क्योंकि नहीं तो भारी हो जाएगा ना agency वालों का पल्ला. And I can't take sides today. I have to be. So, do you feel mistrusted, agency people? Do you feel the trust is a real issue?
Absolutely.
Say more.
No, absolutely. I think, look, I don't think we have to say it. I think if you saw Karthik's presentation, it's a global issue. It's not just India, right?
Okay.
And I think the way the ecosystem has changed and the way expectations from businesses has changed has just changed the equation, and it has led to, I think, mistrust.
Okay, Jay, your take?
No, same. I think there's a big challenge, I think, for the clients, because the way they're looking at agencies, they want the agencies to also look at the top line, and at the same time, they're also accounting the agencies for cost pressures, etc. So it's like, when you have, do you want the agency as a partner or a vendor? And that's the thin line which they keep jumping around. So that's what gets us into problems.
Okay, Ankit, as a client, and I'll pause for a second. At a point in my career as a client, I had the opportunity to sign up with a very large media agency. I'm not taking names here. And I was warned by some of my peers in marketing that dekh aisa hai, when you shake your hands, you're going to have to count your fingers. Aisa hai, Ankit?
No, I think that's a terrible starting point. No, I don't think trust is the word I would use. I think the word I would actually agree with is expectations. I think it's becoming an increasingly complex world. It has become a complex world. And as we are moving forward, almost speeding forward into this world, all of us are a little unprepared. And in that unpreparedness, there is some gap in terms of expectations that is setting in. So I think that's fundamentally the problem. I don't think trust is the word I would use as.
Vikram?
No, I would definitely use the word trust. In any good marriage, trust and respect are the two cornerstones of the relationship. Has it eroded over the years? I think it has. If I can go a little deeper, I think at the heart of it are two things. From a client standpoint, there's probably lack of disclosure, smoke screens, those kind of things, which is just making them ask a few questions. And from the standpoint of agencies, they feel there's hypocrisy at the client's end, which is leading to say something, do another.
Okay, I think I see Loveleen in the room. Is that? Yep. Thank you, Loveleen. You've come in time to answer the first question. And Vikram had to bat as a client as well in your absence. So we were just asking everyone and asking you to wear the client hat for a minute right now and say, is trust a real issue with agencies? Do you feel always with media agencies or occasionally with media agencies, or have you felt, or you don't definitely because your agency relationship is fantastic, but your peers, do they feel a sense of mistrust with their agencies, and why?
So, because I was on the advertising side for 18 years, it's a slightly difficult question to answer honestly, but of course, there is a big trust deficit. It used to exist on the creative side as well, till I think 2000, 2001. And I'm sure a lot of you know, for example, IPG very famously in the year 2000 got auditors to audit its books and came out very openly to all clients saying we're returning a few $1 million to you because these were not earned honestly. And from now on, the general manager of the office will get sacked personally if transparency is not maintained, right? So I think that was watershed for the creative side. On the creative side, one still feels maybe on the production side these issues exist. But on the media side, I think the problem exists. It's a very deep problem. It's a very well understood problem. And thank you for discussing it. It's a rarely discussed problem.
Okay, thanks for that. Finally, someone's spelling it out like Vikram, and so thank you for that. What I'm going to do now is to say, turn it on its head and say, media agency folks, do you feel clients are transparent with you? Clients are accusing you of a lack of transparency? Or do clients also not tell you what their real budgets are? Do they not tell you exactly what their objectives are? And do you also feel like a mushroom? They keep you in the dark and feed you a lot of bullshit? And that also is part of the problem?
Let's start with the RFP, right? I thought it used to stand for read for pleasure, but I think it's read for pain now. Because when you get an RFP and you open it, it's almost like they're looking for the Avengers, right? You're looking for superhuman people who can do superhuman things. And the expectations are just endless. I mean, RFPs have just become reams and reams of documents. And to my mind is that, and I'll go back to the earlier conversation which happened, which was about expectations, right? I think if expectations are clear, then you need to also have full disclosure of what can you provide your partner to deliver to those expectations, right? A lot of times, simple things like distribution is not in place, but media and advertising are supposed to create the miracle. How will that happen? And when you go deeper and look at distribution data, you realize that there is no physical availability of the brand. How is advertising going to deliver? Or media going to deliver? So I think it works both ways. And I think in some cases, I think, like I said, because the environment for marketers has also changed. Today there's huge amount of pressure on the bottom line, and it's no longer an annual point of view. It's a quarterly point of view because the board meets quarterly, shareholders are looking for returns quarterly, and effectively, what is the one piece of budget that the CFO has to play around with is the A&P budget. And I think that's where the pressure on the marketer has changed, and that translates into a very different set of expectations from the agency, which to my mind is that dynamic, if it doesn't settle at a reasonable level, will continue to breed distrust.
Ankit, balls in your court. Anand is saying expectations are too high. Are you saying, on behalf of all clients, not on yours only, obviously, are you saying that they overpromise when they pitch and then underdeliver, and that is why your heart is broken?
See, I think the RFP, and to go back to what Andy said, right? I think earlier it used to be about finding the right partner. Now it's become a bidding war, right? And in a bidding war, more often than not, I think there is a lot of pressure on the participants to bid lowest and then figure life out from there on, right? So I wouldn't say, he's absolutely off the mark in terms of what he's saying, but I would honestly say that it's actually at both ends, right? The problem is not unilateral. It has to be addressed by both partners, and I stress on the word partners over here. And honestly, I think what we seem to have lost out in this whole race towards finding efficiency is the spirit of partnership that we used to have not even many years ago, right? So that's my take on it.
That's really super of you to say. You know, the morning started, and I don't know how many of you were here in the morning, because it looks like now only those who are getting awards have shown up for the rest of this day. But Sam started the morning by literally bringing us to tears, reminding us of the times when 15% was the income available to the media agency, to the agency ecosystem, divided between creative and media, of course, and to a point where now, whether it's percentage or not at all is become debatable, whether there is any revenue or not at all is debatable. But to that, I have a point to make. I went and looked up top 5 advertisers globally and top 5 agencies globally. And one thing I noticed was on a per employee basis, the advertisers seem to be making roughly double of what the agencies are making. Is it possible that you guys have too many employees for the job? Media people? You also can answer. Is it possible? So 300K per employee, 300,000 USD per employee is what the top few CPG brands in the world are making. Whereas media agencies are making 150K per employee revenue, not profit, revenue.
is the revenue that they're making. So
I think, Karthi, that answers your question, because that's the challenge for us.
So do you have too many
Be
people?
making
Is
300,
my question.
We are making 150.
So you have too many people.
No, I think, sorry. The fact remains that in our businesses, we used to hope to get a 40% staff cost ratio, staff to revenue ratio. We are running at 55-60%. If you take any CPG manufacturer, they will be having staff cost at less than 10% of their revenue. So I don't think this is a fair comparison. I think what would be more useful to see is take the number of employees and from the balance sheets take the wage costs. You'll find average salary per employee is at least 25-30% higher on average, if not more, than what it is at agencies. And I think that's where the problem lies, because today is that peanuts monkeys game. Now it's terrible on our side, but if the commissions keep on coming down, if you do a reverse auction on commissions, and finally we are weak enough to actually accept a mandate at a place where it doesn't make sense, guess what? I mean, look at the kind of talent that you're getting at entry level in advertising companies and what you're getting in agencies. And when I started off, agencies and CPG companies attracted the same talent from the same pedigree of colleges. It's come down a long way.
Yeah. Sam echoed the same ideas in the morning as well, that IIM, MBAs, for example, agencies simply cannot hire, whereas 20 years ago, it was a sought-after career for MBAs as well. But going back to this point about revenue, the agency folks are saying that we're paid peanuts. Clients, is it true? Do you feel like because they're being paid peanuts, they're trying to, so to speak, find opportunities for leakage, and that is why there is a trust issue?
No, first I agree, keeping the transparency part aside, over the board, they are being paid peanuts, okay? They committed, when I say they, I mean me, when I was in advertising, we committed suicide, right? We split the business from creative to media, then in media we split the business from digital media to mainline media, then OOH went separate, now creative, there is social, there is digital content, there's mainline. What have we done? Now, earlier we used to pitch for one client and we used to get the entire business. Now you have to pitch for the same client 6 times, okay? Number 2, I don't think overheads are managed still well, okay? And I don't think they can be managed beyond a point, because there's high attrition, you have to continuously upskill your people, the way the media game is changing. The 15% agency business, or the net 17.65% agency business, is now, if I broadly look at the creative part, it's on an average of 6%. If I look at the above board media part, it's on an average 3-4%. Does it add to 15 or 17.65? It doesn't.
But why should it?
Okay. Of course it should. Now, what does, and now I'm again talking as a marketer, and I'm supporting the agencies, because the value that an advertising agency creates, it's long term. Okay, because you create equity, and basis that equity, newer products are launched. Okay, and marketers, or let's say the corporates, are constantly pivoting basis that equity. It's unmeasurable. Okay, 20 years ago, I think corporates understood that, respected that, and were happy to pay for that. Today, I think the talent and understanding on both sides has suffered. And possibly long-term vision on the corporate side has gone off. So there was a time in advertising when we used to get a brief, we could easily see where this corporate is going 5 years from now. Today we can't even see where we are going 5 months from now, right? So because long-term planning has gone, long-term budgeting has gone, the sense of equity has gone. That these guys actually build equity for me, right? And I don't think digital has done any favor, because programmatic and constantly trying to attribute something to the penny you've spent. So it's for the industry, both sides. And when I say industry, I really mean the senior people. And I've had this conversation when I was on the agency side also. How many meaningful people are there, actually? On the advertising side, 8 people. On the corporate side, 15 people. Why don't 25 people get into a room and solve for this?
So they've tried, no?
I don't think so.
The ISA has just put out a note asking the agencies to conform to a template, and that
So did you
template
get
of contracts.
did you get all 10 people from
No,
agencies
forget that.
in the same
Forget that.
room?
The ISA has put that out. Last year, I believe at Cannes, 70 independent agencies got together and wrote up a template of their commitment to clients. Of course, the template is nowhere available on the internet. So, and the poor independent agencies, not the big names on this stage and in this room, none of them were involved apparently. So, we all think and we all agree, we all seem to agree that it's just a bunch of folks who should get into the room and be brutally honest with each other and say, boss, itne mein itna hi milega, nahi to let's talk real money and let's be paid fairly, right? Let's pass the ball back to them and
okay.
we'll
So
come back.
I think simple. Does media and advertising contribute to sales? Of course it does. Otherwise, brands would not be spending money on media and advertising.
Perfect.
So if 10 years back you were able to pay the agency X, 10 years hence you're willing to pay them 25% of X, what does that mean? It means that what they do does drive your business. What they do does drive revenue for you. Now, if at your end, let's say one argument is profitability has changed from what it was 10 years ago, it's much lower now. Fair enough. But if you say that you said now, our agency is overstaffed, right? Now, the truth is, why is our business so dependent on people is, yes, I think to a large extent as an industry, we have not invested in enough of automation. We need to. Agree. I think that is our fallacy. Two, as an industry, we've not held our own for many years. For many years, we've not held out and pushed back as an industry. I'm hoping that will happen now, because if it doesn't, we are seeing a watershed moment in advertising. Thomson, a brand which was a phenomenal advertising brand, got shut down 2 weeks ago. To my mind, that's a massive signal telling you that if you don't do this, if you don't do something significantly disruptive in the media ecosystem, as media agencies, we're going to see something very similar happening very, very soon. Who will lose? Will media agencies lose? Yes, okay. So 25,000 employees in media agencies, another 25,000 in the ecosystem. But eventually the quality of talent and the inability to service clients is going to affect their businesses as well. So to my mind, I don't think it's about ISA putting out a note or IDBF putting out a note. I think something really needs to be done, because we're seeing it happening into the advertising agency ecosystem. If we don't do something in media, I think it'll happen to us sooner than later. And effectively, everybody, all stakeholders will get affected.
Okay, let's take Loveleen's challenge up. What should we do? You're saying get into a room and do what? Propose and then we'll ask the others to respond.
I think she's raised a very important point. And according to me, what's happening at the client's ecosystem is that earlier it was all governed by the marketing teams. Now you have finance, procurement, all getting into the game. And currently the ball is more towards procurement. I think the marketing guys need to stand up and also demand their KPIs. Currently, like all the pitches are being governed by procurement, so it is all leading to pricing. They are meeting their KPIs. And that is where this whole transparency and pricing and everything, commercial issues are in play. I think that what needs to happen is that the marketing guys need to stand up and demand for their KPIs to be accountable. Currently, that is like the weightage is extremely low on that. Once that becomes equitable, I think that whole trust, that whole connect, everything will start happening. Right now, it's very transactional.
Ankit, why is procurement in the bloody picture? Don't you love these people enough to say, "Main sambhal lunga inko"?
So let me take a step back, actually. I think if I had to answer that, Jay, I think it's more a chicken and egg story, right? Why is it that procurement doesn't come in when we are working with consulting partners, right? And what is it that our teams, and I say our teams because we have to own them together, are unable to deliver to our brand teams, to our boardrooms? And why is it that therefore marketing is not able to stand up to you and has allowed procurement to come in? I think these are questions that we need to ask ourselves, right? Because again, it's linked to, and which is why I said it's chicken and egg, it is the quality of talent, right? Is our talent creating so much value that you can't live without their point of view? Today, I think more or less, unfortunately, we've gone down a road where we're seeing agency partners more as execution partners and not as strategic partners who will walk into the boardroom and create the corporate strategy for the next 5 years. I think that is missing, right?
Vikram.
And somewhere we have to pick up
Okay,
the ball.
I think I'm just building completely of what Jay and Ankit have said. Look, if you have to put our money where our mouth is in terms of taking marketing investments as an investment to grow brands rather than to save money, I mean, it seems obvious, right? But then why are we not doing it? Now, somewhere along the picture, it requires the walking the talk has to start with a client, i.e. a strong marketing manager or a marketing director. And I'm now remembering my client days when procurement, finance, everything, those pressures were coming, and it was coming in the creative side. You will not work with, they were trying to make production of ad films a function of who's delivering the film the cheapest. Now we said you can't, that's not the way to measure creativity or creative talent. And at that point in time, some of us in marketing just put our foot down. If anybody, and the pressures were intense, but we said, go take a walk. Now people, I don't think in marketing organizations are saying, go take a walk. I am going to do this. I used to get so much support earlier from some strong marketing guys. Right now they're all buckling under the pressure of CFO and procurement. That has got to be on them. That said, the second part of what Ankit has said, then we have to come good. If we come across and don't add value and don't provide any, if we're just doers and not thinkers, then of course it is going to come back to bite us. But the initiative has to be taken from the client. We can't do that.
No, you're spot on
and
about
the question
that.
goes back to the two of you. Would you guys tell your marketing people that your voice is stronger than the CFO or the procurement guy?
No, so Vikram, I think that's essentially what I was saying, that we need partners who come in and deliver that value for us to be able to make that point strongly enough within the organization, right?
Tomorrow and then we have to follow.
That's why chicken and egg, right?
So I have a submission here, and this is the only submission I will make. In the role of moderator, I shouldn't be. I think your industry, our industry, the advertising industry, has a positioning problem. This morning, Sam said it. The CMO, ex-CMO of RBS Bank said it just, I think, 2 months ago. Why McKinsey is able to waltz in, offer roughly some version of what you guys do, and waltz out with a few crores, and procurement is never even in the damn room, is because of a positioning problem that they have solved, you guys have not solved. You have rendered yourself, what he's asking for, no strategic input. You have, and Loveleen spoke about it as well, by fragmenting and therefore having no knowledge power, now suddenly you are in this space of vendor, executor, etc., etc. He wants to use the word partner. He's trying to, we are trying to. But the CFO and the procurement guy, they should be dare to open their mouth. That's some of that positioning problem, I think, is your industry's
If
problem.
I can jump in for a second. See, firstly, I don't think anyone wants agencies to become McKinsey. We already have enough McKinseys, and I'm not sure very, very happy about them. Okay? And there is a separate problem there of the amount of money we put there, and if there's accountability to that money, to the outcomes. We want agencies to be agencies. Okay? What's happened on the agency side, if you look at the agency side, look at the top guys, they're all creative people today. Okay? So is that the only input creative agencies have left towards clients, which is, we'll give you a script. Okay? So agencies on the creative side need to look into that. That change has happened in the last 10, 15 years, where all the suits who were earlier putting the thinking caps on were doing SWOT analysis, understanding competition, letting a marketer know what the potential is, what the cohorts are, new word, target audiences, traditional word, is doing, etc., etc., has been compromised by agencies. Similarly, on the media side, planning no longer exists, let's be honest. Only buying exists, okay? Because possibly that's where they make their money from, okay? So on the creative side, they get their awards from creative. They go to Cannes, they get their awards and reputation from creative, so only creative exists. On the media side, they make their money from buying, and therefore only buying exists. Now that was also fine, okay? Because as a marketer, in fact, I truly believe as a marketer, my job is to do my own strategy, okay? Creative agency at best can assist me doing my own strategy. Are you doing that well, right? So if you're getting rebates that you're getting, are you transparent about that? That's actually why I said yes to this panel. And
We've
just
said
gonna
it. We've
I'm
said the
gonna
word.
make I'm going to make 3-4 points. Okay. Are you transparent about the rebates that you get? Are you transparent about the consulting fee that you get from media houses? Okay. Because that is a relationship of conflict. If you are today doing consultancy for a Star, or if you're doing a consultancy for a India Today, okay, should that be allowed? Because that's a relationship of conflict. So I don't know what's happening. Number 3, our fault, okay? Do we have auditors in the room who have rules and saying we will audit this big money? In our contracts, are we very clearly mentioning rebate? Okay, and what the SOP will be around those rebates. So that's to the transparency side. With regard to the input side, I totally agree. I have, honestly, in my 10 and a half years, on the corporate side, never faced a purchase problem. Okay, the purchase guys enter the room because I want them to enter the room. Okay, so if I'm pretending that the purchase guys are doing that, I'm pretending. Because I don't know how else to put pressure back onto my friends who are otherwise whining and dining with me and really helping me build my brands. If the CEO or the CFO are not giving the budget, that means my KRAs are not clear. I've not really ever had a problem and I have a lot of esteemed colleagues who have not had a problem explaining to the CEO or the CFO that if this is the business outcome, this is the money that you should get, COVIDs of the world aside. I think in terms of transparency, one point, and in terms of what we want to give to the client, on the other side, if we are clear, it's not very difficult. Of course, the third part is what agencies like Dentsu are doing or struggling with. I don't know where the situation or what JWT is doing. How do you get the entire marketing piece from the agency side as a one solution, right? Because at the end of the day, you're marketing a single product across multiple channels. If marketers have adopted omni-channel, isn't it time agencies wake up to adopting omni-solution? That's a really big problem, and because of which transparency has become a much bigger issue, because my single dollar is now being split in 5 places. And therefore, what I was up till now kind of ignoring, I can no longer afford to ignore because I have to split that dollar across 5 agencies. And I can't do that.
Now you know why I was waiting for Loveleen for the first 7 minutes. Okay, we have 3 minutes left, so I'll leave it to the gentleman from media to respond.
No, she's raised many questions now. Which one should we answer?
Pick one. Pick the hottest
So
one.
let's talk about Voldemort question. He who mustn't be named rebate.
उससे भी बड़ा एक क्वेश्चन है इन्वेंट्री जिसको आप लोग ट्रेडिंग बोलते हो.
Trading. So which one should we start?
वो उसका बाप है ना
नहीं,
उसको
उसका
कर लो.
बाप, well, depending on what you want to start
Because
with.
in the financial world we used to call it front running and we could go to jail for it.
But in 2 minutes, what do you want us to take? You pick. You're the moderator.
चलो वो rebate ही कर लो.
Okay. So, look, the rebate question is one where clients come back and say that you're using my money, you're earning an overriding discount, give it back to me. Okay? Now, a couple of things as background that becomes important to just lay the groundwork is that whatever is being happening at a rebate is obviously at an overriding agency level, not at a client level. A media owner will only give a rebate if he gets a revenue increase, a yield increase, and or a share increase. This will not come at the cost of an individual client's pricing or plans. With that disclaimer firmly in place, and any agency worth its salt maintains its integrity on that, there is a large machinery that goes in terms of talent, skills, systems, people, to try to see how to organize a very complex set of spending in a particular direction. At the end of it, you may make some money. Now the question out here is, if you start giving this entire money that you've earned with great amount of effort back to the clients, what's the incentive for the agency to do it? So fine, we're giving it back to you, then let's kill the goose that laid the golden eggs. We'll stop doing this practice. If we stop doing this practice, everybody loses. Now the other one is, can we share it? Sure, that's a conversation we can do. But if you're paying us well enough, only then you can ask it. With these very simple points, let's have a transparent conversation and move forward. Simple.
Super answer. Our agency is underpaid according to the two of you. Do you feel hand on heart that you're underpaid?
And do you believe?
Grossly underpaid.
Okay. So can we commit to that as clients that we will make an effort on our own to figure out what we can do to pay them better?
you know, Karthi, I keep asking this question. How many times does an agency come back and say, hey, what happened to the campaign we did? Can you tell us the brand scores? Can you tell us the impact or bottom line?
Mine did.
Right? So, no, in fact, most of them don't understand it today.
Sure.
Okay, 10 years ago they did. Does Nielsen even talk to Ogilvy? Okay, on the campaigns that they track? So I think the accountability is on both sides. Agencies should get paid. The together fee should come to 17.65. I thought that was a good benchmark because I've seen at least 7-8 years of that time. How do you come together to create that?
Utopia.
No, there was a time, and I'm going to come back to the number of people question that you asked. There was a time where collectively, between the creative agency and the media agency, we were a nimble team of 4 or 5 people that would service a big account like Gillette way back in the 90s, right? Today, on a 10 crore account, I see 10 media people there. Okay, I see 7 creative agency people there. And that's because the house is split. So there is a problem of efficiency. How do you correct the efficiency on the agency side, and how do we correct your fee? And on the rebate side, let's start by being transparent. That's where the conversation will begin. I have not got transparency in 11 years of asking.
Okay. So this panel, I think, is saying we are ready to be transparent if we clients are ready to pay them better. The point of fairness is, I think, baat ki baat, but we have to pay better.
And come clean.
Anand wants to say something and Jay wants to say something.
Look,
Yeah.
I think
Clean, I
the
agree.
point you made, Lavin, is about, do you need new skills in the room? 100%. I think we all agreed in the last 5 sessions that marketing, consumer change, marketing has changed, you need more skills. Do we want to hire a data analyst? Do I want to hire a technologist? Do I want to hire an AI specialist? Of course I want to hire. Of course I know my clients need it, and of course I don't want to lag behind opportunities that that's now, the truth is this, upskilling is a fantastic word to use. It's not simple. I wish just sending people to an upgrade course would make data scientists. It doesn't, right? So the truth is that if remuneration doesn't move back to, I mean, like you said 17.6, so I love that, but if it moves back to at least a reasonable amount where, do we not want to hire great talent? Of course we want to hire great talent. I mean, I don't think the industry is led by people who don't see that need. Of course that need exists. And do we want to bring all your needs under one roof? Of course we want to do that. But the truth is that with the remuneration model you have today, your P&L does not allow it at all. And I think it has to start with, okay, we will pay you this, but then as a client, these are my expectations from you. So set expectations, but remuneration should be in line with expectations.
Jay, last word.
Look,
Make it count.
No, I think, like we've just discussed that, first of all, I want to say is that I think the trust has been broken. We need to rebuild that. We need to, get together and sort of do that. Remuneration is playing a very important role. We are not getting paid. We are finding other ways to make money and all that. So I think the starting point, what she rightly said, and she's been on both sides, is the remuneration. Once that comes in place, everything else is going to follow, according to me.
Sure, fantastic. We're going to call it a day because our time's up. Is that okay? Oh, wonderful. Thank you. All right. I have no questions left now. Say whatever you want.
No, so if I can just answer that. See, again, let's not make it a chicken and egg situation, because then there is no reason why this panel is successful. Okay, and we are still ending at a chicken and egg situation.
Ideas.
My point is, if you guys are genuinely feeling that all kinds of talent needs to be in one room, you don't need to hire talent. It exists in some sister concern of yours, some brother concern of yours. After all, you guys all IPGs, WPPs of the world. If within one group, we can't find 5 people who can get into a room and service an account, I think that's the starting, and I'm saying that as an ex-advertiser, right? Like we talk about silos on the corporate side, there are big silos on the advertising side. Media people are not happy to talk to creative people are not happy to talk to digital people on the same floor, okay, in some agencies where it's still not completely broken. So I think where do you start? Start with a single client. Okay, I had a fantastic client in Marico way back when I used to head McCann Bombay, who did not question our remuneration. Okay, and they gave us 2.5 years to fix things. And because we honestly tried to fix things, they did get fixed. And we ran their digital campaign way back in 2011, when we didn't have a single digital person within the organization. So I'm saying, even if we start with a single client who's ready to give us that remuneration, and honestly set that team up and do a A/B testing on it, and say, okay, this model works. Now can we take it to the second client, and then we take it to the third client? I would happily be that client, but right now I'm a startup. But
Can't agree with you. I mean, absolutely, right? And are there clients who are willing to pay for what we call an interoperable model, where you bring diverse sets from within a group? Absolutely, they are. And the few clients who do that are willing to pay you the remuneration, because the fact is this: if I bring 5 companies to the table, those 5 associates from different companies within the same group will have to be paid. Right? It cannot be the same yardstick of 1.75%. It can't be that. Yeah, exactly. So I think it comes down to that. Is it possible to orchestrate a solution? Certainly. Has it been done? Is it being done? Yes. Can it be done for more clients? Yes, it can. I think the conversation always ends not at capabilities, but at remuneration. And I think it goes back to that.
I think I want to just add 2 points. One, I think, Loveleen, you should join the ISA. Definitely. Your point is absolutely valid about getting creative media, everybody together in a room. But there are clients who are also looking at that, saying that, this will allow me to bring in further efficiency. So I have a different creative agency. If you come together, then I'm paying X plus Y. That should be lower than what I would pay individually. So I think it calls for a great conversation, and to add to your point that it shouldn't be a chicken and egg. I think as a forum, we should start talking about this.
So
I have a
it's
suggestion.
not about efficiency.
I have a suggestion.
So just
and I'm suggesting
one
this only
response,
because
I need to answer, Jay. I think on the point that you raised, ISA is not about bashing down remuneration. I don't think we talk remuneration at all, right? We talk about what will make agencies work better with us and work in a way which benefits both the businesses. So I heard you say, Loveleen should join, and she should join, but not for the remuneration point that you're making. Yeah.
Okay, my suggestion is, I have been in rooms on both sides of the table as well, and even after commission went away and retainer fees came up, honestly, when the number comes on the table, I can see both sides of the table quickly doing back calculation ki iska matlab itna commission hai, which I think is bullshit, but you're all stuck with it. Until you guys reposition yourself from agency to something else, we're all stuck. Here's an idea. Do reward. And don't do reward on buying efficiency, but do reward on outcomes, which will force us, Munaz, to name only one KPI for the year. And if you deliver on that outcome, half my kingdom is yours. Is that correct?
Correct.
Huh?
Absolutely.
On that happy note, at least we'll stop now before we do any more wrist slitting. So something like that. I would recommend to the 2.5 clients who are in the room, please take this back to your brethren and what is the word? Okay. Reward over and above for great outstanding performance. Maybe that's one way to start.
So, I mean, cost plus for service and
share of revenue.
And fill them with gold for value added.
Absolutely.
Share of the value added.
Yeah.
If you do that, that's the start of a virtuous cycle.
Chalo. Let it start here. And when it does, you'll remember it happened here. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let the applause continue. What a fantastic discussion this has been. May we request the CEO of PhD Media, Munaz Toriwala, to kindly join us once again and help us this time with a felicitation of all our guests. First up, Anand. Anand, thank you so much. Anand, if you can just pose along. Thank you. Thank you so much, Jay. Thank you for giving us your valuable time. Jay Lala, thank you for your valuable time and your conversations. Thank you, Loveleen. May we request you to please step forward. Ladies and gentlemen, let the applause continue. What an excellent conversation. Thank you so much, Ankit. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you, Vikram. Thank you for honoring us with your presence today. And our session chair, of course, ladies and gentlemen, Karthi Marshan. And may we request you all to please step forward for a group photograph along with Monaz. Monaz, please do join in for the photograph. Money matters. Can marketers and agencies rebuild trust? I think what a trustworthy conversation this was. Thank you once again to all our esteemed panelists for joining us today and giving in your valuable time at the E4M Confluence, the Media Investment Summit 2023. Well, before we move ahead to the keynote fireside chat, we're going to be now announcing the final winner of the social media contest. If you hear your name, please do join us. The winner is Ria Gil Singh. Do we have Ria amongst us? If Ria's around, do we have Ria Gil Singh? I'm afraid not right now. Once again announcing, you cannot come in and say we're going to be checking your Twitter account. Okay, so Ria Gil Singh, we'll see if we can get her on board. But meanwhile, just allow us a minute before we get ready for our final conversation. Trust me, it's worth the wait because our final conversation is going to throw incredible light into our next topic. And that's going to be concluding with the E4M Confluence, the Media Investment Summit 2023. May we request you all to kindly settle down. May we request you all to settle down? Thank you so much. And here we come to our final session of the day. It's my honor and privilege to invite on stage a true luminary, someone whose insights and experience has the power to illuminate discussions and inspire us all. When I say his name, I'm sure all of you will reckon the work he's done. We're talking about the CEO, South Asia Group M, Prasant Kumar, in conversation with Naval Ahuja, co-founder, Exchange for Media. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Prasant Kumar, popularly known as PK, along with a conversation with the co-founder, Exchange for Media, Mr. Naval Ahuja. This is an iconic discussion we've been waiting for. Can we have more decorum in the room? Can we please request you to settle down?
Thank you, Bhavna.
Thank you.
It's a tough act to follow the panel discussion, especially with Vikram's candor and Karti's probing questions. But we'll try not to make it very boring. So thank you everyone for joining us for this last session. Thank you PK for doing this. The media services ecosystem has gone through a lot of things in the last few years. In fact, morning when we started the conference, I did a chat with Sam, and he traced the journey back to how it all started in the mid-90s. The AOR model medicine launched, and then HT Media happened, and things went from there. And here we are in 2023, doing a lot of different things. I think the hottest topic what I've figured is remuneration from clients. We'll not start with that. I think Sam hit the nail on the head in the morning when in one short sentence he said we have to learn to start saying no, right? And I think some efforts, I'm told, are being made in that direction, so we'll come to that later. I think the previous panel explored a lot of that. Because straight off the bat, let me ask you, right, when the year started, Group M does this TYNY report, which is launched a day before the Pitch Medicine advertising report. Both reports roughly had a ballpark number of 15 to 16% advertising growth. We are sitting almost more than 10 months. The year is over, and it's been a tumultuous year. A lot of things have gone through. Part baggage of the last few years, part new things that have happened this year. Where do you think we'll end up with when it comes to average advertising growth in the industry?
Yeah, hi everybody. No, you're right. I think we always start working prior to the beginning of the year, and try to estimate, how the next year, or rather, from a calendar perspective, how the next year goes on. And a lot of indications, estimates, etc. We work on that. And it's true that we estimated close to about 15% in 23. Unfortunately, there has been lots of ups and downs which happened during the course of the year. And, multiple aspects happen. I mean, it's easy to give a number and move on. But I think, primarily we had a lot of, variations happening from the entire startup ecosystem, right? And that actually pumped in, if you look at in 2019, close to about any quarter you look at it, the close to about 18 to 20% used to be the kind of, contributions from many of these startup ecosystem. If you start looking at from October, November, December 2020 onwards, I think the range is anywhere between 30 to 40, 42%, right? Until about, you can say 22, Q3 from a calendar perspective. So therefore, any kind of variation, we all know why that variation happened, because they were working on their business models and they wanted to get a lot more, into building their, profitability and so on. And of course, multiple categories are different reasons. And when you see that, the contribution of spend starts coming down. Now, I remember many years back when we had, the top categories when you look at it, and at one point in time, telecom used to be like the number 2, number 3 kind of category. Absolutely. And when that category started spending lesser, we had substitutes, right? We had e-commerce coming up, we have multiple other substitutes happening. But I don't think, that happened for us, specifically this year. That's one factor. Of course, the regular aspects of, all the inflation-led challenges, etc., which every single business had to go through, including ours. Just adding on to the remuneration part. But having said that, including ours, all of us had the issues on expenses, right? And therefore looking at the health of the business, which again put on challenge on spending lesser, right? And obviously you can add on all to multiple other pressures which are going on. So net, the first quarter this year and the calendar year was quite a challenging one. And which could be for many the fiscal year of last year, right? But when you look at all the numbers, I think, we may get closer to about 2-3 percentage points down, right? It's certainly not 2, it's towards almost 3, right? I think from August onwards, a lot of, different categories. For example, the number 1 category, which is the CPG, FMCG category, is showing some kind of progress on that, and hoping that some of the others actually can come in. But if you look at it, this is what happened in 2023. We're counting that maybe the next 2 months can hold on to, a better situation for the industry itself.
Thanks. Good pointers. In fact, there are 2-3 things I can make out from that. So when PK says that, we might end up shaving off 3% from the projected growth. So if you ballpark take a number at around 1.5 lakh crores, we're talking almost 5,000 crores gone, right, of growth that could have been there. So that's a sizable number. The other part of, in fact, there's a telling statistic. Again, I was going through the Pitch Medicine report last year. Out of the top 50 advertisers, 12 were digital first companies, and majority of those 12 were gaming companies. Now it's easy to guess what's going to happen. Most of them will drop out of that 50 list. And if you look at the list of the year before, more than 30% of top 25 churned. Like you said, telecom completely went away. Other categories came in, but the categories that started firing, now they have gone sort of, dry. And that brings me to the, next point that you mentioned, August onwards, a lot of CPG companies have started firing. We recently saw many reports, Levers increased their ad spend by almost, 670 crores in one quarter. Dabur today announced last quarter they pumped up 46% more ad spend, if I'm not mistaken. Coca-Cola has announced similar. Colgate, though, for our colleagues from the media side of the business, I don't know whether, lever spending more is a good thing or a not so good thing, because the amount of inventory that you have to put on the table for that money is immense. But having said that, all of these CPG companies are now starting to fire, right? While it might not make up for the loss that is accrued on account of all these startups and D2C companies going away, this is substantial money on the table. Why is the media side of the business not able to see enough effect of all of these CPG companies firing? Because that's the FMCG. Again, I'll refer to the Pitch Medicine report, was some 33% of the overall ad spend. That's almost 1/3 of the entire spend in 2022. So if they are pumping up so much money in the last quarter, we should have seen a much better recovery than what we are seeing.
Good point. I think you made a lot of points. See, the ordering of top clients in the market. Again, if you go back to 5 years back, I don't think any year has been without a churn, right? Or a movement of, I think it's not correct to say churn, because the top 10 contribution change every single year, right? And I think that will continue. I don't think we should look at only from that measure. Your question is actually, when spends are slowly coming back, and at least by a couple of categories, why is the media set not seeing that fully? That's a very interesting perspective, because if you actually look at it, the media landscape is not the same, right? The opportunities and solutions have only multiplied, right? It's not anymore that the spend mix is the same what you look at 5 years back, right? Whether you call it from TV to digital to print and others, right? But also within each of them, I think a lot of changes have started happening. And I think when marketers are looking at planning themselves, it's also true that their priorities, and not many of the priorities are only long-term. I think many are mixed with some of the short-term priorities also. So all of this actually looking for solutions where many of the media side, the media ownership side can provide. And some are able to do it. Some are new solutions. I mean, the entire subject of influencer marketing is a completely new solution, which is probably only held with probably 40% of the overall addicts as a solve. Rest everything is new, right? So these opportunities, etc., also eat into many of the money coming back, right? So therefore, that's a challenge for media ownership to work on, owners to work on what are some of these great solutions that you can really attract to the the pie which is actually coming back, right? Or the spends which are getting new. So that's the biggest challenge here. And also the fact is, from a marketer's side, it even becomes more complicated, because you have not just 100 solves, you have some 300 solves, right? You got to solve every month, you got to solve every quarter. Sometimes they may not even think one full year, right? So these things make it to make choices much more tougher. And unless the supply side is able to make good solves and represent in that form, it is quite a challenging as well as interesting and opportunistic for each of the media owners.
Yeah, I think most media owners have been kind of struggling to address that issue of how to get companies to spend more, especially with the D2C startup ecosystem drying up, all the gaming, e-gaming, betting money going off the table. There is naturally lesser money now chasing the same amount of inventory available. And whatever growth we are talking about now, naturally, I'm not privy to this year's number in detail, but digital, of course, will kind of be the largest share of growth. There are two things that have happened also in the media landscape this year. One is that if you leave out the unusual years in the last, say, 15 years, whether it was a COVID year or a demonetization, GST, I think this will be a inflection year for the TV business, if I may. If you look at the last 2 quarters of results of at least the listed companies, most have reported tepid growth or hardly any growth, right? IPL, we all know, on an overall spend basis, degrew, television degrew even more. So do you think this will be, this is going to be a year for the television industry where, ADEX might not grow or hardly grow? And what will be the implication of that? Is that trajectory going to continue in the future and more money, increasingly more money shifts to digital,
Again, this is one question which we keep asking at least in the last 3 years now. And I know this year itself we had multiple debates in many of your own forums. Right? I think, see, look, I don't want to say this year is like inflection. One of the factors is, if you look at many of the global markets, India is still growing. We are talking about 3 points down. But the fact is, even with 3 points down, close to 12% is a good growth, right? There's no doubt about it. It will still fall in the top, some of the top 2 markets growth happening global. TV is still growing for our market. TV has substantial, strengths from a language perspective and a region perspective and a lot of other aspects also. It's still the largest media reach, 63% media reach for TV is the number 1, right? Of course, digital will continue to grow, and yeah, it may come maybe equal in few years and stuff like that. But there is a lot of challenge, especially in a year like this. This is a very, very interesting and unique year, as at least I have personally tried to study this. And it's not been an easy year, right? And I don't think, just like COVID when it happened, everybody was so hurried up to conclude what is the definition of normalcy. I think that is the first mistake. I think any one of us who did that, is the first mistake we did. Because it is still evolving, right? 21 was a great year, 22 was a great year, and then you have a year like this. And that's all because of, multiple things, maybe estimation, assumptions went wrong. Similarly, I don't think we should take one particular year, and I don't want to call it this year as a foundation to call any media under any inflection, right? The other point is, yes, for television industry, I think there is a lack of tech solves which they are today having. If you look at micro-targeting, I think digital as well as print, to some extent, even other media like radio and cinema have. But unfortunately, TV is still answering it through, languages and region. And I strongly believe that if they're able to bring some tech solve, that can be a great opportunity for the medium again to come back, right? So I think it's going to be a course like that. There are many more categories which are still finding, building, brands through TV is still making sense. There are many more brands which are seeing, even for the short term, how TV can be useful. So I don't want to say any particular inflection, but it is a challenge, especially when you have over close to about even 300 days of cricket. Within TV itself is a challenge, right?
220 days,
Yeah,
Karthik was telling me. So I think BCCI must be thinking there's still 130 days of opportunity to be monetized.
Yeah, so those are challenges within that media, right? I'm sure, they'll all start working closely more to find some tech solves and see how that can be looked at. They'll all work more harder on creating more solutions which can be better. But I still feel that TV is here to stay, right? It will have a more number of growing years in terms of the addicts. Not like it's going to go down. But yeah, its mix will get impacted, right? So what it is today, let's say it's about close to about 30-odd%, 32%. Yeah, that may get impacted because there is a larger growth happening in digital. And that's mainly because, our industry is not anymore to do with only organized sector, right? There's a close to about, close to 40-odd%, which is there on the long, medium, advertisers that's available in the market. It's so unfortunate that TV is only able to get very few, lower percentage of that. That's why I talked about the tech. Now, once you start answering that, then things change. Because there's somebody else is getting a much higher share of that when you look at the overall addicts.
Yeah, before I move on to digital, in fact, that's a good point you make about, expanding the advertiser base. I remember LV telling me last year that print still, attracts 6 lakh advertisers in India, right? If you look at what Facebook and Google are doing, their SMB or the long tail advertisers, as we call them, runs into, tens of thousands, if not lakhs already. So I think that's one area for TV to go. Before I move on to digital, again, let me, given that, how it's been for the TV business, do you think, of course, TV is here to stay. The share the command, perhaps, will continue to be stable, like it's happened, across many other more evolved markets. But do you think in the next, 2-3 years, price correction will happen in TV?
See, price correction is again a function of demand and supply, right? And it's not just only demand and supply, it's also about some great quality viewing content which comes in, right? And it's again through how multiple different genres behave in that context. If you're asking, is there opportunities for price correction? Definitely there are opportunities for price correction. But I feel that there are too many options in one single media. And trying to make everybody win is not an easy factor. Now that you look at from the other side, winning every moment is not also easy. So there is sometimes, should I lose, should I not win, or should I lose less, or should I win less? All these aspects come in. And therefore, if you're able to consolidate some of these efforts, if you're able to get, solutions in much more in a simpler form, then I think you have a better strategy to look at a subject of from a pricing perspective. But the more you have, weaker, assets within your own, portfolio, then it also somewhere kind of put a challenge to that, right? So these all play, but I feel when the demand gets, if the demand gets picked up and stuff, it gives an opportunity for the supply to look at correction as well.
Absolutely, and demand supply, of course, also is a factor of, audience engagement, the reach of the medium, the time spent, and all of those are important factors. And the consolidation that we see in the TV business is perhaps a result of what's been happening in the last 4 or 5 years. Let me move to, digital advertising now, and last many years the trend has continued and it's likely to continue. Increasingly, the larger and larger share of the growth is going to digital advertising. And we've seen in the last 4 or 5 years the growth of Instagram. Now WhatsApp has come into the fray. Growth of the e-commerce platforms, that's one big story of the last 3-4 years. In fact, some of the, tepid growth that Google, Facebook have seen this year globally is also on account of Amazon, significantly growing. If you just add up advertising revenue numbers of Flipkart and Amazon in India, they would easily surpass, cinema, radio, and some of the other media combined and much more. What is the qualitative aspects you've seen this year, specifically in terms of change of the kind of spend that's happened on digital, or what kind of, view clients are having on that? Last 4 years were mushrooming of influence. Everybody wanted to do influencer marketing. Content marketing started 7-8 years back. Everybody wanted to do that. This year, given the headwinds in the industry overall, what are the sort of things you've seen in digital media which are new and which are likely to stay in digital advertising?
Yeah, so it's not a very, some of them have scaled up more. Like, for example, the entire performance marketing has scaled up more. And for all the reasons which I mentioned earlier, for marketers to look at also from their short-term goals and things like that, right? And it is actually working to multiple categories also. So therefore, there is repeat spending and repeat investment into that. Definitely, e-commerce is only scaling up, right? And there are a lot of ancillary e-commerce kind of, marketplaces or transaction that happens. So the solutions on that is also going up, right? I see the entire influencer marketing is a big change which is happening in the especially last 2 years, and that's actually bringing a lot more, different kinds of solves and how different categories are looking at it, how different brands within the same category are looking at it, right? It's again from a digital perspective. I also see that there are multiple emphasis onto, community-based solutions within a platform, right? I see some of the tech products enabling much more into focus on outcomes which can be looked at from that context, which again is not just a currency but also as a product which is coming out. So these are some of the trends that we're seeing. But I also see from the context of, there are more clients. So if there were 0 clients who are actually doing from a first party data kind of, solutions which they're looking at, today is not anymore 0. I mean, it's not 100 maybe, but it is certainly progressing. And these are subjects which are not to chase perfection, but we should look at how it progresses, because every single client who's able to do a repeat is an inspiration for another client or another category, right? So these are trends which you're seeing. So it's very similar, but the scale up is where the largest aspect is happening on this, right? Yeah.
So digital advertising, of course, has many legs, and one of the big implications for, I think, media services agencies has been also the mushrooming of startup digital advertising. Recently, we conducted some programs in tier 1 cities, for instance, Ahmedabad, or even metros like Calcutta, Chennai. The number of digital advertising startups that have mushroomed, I'm talking agencies, is humongous. Each of the city has at least 40, 50 meaningful digital advertising startups. Now that has implications for the large agencies, the established network agencies, Indian and global, because obviously while you have a lot to offer to the client in terms of services and the knowledge you built and the data tech you built over years, but nimble-footedness, fresh young blood with creative ideas has a lot of value, right? Each of those agencies might not be large enough for you to bother about, but 20 of them put together really does command a reasonable size share of the client's money. And the other thing that has happened in digital advertising, unlike the earlier AOR model, there's no exclusivity, right? A client typically could work with multiple agencies through the year, digital agencies on many campaigns. So as India's largest media services company, how do you look at that this entire challenge panning out? What do you do to kind of continue to retain the share, also keep attracting these clients who are very tempted to go to these younger, nimble-footed startups?
Yeah, a lot of your questions had linkage to the earlier platform here, right, with Karthik and. But yeah, it's a subject that it's a continuous, thing that is required. First of all, it's always welcome to see more and more, competition coming in, because it just helps you to get more stronger. That's my belief, right? The other point is, I think if your business is already been attended to from an outcome perspective, and we saw some of the conversations happening even in the earlier session, I don't think agencies today are only in the business of managing media, right? I think they are very much focused on the transformative growth for clients as well as for themselves, right? And this essentially means that you have to be, more agile, you have to be more proactive, you have to continuously think on how do you strategically look at how can your thinking be more transformative before you go and, advise or recommend something to your own marketers or your clients, right? So that is very essential. At the same time, if you are going to be myopic in some of the areas, then it's a trap which you can fall into. So yes, this space will only populate more. This space will only have many more radical and inventive offerings to happen. So as agency, if you are able to strengthen your offering, right, you are able to give, a great narrative, one narrative to the solution for marketers. You got to do all of these points, get great talent, great upskilling, lots of every aspect. I'm not going to repeat all of that. But more than everything else, it is very important to have a vision of, trying to say that we are in 23, but how do you see yourself in 26, right? Yeah. And that vision Earlier, if it was only about you, maybe now it's not just only about you because the ecosystem is changing much more faster, right? So you have to give more weightage on listening to what's happening, seeing what's happening in multiple different markets, how is the growth, how is the specialism getting strengthened, how is the talent itself changing, and how is talent itself interested on different specialism available today. The more you are able to, start working on it and spending more time on that, I think you will soon get to closer to the vision that you want to do, right? And I always feel that many times our clients itself are great motivation on this. Many times partners itself are motivation on this. Many times I've seen many of these, mushrooms, as you call it, are inspiration for doing multiple.
Sure, yeah, absolutely.
Right?
You learn a lot from young,
Exactly.
Startup companies, young entrepreneurs. Like the media services companies cracked the legacy media code over a 20-year period. I think now you have to reinvent the wheel and crack the digital code. Let me look at the other side of digital, which is the platform. And I think what's happened in the digital platform space is unprecedented. The concentration of power. Perhaps 80%, 85% of Indian digital ad spend are concentrated amongst 4 companies. So now that has many implications, right? The balance of power shifts from, the agency side to perhaps other side, or it becomes equalized. The other challenge also is the ownership of first-party data that these companies have. It's humongous, right? Facebook knows far more than all of us, than perhaps even the brand knows, right? So how do media services companies build enough knowledge, enough, counter that, data, first-party data that these platforms have to be able to offer, meaningful services or insights to clients? Because, client will go to the guy who's in a position to give them data and hence insights and hence, all the knowledge they want. And if the platform has it, then, the client is very, very tempted to go straight to the platform.
Yeah, so the point is that we need more insights to do better job, right? And if you have an accountable, partner in you, then the discussions become much more easier to work together to find that process and system done, right? It's as simple as that. Now you got to demonstrate how accountable you are, that's for sure. But I think the ability and the capability that you build to, to show that how some of this process can be useful is, initially it may start with one single case, but then you build more cases, then it becomes more credible and much more convincing for marketers to go and come and try with you. I think I'm not much worried on the fact that, there are about 80% with 4 to 5 people from that context. Because the aspect is also that you want to still grow, right? You can't be saying today you're 80% and tomorrow you may not be 80%. So if you want to really make progress as a consistent thing, then you got to come with solves which is convincing for the people to continue to spend on you, or new people to come on to you, right? And for that, what is important is slightly more being, accountable and authentic to what you are trying to do for each of the marketer, right? Which I think we have seen that happening. I don't think in any manner it is getting diluted. Of course, challenges will happen. It may happen from a couple of products which can happen. It may happen from a couple of marketers who may not be fully convinced. But I have seen progress happening especially in the last 2 to 3 years when digital accelerated so much more than what they did in the previous years, right? And you got to be at it. You can't, the solutions come from both sides, right? So you have to continue to have a dialogue with the marketer and the partner to find. I think that's also a big job, which as an accountable partner you have for the ecosystem to make it even more successful, right, for both the parties, right?
So before we, open it up to the house, Prashant, my last question about, what Sam said in the morning. Learning to say no. What's your view on that? How do you learn to say no? Of course, it has many benefits, starting from, being able to earn better, being able to hire better talent, provide better services. We did a comparison between look at the consultancies versus look at media services companies. They both might offer similar kind of services to clients, but look at the kind of talent consultancies are able to attract and the remuneration they earn and are able to pay versus where agencies stand, right? So how do you start saying that no, business is tepid? I mean, let's take this year as an example. Business is tepid. Everybody wants a larger share. Everybody wants new clients. We all seek rate corrections from media partners. So a client who comes along says, I'm on pitch. This is my demand. This is my, ask. There are agencies who will always be willing to do that. So while easy to say, how do you implement this no?
Yeah, I think you have to say no when you can't do it, right? But I'm a firm believer that for every problem there is a way to solve it.
Where is that line for not do it? Because the line keeps shifting from what I also understand.
You can put the line anywhere you want, right? Now, I think more conversations have to happen, right? I didn't see in any manner when, I think there were remarks on ISA and multiple things. I think people are ready to converse. That's a good sign. And I can say I don't know if Ankit is here, but even IS is ready to converse, right? And it's important to talk about the problem. Shying away from the problem is the biggest sin that you do. And that is when it goes to the zones of no, right? Whoever it is, whether it is agency versus marketer or agency versus partner, or right? Now, when do you say no? When you have a problem with the principle. I have a problem with the principle, but then I can't do it, therefore I should say no, right? But an industry like ours, where I think a good 25-30% of the industry has worked in every single ecosystem available, whether it's partner or marketer or agency, we have an advantage. The advantage is, I think, we know each of the business so well. So absolutely dialogues are possible. And it's important to have that conversation and make it win-win for everybody, right? I think there is every right for marketer to ask transparency. There is no doubt about it. I think there is every right for partners, media owners to ask for their progress. Every right for every business to ask for their progress, right? Whether all of these rebates, etc., are all part of those nuances. But there is right for everybody to grow and have that conversation. Put 3 or 4 principles on it. Then rest is your own, intelligence, your own, radical aspects. Of course, there has to be space for innovation also. So everybody has to put in that also. And make it more exciting. There is a lot more generation waiting behind, post us. And if you don't make this conversation today, the conversation should not get broken, right? The baton should not get broken down. So I think that's a large responsibility that we as an industry today have. It'll be interesting after 15 years or so to see the industry, maybe a forum like this, where we have conversations where marketers and agencies have different topics to talk about, rather than again talking about
remuneration.
Remuneration.
That's right. Absolutely. I mean, and I think that also hits at the heart of the entire model about the future of agencies. Eventually, it's a service business. It is a people's business. Sam also mentioned in the morning. MICA was started as a primary school to hire talent for advertising, and today, not a single pass out wants to or is joining advertising here. I think that's a telling point that he made. Last question again before we move to the audience. IPL next year, will it be better than this year? What would you bet? Significantly better, let me ask you. Will it be better?
I'm not an astrologer, Noel, but I hope it is better, right? I think there are a lot of learning people did on 23 years. And I genuinely feel that there are intelligent, smart people in the industry. They will only try to make it even better than what a interesting and challenging year we are on 23. So I think I'm more confident. I will put my bets on it's a better IPL next year than I don't know if you want to ask, will they meet their margins and stuff like that? That I don't know, right? But definitely, I think it's been learning for everyone how this year has gone. And I'm sure that those learning will be put into use and it'll be better 24.
Well, as you know, some of the speculation going around, if Reliance and Disney come together, then that will certainly change the dynamics of IPL. I don't know whether that will mean significantly more spends, but certainly how IPL is sold and how it is bought, that will certainly change, which means increase work for media services companies. With that, thank you so much, PK. If you have any audience questions, we can pass the mic around, and you're free to ask PK. Anybody with a question? Okay, good. We can take it offline later. Okay, Karthi.
Okay. We have a question from Karthi. Can we get a mic passed?
Is it possible to conceive for both clients and the media industry, on behalf of both clients and media industry, is it possible to conceive a world where we don't have to mindlessly chase growth every single year? Because the toxicity that growth creates obviously is that it makes us all a even bigger consumption society, and that flies in the face of all the greenwashing we are all keen to do as well.
Personally, I don't think so. Because as long as we continue to be looking for progress and ambition, we're ambitious breed. So before you go to growth of business, is there going to be growth of cost? First question should be that, right? And in my view, when we are obviously ambitious and wanting to do different things, and there will be some growth of cost, let's say 0.001%. Now, therefore, can you take a sacrifice on 0.001% on bottom line? Because I'm making the growth flat, right? It's not an easy decision, and I'm saying this into exponential whatever business size you have. And it'll be, maybe I think some of the points, I think you asked the question, do you have too many people and stuff like that? I'm relating to our business, right? These are right questions, right? Maybe I think we have, every year is different, right? And especially last 2-3 years has been very, very dynamically different. And I must tell you, the challenges came, but I think 10x of opportunities also came. I think we went behind many of those opportunities. Some of those opportunities, I think it's time that we should just drop putting any effort. And maybe there is an answer on cost growth there, for example. But coming back to Karthik, your question, I think growth is not a bad word, growth is about having a better exciting pulse, momentum, right? And growth may not be only money, but money is a derivative in many cases, right? So if you're able to do something new, if you're able to put newer efforts as a derivative, yeah, you could see a growth. But I belong to the, aspect of having growth for everyone. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Do we have any further questions? Perfect. On that note, we'd like to humbly thank Prasann Kumar and Ms. Naval Ahuja. Thank you so much. And may we request Mr. Ahuja to help us with the felicitation. Ladies and gentlemen, if you enjoyed the conversation as much as we did, let's keep applauding. PK, thank you so much for your valuable time today. At the E4M Confluence, the Media Investment Summit 2023. Thank you so much to our dignitaries. And on that note, we're going to be concluding with our conversations today. But let me tell you that there's going to be the Media Ace Awards 2023 on the other side. But maybe request you to kindly step out with your belongings, as you might have to re-register at the registration desk and get your new bands in. Thank you all for being such a great audience. This is me, Bhavna Bhatia, signing off for today, and see you at the Media Ace Awards.